My brother and I, who are not related by blood, were kidnapped at the same time. The kidnapper coldly said to the seven sisters, "Only one of us can survive." Unexpectedly, my seven older sisters chose to save my brother without hesitation. They even said I wasn't worth their money to save. At that moment, I finally understood that in their hearts, I was just an outsider. I gave a bitter laugh, inwardly mocking all the hardships I'd endured over the years. The next second, the kidnapper's dagger lashed out at me. When I woke up again, I found myself back in the moment when the seven sisters slapped me hard. Feeling the sharp pain in my cheek, I gave a bitter smile. I had somehow returned to this moment again. This time, Su Long and I were kidnapped together, but Su Wang only prepared ransom for Su Long and didn't care about my life or death at all. Because they didn't get the ransom, the kidnappers threatened to kill me, but I escaped when they weren't looking. However, Su Wang was not grateful. Instead, she blamed me for only caring about my own escape and completely disregarding Su Long's life or death. However, the kidnappers have already received the ransom, and Su Long is the treasure of the Su family. Everyone in Haicheng knows that, so the kidnappers would never dare to harm him. Nevertheless, Su Wanga and her friends were heartbroken and rushed Su Long to the hospital overnight, even bringing in top psychologists from across the country. And no one cared about me. No one noticed that I was also injured. In the end, I was met with a slap and merciless questioning. "Su Zhua, I didn't expect you to be so scheming. You actually took Xiaolong out while we were not at home. If it weren't for you, how could Xiaolong have been kidnapped? How could he have been so terrified?" Su Long clearly wanted to go out to buy snacks, but he dragged me along and threatened to tell my sister if I didn't agree. In the past, I would swear that I had nothing to do with it, but after the lessons of my past life, I know that no matter how I explain, Su Wanga will never believe me. In the Su family, I'm just an unwanted fake young master. Even the servants look down on me. This morning, they came again, bringing a piece of moldy bread. A fat, fleshy woman held a loaf of bread to my mouth. It smelled foul, and I instinctively turned my face away, but hunger left me powerless. She grabbed my chin, forced my mouth open, and shoved that disgusting piece of bread into my throat. I almost choked. The bread was stuck in my throat, and I couldn't breathe. The people around me laughed, saying I was just a wild child from the countryside and didn't deserve the Su family's food. No one helped me. They thought my suffering was amusing. I struggled, but I was too weak, and my vision went black. She kept pushing, burying the bread deeper, and at that moment I felt like I was going to die. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from the doorway. Su Wanga rushed in, her eyes sweeping across the scene like knives, and roared, "Stop!" The maid was stunned. She quickly ripped the bread out of my mouth, hugged me, and examined me. My face was already pale, my lips were purple, and my breathing was frighteningly rapid. She reached out to hug me, but I instinctively covered my head, like a frightened animal. I avoided her touch and dared not look into her eyes. She was clearly stunned, her voice trembling slightly. "Xiao Zhua," at that moment, I could feel that she was truly heartbroken, but I couldn't believe it. Her anger exploded instantly, and she turned to the servants. "How dare you treat my brother like this?" Her voice was as cold as ice, and I was so frightened that I didn't dare to move. The woman hurriedly tried to explain, saying I was disobedient and mentioning that I came from the countryside. Su Wanga coldly retorted, "Shut up. You don't deserve to stay in the Su family." She ordered without hesitation, "Get out. You'll all be charged with child abuse." The servants panicked and knelt down to beg for mercy, but no one dared to resist. "Get out." Her shout sent them fleeing the villa in a sorry state. Watching their retreating figures, I felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Su Wanga squatted down, gently hugged me, and whispered, "Don't be afraid. Your sister is here. You won't be bullied anymore." Her hands were very gentle, but my body was still stiff. She carefully pulled my hands away from my head, but saw large bruises, scratches, and festering wounds on my shoulder, as if I had been severely beaten with a stick. Her hands trembled as she lifted my collar. Seeing the scars on my back, she completely broke down, tears streaming down her face. "Xiao Zhua, I'm so sorry." I still didn't respond, my eyes unfocused. She picked me up, put me on the sofa, and immediately called the doctor. I just sat there quietly, like a puppet. Not long after, a beautiful girl appeared at the door. Su Ningyue. She came in smiling, but her first words were to question her sister about why she had driven away the maid, Zhang Ma. She also said that Xiao Long loved Zhang Ma's cakes the most, as if Zhang Ma was a good person. Su Wanga coldly told her that Zhang Ma abused her and left her covered in bruises. Su Ningyue casually remarked, "He deserves it. It's his own fault for being so unlikable." Those words pierced my heart like a knife. Su Wanga instantly flew into a rage. Xiaozhua is your brother. How can you say that? Su Ningyue was shocked. She had never seen her older sister so angry. That evening, Su Ningyue and Su Long walked into the house intimately. The look in their eyes told me that I was still the superfluous one in this family. She thought her older sister was in the kitchen preparing medicine for Su Long, and Su Long was smiling smugly, even saying that the kidnapping was because of me. I lowered my head, suppressing the cold laugh in my heart. Before they could continue their charade, the eldest sister coldly put down the medicine bowl. The medicine isn't for Su Long, it's for Su Zhua. I was stunned, and Su Long was stunned too. Su Long's face contorted in disbelief. He couldn't believe someone would prepare medicine for him. He started to cry, shouting that he was the one who should be taken care of. Su Ningyue panicked and kept defending him. It's Xiaolong who needs to be cared about. But her older sister just said coldly, Xiaozhua is also my brother. Then, she looked at Su Long and dropped a bombshell. I will help you find your biological parents, and you should go back to them. Su Long's face turned deathly pale instantly. He knew it was a poor family. He screamed, No, I don't want to go back. Tears streamed down his face like a burst dam. Su Ningyue hugged him to comfort him, but she couldn't stop her older sister's firmness. This matter is settled. Your assistant will go to your parents right away. She made the call, ignoring me. Su Ningyue was furious and took Su Long away. Half an hour later, the family doctor arrived. My older sister stayed by my side, her hands clenched tightly, her eyes filled with guilt. When she saw my thin body and heard the doctor say that I had autism, her face instantly turned blank, and tears fell like broken beads. The doctor said long-term care and treatment were needed. The older sister nodded vigorously, committing every word to heart. But she didn't know that someone downstairs was tampering with the medicine bowl. Su Ningyue secretly added a laxative to the medicine and sneered, Su Zhua, you scheming devil, you dare to try to make my sister watch me. The older sister brought the medicine to me and said softly, Xiaozhua, drink it. It will help you get better faster. But I instinctively shrank back, my eyes filled with fear. That bowl of medicine reminded me of the scalding hot porridge from a year ago, the pain of her forcing it into my mouth. My throat burned and ached for a week. Memories are like knives, making my whole body tense. My older sister's hand froze, and she apologized softly, but I could no longer trust her gentleness. Just as she was answering her assistant's call, Su Long rushed in, his face full of jealousy. Is this for Su Zhua? I'm going to drink it. He then gulped down the medicine in the bowl. A few minutes later, he clutched his stomach, screamed in agony, and collapsed to the ground, rolling around, his face as white as a sheet. His older sister rushed in, her eyes wide. You drank poison. He nodded, and I saw my older sister's panic. Afraid that I would think she was responsible for the poisoning, she immediately ran to my door to explain. I listened to her cries, but didn't respond. I simply walked over and locked the door. That click was more jarring than any words. The older woman outside the door was stunned. I knew she was heartbroken, but the trust was broken. Downstairs, Su Ningyue panicked. Her laxative had harmed Su Long. She feigned anxiety, supporting Su Long and shouting, It's all Su Zhua's fault. I sneered from inside the room. This was her true nature. In the middle of the night, she overheard her assistant saying that Su Long's biological parents had been found and would be picking him up soon. Her eyes instantly turned sinister. We can't let Xiaolong leave. If Su Zhua is gone, Xiaolong will be all that's left in the Su family. I didn't expect that she had already planned to send me away back then. The next day, she walked straight into my room, grabbed me by the waist, and uttered disgusting words. You country bumpkin, you're filthy. I didn't resist, I just shrank back. She called the driver, shoved me into the back seat, and sat in the front herself, taking me to the countryside. As the car drove out of the villa area, she looked out the window, acknowledging that she had won. Little did she know, her confidence was about to crumble. As the car drove out of the villa area, the scenery on the street gradually became blurry. Looking out the window at the scenery, Su Ningyue believed that her plan was foolproof. However, just as the car was driving on a secluded section of road, she suddenly felt dizzy, and for some reason, a strange memory that did not belong to her surfaced in her mind. She was tied to the back seat of a dilapidated truck, her hands and feet tightly bound with rope, her mouth stuffed with rags, her hair disheveled, and her face covered in filth, completely losing her former radiance. The surroundings were desolate, and it was pitch black outside the car window, with only the car lights flickering lonely in the night. She tried desperately to break free, but she was powerless to do so. In the front row of the truck sat a young man with a cold expression and a sinister smile on his lips. Do you still think you're that high and mighty young lady? The young man's voice was deep and tinged with sarcasm. His profile looked particularly dark in the dim light inside the car, and his face gradually overlapped with Su Long's. Su Long would look like this when he grew up. Su Long sneered and continued. Now that you're like this, no one will want you. Just go to the mountains and be someone's wife. Su Ningyue felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and fear and despair spread through her chest. She struggled frantically, whimpering and crying out, but no one heard her pleas for help. This memory flooded into Su Ningyue's mind like a tidal wave, making her feel cold all over. She suddenly opened her eyes, panting heavily, realizing she was still sitting in the car, but her forehead was covered in cold sweat. She reached up and wiped her forehead, finding that her hands were trembling slightly. How could this be? How could Xiao Long do that to me? Su Ningyue was uneasy and secretly comforted herself that it was just an illusion and that she had been too tired lately, which made the hallucination worse. Dreams are all fake. Xiao Long will never become like that. She murmured to herself, forcing herself to calm down. Xiao Long has been well-behaved and adorable since he was a child. He is her most beloved younger brother and would never hurt her. However, as the car continued to drive, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a tombstone through the car window. The tombstone looked exactly like the scene in her dream. The mottled stone was covered with moss, and weeds grew all around, making it look extremely desolate. Su Ningyue's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat once again streamed down her back. The car continued driving, and the road became increasingly remote until it arrived at a village deep in the mountains. Su Ningyue carried me out of the car. The pungent smell of mud and decay hit me, and the dilapidated house in front of me seemed to be reminding me that this was not home, but the beginning of a nightmare. The stone wall outside the house was cracked like a wound, the road was full of potholes, and even the pigsty was empty, as if I was born to suffer here. A man with a cold gaze, Lu San, and a woman with a smile that chilled the heart, Li Lan, emerged from the house. Their eyes were like those of someone selecting livestock. Free? Then I'll take it. Lu San sneered, looking at me like I was a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. Li Lan was even more direct. If you can't raise it, sell it. Su Ningyue remained silent, the disgust in her eyes colder than the wind, as if I were just trash in her life, something she found disgusting even for a second longer. She said coldly, "Leave it here. Do whatever you want with it." The car door closed without even glancing at me, her heart as ruthless as cutting the last rope. As night fell, the car was stuck on the mountain road. The air seemed to freeze. Even the chirping of insects was swallowed up, and the whole world was just darkness and me. A hunched villager came by and said that a restless little girl had died nearby, and no one dared to walk this road at night. My heart sank as I listened. Helpless, Su Ningyue returned to Lu San's house. The house was like a coffin, with a drafty roof, half-broken windows, and a chilling atmosphere that seeped into her bones. Li Lan threw me a set of smelly, tattered clothes. I clutched the hem of my clothes and refused to catch them. Lu San raised his hand to hit me, his eyes full of malice. Li Lan stopped him. "Have you forgotten what happened last time? Don't kill him again." These words filled my eyes with an icy coldness. I spoke, my voice as cold as the night wind. "The girl you killed had a strawberry hair clip in her hair, didn't she?" Lu San and Li Lan exchanged glances, suddenly feeling flustered. They hadn't expected me to know. He asked, "How did you know?" I pointed behind him. "She's standing right there, watching you." The room instantly felt oppressive, as if you were being choked. Lu San turned his head, but there was nothing behind him. However, a chill crept up his spine and into his brain like a crawling insect, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Li Lan also turned her head, but couldn't see anything. She was gripped by an inescapable chill, and her legs trembled. The broken window was battered by the night wind, accompanied by strange noises. Li Lan panicked. "This child is strange, we shouldn't provoke him." I continued pointing into thin air, my voice so soft it sent chills down your spine. "Her head was broken. You hit her, didn't you?" Lu San froze abruptly, as if pricked awake by a needle. He pushed Li Lan away and ran away. Li Lan screamed and chased after him, leaving only her and me in the room. She was about 7 or 8 years old, with a fair face like glass, black hair flowing down her shoulders, and a brightly colored strawberry hair clip on her head that was so clean it seemed out of place. Her soft voice rang in my ear. "Can you help me?" I asked her name, and she said, "My name is Little Strawberry." She recounted how she was tricked into coming here to work, how she was beaten, and how she eventually died at their hands. Her voice went from innocent to choked with sobs, like a knife cutting into my heart. She begged me to tell her that her mother was still here, and I agreed. Tears welled up in her eyes, turning into gratitude, and she smiled like a lamp. Footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Su Ningyue had returned. Lu San and Li Lan shouted that something was strange about me and dared not keep me any longer. Su Ningyue sneered, pointing at me and cursing. You were born a bad seed, making up stories to scare people just to harm them. I replied calmly. Her name was Little Strawberry. They kidnapped her and beat her to death. Lu San and Li Lan's faces turned as white as paper instantly. Su Ningyue doubted me and thought I was talking nonsense. But suddenly, she seemed to remember the missing girl in the news wearing a strawberry hair clip. Her heart skipped a beat, her anger turning into hesitation. She murmured, You said her name is Little Strawberry? I stared at her, and her eyes began to waver. In the news report, the girl's mother cried uncontrollably, clutching a strawberry hair clip, calling her daughter's name. Chapter 8. Reality and Dreams Overlap. Seeing that his scheme had been exposed, Lu San stopped talking and punched the driver in the back of the head, knocking him unconscious instantly. Seeing that things were not going well, Su Ningyue tried to run away, but Li Lan grabbed her and pushed her hard to the ground. Do you know who I am? Su Ningyue shouted. I am the seventh young lady of the Su family. If you dare to touch me, the Su family will not let you get away with it. Lu San sneered and said in a gloomy tone, The Su family? Here, the Su family is no use. After saying that, he and Li Lan worked together to tie Su Ningyue's hands and feet and bound her to the chair. Su Ningyue continued to curse and struggle, but the ropes were too tight, and she couldn't muster any strength. Aren't you afraid of death? I'll make you pay when I get back, she shouted. Tired from cursing, Su Ningyue felt a wave of fatigue and gradually drifted into a deep sleep, where she once again entered a strange dream. In her dream, she was also locked in this dilapidated room. Day after day, she grew weaker and weaker, her limbs aching and powerless, and the world before her eyes became blurry. Just when she was about to starve to death, a sliver of light shone through the crack in the door, and a young man appeared before her. His figure was backlit, blurry yet warm. Don't be afraid, seventh sister. I'll take you away from here. The young man's voice was gentle, like sunlight piercing through the gloom in her heart. The young man quickly untied the rope and helped her up. She was so weak that she could barely stand, but the young man carried her on his back without hesitation. She nestled against his back, feeling his strong shoulders, and a sense of security she had never felt before welled up inside her. The young man carefully avoided Lu San and Li Lan's gaze and led her away from the cold, gloomy cell. However, just as they were about to leave, Lu San suddenly rushed out from the shadows, wielding an iron bar and striking the young man fiercely. You won't escape. To protect her, the young man unhesitatingly shielded her from Lu San's attack with his body. The iron bar struck his back heavily, and the young man groaned, wincing in pain, but he still didn't put her down. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to continue his escape with her on his back. Don't cry, seventh sister. I will protect you. The young man smiled at her, his eyes full of comfort. He led her away from the darkness and ran towards a bright light. The dream gradually blurred in the light. Su Ningyue had never felt such selfless care before. The feeling of being wholeheartedly protected filled her heart with something warm. Su Ningyue suddenly woke up, her consciousness returning to the cold reality. Her breathing was rapid, her heart was pounding, and the dream she had just had was so vivid that it felt like it had actually happened. She hadn't completely shaken off the dream, but the gentle figure in her mind became increasingly clear. Her eyes widened as an unbelievable thought surfaced in her mind. The young man who saved her in her dream was none other than Su Zhuo as an adult. Su Ningyue was still somewhat dazed. She quickly comforted herself, saying that dreams are often the opposite of reality, and in reality, Su Zhuo would never save her. The only one who truly loved her was Xiaolong. After lunch, Lu San and Li Lan came in, each carrying 2 bowls of thin porridge. Lu San slammed the bowl down in front of Su Ningyue, his tone fierce. Don't even think about running away, behave yourself. Li Lan chimed in from the side. If you're not honest, we'll sell you to one of the old bachelors in the village. Su Ningyue felt a chill run down her spine. She bit her lip and remained silent. Su Ningyue finally breathed a sigh of relief when Lu San and Li Lan left to go to work in the fields. She looked around and carefully took a spare phone out of her pocket. She was prepared and always carried her phone for self-defense. However, her eldest sister must be in a meeting at this time, and her other sisters were all abroad. Su Ningyue quickly dialed the Su family's landline number. The call was answered quickly, but to her surprise, it was Su Long's voice that came from the other end. Xiaolong, it's your older sister. Quick, tell your older sister that I've been kidnapped. Su Ningyue's voice trembled slightly. However, Su Long on the other end of the phone did not show any concern. When are you finally going to buy me a present? You still haven't bought me the present you promised last time. Su Ningyue quickly explained. Xiaolong, I have an urgent matter to attend to right now. I'll definitely buy you a gift when I get back. Tell your older sister I've been kidnapped. But Su Long remained unmoved, his tone revealing a childlike stubbornness. Humph. I haven't bought the gift you promised. Why should I help you? You always just say it, and then forget it. You don't care about me at all. Su Ningyue was stunned for a moment, feeling as if something had stabbed her in the heart. But she was too weak to argue at that moment, and could only plead once more. Xiaolong, my sister is really in danger right now. Please tell my older sister that I will definitely buy you a gift when I get back, okay? Su Long gave a cold snort, no longer responding to her pleas, and hung up the phone directly. The phone went dead with a busy tone. Su Ningyue froze, her phone slipping from her hand. She never imagined that her beloved Xiaolong would ignore her when she needed help the most, simply because she hadn't received a gift. The overwhelming sadness in her heart almost made her breathless. Her world had once revolved around Su Long. She was willing to do anything for him and had never doubted his love for her. Su Ningyue tried to comfort herself. Xiaolong was still young. He didn't understand. He couldn't have done it on purpose. She tried to convince herself, but she couldn't suppress the surging pain. Su Ningyue composed herself and was about to call the police when a gust of cold wind suddenly blew open the door to the inner room, and Su Ming walked out. Little Strawberry stood quietly at the door, still wearing that tattered dress and a strawberry hair clip. Little Strawberry walked up to Su Zhua and whispered, "You must tell my mother that I was abducted here. My mother's phone number is." As she spoke, she gave Su Zhua her mother's phone number. Su Zhua nodded. "I promise you." Su Ningyue, who was tied up tightly, snorted. She didn't expect Su Zhua to be so lucky. The door was actually blown open by the wind. However, to her surprise, Su Zhua walked towards her. Why? Why aren't you leaving? Su Ningyue was stunned for a moment. She thought Su Zhua would definitely abandon her and leave alone. Su Zhua didn't say anything, but squatted down and quickly untied the ropes binding her. This scene suddenly reminded Su Ningyue of the scene in her dream. It was the same in her dream. The adult version of Su Zhua helped her untie the ropes, led her to escape, and even took a fatal blow for her. After untying the rope, Su Zhua stood up and said calmly, "Drive and take me back." Suppressing her complicated emotions, Su Ningyue led Su Zhua to the driver, who was being held in the cellar. The group hurriedly got into the car and drove away from the eerie village. Chapter 9, I Got Slapped in the Face. As night deepened, the vehicle drove along the dimly lit mountain road, and the surrounding scenery became increasingly eerie. The sky gradually darkened, and the sound of the wind around them became increasingly harsh, as if an invisible force was lingering nearby. As the car drove past the cemetery, the driver appeared unusually nervous, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. "Miss, we passed through here last time too, and something strange happened. Now it's dark, I'm scared." Sure enough, before the driver could finish speaking, the trees along the roadside began to shake violently, and gusts of cold wind blew up. The wind howled, as if whispering in your ear, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, creating a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. Sitting in the car, Su Ningyue felt her heart racing. Although she was usually brave, she was now feeling a chill run down her spine. Su Zhua glanced out the window, then calmly called out a few times, "Don't cause trouble, go away." The wind gradually weakened, and the chill in the air slowly dissipated. A moment later, the surroundings returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The driver breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed in admiration, "That's amazing." The gust of wind stopped as soon as it blew. "It's incredible." However, Su Ningyue, sitting in the passenger seat, coldly curled her lip. "It's just a coincidence." Su Ningyue, with a sour face, led Su Zhua back to the Su family home. As soon as her car entered the gate of the Su family home, she saw that the entire villa area was brightly lit. The servants were running around the yard in a panic. As soon as she entered, Su Wang's furious roar echoed from the hall. "Find. Keep searching. Find Xiao Zhua no matter what. Mobilize everyone. Don't let any place be overlooked." Her face was pale, and her eyes were bloodshot. She was clearly on the verge of collapse due to prolonged tension and anxiety. "How could we not find him? Xiao Zhua is so young, and it's so cold. He must be scared. All of you hurry up." Su Wang almost roared as she gave the order. Just thinking about the possibility of something happening to Su Zhua made her feel as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. Having finally regained what she had lost, how could she bear to lose it again? "It's Miss Seven. Miss Seven is back," the maid shouted. Su Wang had turned her head and saw Su Ningyue leading Su Zhua in. "Xiao Zhua, Su Wanga practically rushed over and hugged Su Jue tightly. She looked Su Jue up and down, her eyes filled with heartache. Where did you go? Are you hurt? I'm so sorry. I didn't take good care of you. Ningyue, what are you doing taking Xiaozhu out? Su Wanga's voice turned cold. Su Ningyue subconsciously avoided Su Wanga's gaze, a forced smile on her face. I just wanted to take him out for a walk to clear his head. Su Wanga stared intently at Su Ningyue. Take a break? Do you think I'd believe that? Su Ningyue didn't dare to meet Su Wanga's gaze. I just want to clear my head. Su Wanga looked at the driver standing next to her, her eyes sharp as knives. You. Tell me what happened. You better not lie. The driver was intimidated by Su Wanga's powerful aura. Miss Ningyue, she wants to send Su Jue to the mountains. Su Wanga's expression changed abruptly, her eyes blazing with fury, her voice as cold as a biting wind. What? You want to sell Xiao Jue to the mountains? Su Ningyue hurriedly waved her hands, trying to defend herself. No, I didn't sell him. I felt he shouldn't stay in the Su family. Shut up. Su Wanga's voice was as cold as ice. How dare you do such a thing? Su Jue is our brother. You actually wanted to send him to a place like that? Do you have any conscience at all? Su Ningyue gritted her teeth, but she still refused to admit her mistake, stubbornly insisting. I just wanted some peace in the Su family. Xiao Long is the one who should inherit the family business. Su Jue is just a country bumpkin. Enough. Su Wanga could no longer hold back and slapped Su Ningyue hard across the face. Su Ningyue's cheeks stung from the slap. Her eyes widened as she stared at Su Wanga in disbelief, her gaze filled with grievance. You actually hit me for Su Jue. Su Ningyue covered her face, tears streaming down her face instantly. You still show no remorse. Su Wanga's voice was icy. I now order you to get out of the Su family immediately. Su Ningyue was stunned. She glared at Su Jue, her eyes filled with resentment, and said through gritted teeth, Fine, I'm leaving. After saying that, Su Ningyue turned around angrily and left the Su family home without looking back. Su Wanga took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, turned around, gently took Su Jue's small hand, and asked with concern, Xiao Jue, were you frightened? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Su Jue remained standing quietly, his expression indifferent. He looked at Su Wanga, but his eyes showed little emotion. Su Wanga looked at him with heartache, knowing he must have suffered a lot of injustice, but he refused to say it. Her guilt grew stronger, and a tear welled up in her eyes. It's okay. Your sister will always be by your side and won't let anyone hurt you again, Su Wanga said softly, her voice full of tenderness. After being kicked out of the Su family by Su Wanga, Su Ningyue went directly to a nearby luxury hotel. However, when she took out her credit card to check in, the clerk coldly told her, I'm sorry, miss, your credit card has been frozen. Su Ningyue gritted her teeth, forced back her tears, turned, and walked out of the hotel. The cold wind of the night rushed towards her, carrying a biting chill. With nowhere to go, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Xiao Long. Yes, Xiao Long will definitely help her. With this in mind, Su Ningyue secretly slipped back to the Su family home under the cover of night. She quietly climbed to the window of Su Long's room. The curtains were slightly drawn back, and through the glass, she saw Su Long sitting on the bed, intently playing with his favorite toy, a limited edition transformer worth 100,000 yuan, which she had given him as a birthday gift last year. Su Ningyue gently knocked on the window and whispered, Xiao Long, it's your sister is back. Su Long looked up and glanced over, but he didn't run over immediately. Instead, he continued playing with the toy in his hand. I have nowhere to live, and my card has been blocked by my eldest sister. Could you lend me your New Year's money? I promise I'll pay you back later, okay? Su Ningyue's voice was choked with sobs. She thought that as long as she asked, Su Long would help her without hesitation. To her surprise, Su Long pretended not to understand her words and continued to play with his transformers with his head down, completely ignoring her request. He didn't even look up at her, as if his sister outside the window didn't exist at all. Chapter 10. An Irreparable Regret. Su Long remained unresponsive, simply fiddling with the transformer. The expensive toy gleamed with a metallic sheen, as if mocking Su Ningyue's predicament. Su Ningyue had no choice but to leave the Su family and walk in the night, the cold wind cutting like a knife across her face. She eventually found a small park and curled up on a park bench to spend the night. The park was silent, with only the whistling wind and the sound of falling leaves. She huddled on the cold bench, the chills seeping into her bones through her clothes, making her shiver all over. It's cold, so cold. In the middle of the night, Su Ningyue curled up on a park bench. Her body began to heat up, and she gradually drifted into a hazy dream. In her dream, she was sick, lying on a soft bed, her head so dizzy that she could barely move. The surrounding light was soft, and the atmosphere in the room was warm, as if someone was watching over her. He was a young man who looked sunny and cheerful, with a reassuring power in his eyes. The young man slowly walked to her bedside, holding a damp towel in his hand, and gently placed it on her forehead. "You have a high fever, but don't be afraid, you'll get better soon." The young man's voice was deep and gentle, like a gentle breeze bringing endless warmth. Su Ningyue moved her lips, as if she wanted to say something, but she was unable to make a sound. The young man seemed to sense her unease, gently took her hand, and said softly, "Seventh sister, don't worry, everything will be all right." Then, he brought over a box of steaming hot cookies, held it to her lips, and carefully fed them to her. "Seventh sister, you just took your medicine. Have some biscuits. They'll make the bitterness go away." The sweet biscuits soothed her bitter throat, as if instantly dispelling all her pain. She felt a warm current slide from her throat into her heart, and she was immersed in a warmth she had never experienced before. However, when she woke up, the cold wind was still raging, and all around her were a desolate park and dilapidated benches. Su Ningyue huddled on the bench, feeling cold all over, her forehead covered in cold sweat. She slowly sat up, realizing it was just a dream, but the young man in the dream still stirred her emotions. "It's Su Ningyue again. It's Su Ningyue taking care of her again. How could this be?" she murmured to herself, then shook her head. "Impossible. I guess I want to eat cookies," Su Ningyue concluded. The cookie in her dream was really delicious. It was a flavor she had never tasted before. Strangely, since she had never eaten this kind of cookie before, how could she dream about it? Meanwhile, at the Su family home, Su Wanga was trying to talk to Su Ningyue. Su Wanga decided to take Su Ningyue out for a walk to clear her head. She asked gently, "Little Ningyue, how about I take you out to play? We can go to the amusement park or the beach, it's up to you." Su Ningyue sat on the sofa, looking down and fiddling with a small toy in his hand. It was a very old toy car. Su Wanga tried many ways to trick him out of the toy car and give him a better one to play with, but all of them failed. Upon hearing Su Wanga's suggestion, Su Ningyue didn't even lift his eyelids, still maintaining an indifferent attitude. Su Wanga couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She had been trying her best to make up for what she owed Su Ningyue, but she found that no matter what she did, Su Ningyue still maintained that distant attitude. Just when she was feeling helpless, she suddenly had an idea. She asked tentatively, "Xiao Ningyue, my cousin is going back to China. My sister is going to pick her up tomorrow. Do you want to come along?" Unexpectedly, Su Ningyue's usually indifferent face suddenly showed a reaction. He looked up, a hint of anticipation on his youthful face, and surprisingly agreed immediately. "Okay." Su Wanga was stunned for a moment, not expecting Su Ningyue to actually agree. She couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Looking at Su Ningyue's expectant little face, her thoughts drifted back to the day Su Ningyue was brought back to the Su family. That day, Su Ningyue was wearing a tattered plaid shirt, looking exceptionally thin, with a pale face that didn't match her age. He stood timidly at the door, clutching a small piece of drawing paper tightly in his hand, as if trying to please her with this drawing. "Sister, I drew a picture for you, as a gift," Su Ningyue said softly, her voice full of caution. She stood to the side with a cold look in her eyes. Her gaze did not linger on Su Ningyue, but was fixed on Su Long beside her, listening to him excitedly recount the interesting things he had done that day. Su Ningyue held the painting, hesitated for a long time, and seeing that she ignored him, he could only silently lower the painting and stand timidly to the side, not daring to speak again. He longed for even the slightest response, a sliver of recognition, but ultimately his hopes were dashed. At the time, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. In her eyes, Su Ningyue was just a child she had brought back from the countryside. Compared with Su Long, he seemed superfluous. All her attention was on Su Long, and she had no time to pay attention to her younger brother who had just returned home. But just then, Xia Qiuming arrived. Xia Qiuming saw Su Ningyue's cautious look, stepped forward, smiled gently, and took the drawing paper from his hand. "Wow, Xiao Ningyue's drawing is really good," Xia Qiuming praised, her face full of a warm smile. "Cousin, please accept it on behalf of your eldest sister, okay?" Su Ningyue raised her head, looked timidly at Xia Qiuming, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. He nodded slightly, seemingly encouraged, and gave a faint smile. She didn't pay attention to this scene at the time, and was still focused on taking care of Su Long, completely unaware that she had neglected Su Ningyue. However, recalling these events now, Su Wanga felt an indescribable sense of regret. Su Ningyue actually wanted to integrate into this family from the very beginning and wanted to gain her care and recognition, but she ignored him time and time again. Later, Xia Xiaoming became the only person who truly cared about Su Jua. Every time she came to the Su family, whether it was for meals or play, she would always take care of him. Thinking of this, Su Wang's heart tightened, and the scene in her memory became clearer. She seemed to see little Su Jua again, holding a drawing paper, hoping for her smile, but ultimately returning disappointed. Now, all of this has become an irreparable regret in her heart. Su Wang forced a smile. Okay, let's go pick up my cousin after I change my clothes. Seeing that Su Jua still didn't respond, she sighed softly and decided to stop thinking about it, and instead focus on how to make Su Jua happier tomorrow. She hoped that her cousin's return would alleviate Su Jua's autistic tendencies, even if Su Jua would completely ignore her, his own sister, because of his cousin. Before leaving, Su Jua slipped into the kitchen. He was small, and he stood on tiptoe to reach the flour and other ingredients on the counter. Even without an adult's help, he looked very serious. Chapter 11. Su Jua's cookies. Su Jua picked up a small bowl and clumsily poured flour into it. Then he picked up an egg and held it with his two small hands. However, the eggshell was too slippery, and Su Jua had to use force several times to break the egg. He picked up the mixer with his little hands, vigorously stirred the batter, then took out the cookie cutter and poured the batter into the cutter. His movements were a bit clumsy, and the cookies were crooked in shape. When Su Wang heard that Su Jua had run to the kitchen, she felt a pang of anxiety, worried that he might hurt himself, and rushed over. As soon as I reached the kitchen door, I saw Su Jua standing in front of the oven, staring intently at the cookies baking inside. His little face was flushed red in the dim light of the oven, and his innocent expression revealed a hint of small accomplishment. Su Wang stood at the door, looking at the scene before her, and felt a pang of pity in her heart. At such a young age, he already has the heart to make cookies for others. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that he always gives quietly, even when he is not appreciated. From childhood to adulthood, it has always been like this. In that instant, Su Wang's thoughts were suddenly pulled back to her past life. At that time, she was framed by Su Long and kicked out of the Su group. She, who was once high and mighty, lost everything in an instant and could not even maintain the basic necessities of survival. After Su Long took a position as a director of the Su group, he not only did not let her go, but also suppressed her in every way. No company in the entire capital was willing to give her a job. She was extremely destitute, spending her days searching for work, and could only eat dry, hard-steamed buns for lunch every day. At that time, she became almost the laughingstock of the capital. She lived in a cramped little rented room. In the morning, she would go out wearing ill-fitting old clothes, carrying only a few dollars left to squeeze onto the bus, hoping that she might be able to find some work that day. But during her lunch break, she could only sit on a park bench, eating dry, hard-steamed buns while looking at the rejection emails on her phone. During those most desperate days, Su Jua would always bake a box of cookies for her well in advance before she left the house, put it in a simple little box, and put it in her bag. He rarely spoke, nor did he ask about her work. He simply did these small things quietly, providing her with her only warmth. Every noon, when she sat exhausted on the bench eating a steamed bun, she would always find a box of cookies made by Su Jua in her bag. The aroma of cookies could always temporarily dispel her helplessness. At that moment, it felt as if Su Jua was the only one in the world who cared about her. Her favorite was the kind of cookies Su Jua baked, which had a light milky aroma, soft yet crispy, and full of tender care like spring water. No matter how down on her luck or how helpless she was, Su Jua never showed her any contempt. Instead, he silently gave her strength. Every cookie was a silent encouragement from him. Memories flooded her mind, and Su Wang's eyes gradually welled up with tears. Whenever she ate the cookies Su Jua made, she would feel that someone still cared about her and that the world had not completely abandoned her. Looking at the little Su Jua in front of her, seeing him clumsily busy, Su Wang felt extremely sorry for him. Xiaozhu, Su Wang called softly, her voice full of tenderness. Su Jua heard the voice, turned around and glanced at her, but did not say anything. The maid walked up to Su Wang and whispered, "Miss, Su Jua's cookies are really delicious. I secretly tried one. I never expected that such a young child could make such a delicious thing." Upon hearing these words, Su Wang's heart was immediately stirred. It turns out that Xiaozhu can bake cookies at such a young age. He had already learned so much without my knowledge. Thinking about how much Su Jua had learned at such a young age, Su Wang felt both proud and heartbroken. When Su Jua finally finished baking the cookies, Su Wang stood to the side with expectant eyes, hoping that Su Jua would hand her a cookie so she could taste the result of her own hands. However, Su Jua did not give her any cookies. Instead, He carefully packed all the baked cookies into a box, leaving not even a single extra one. Su Wang stood there stunned, watching Su Ningyue carefully put the box away, and immediately understood who these cookies were for. A sense of loss welled up in Su Wang's heart. She thought that her relationship with Su Ningyue would get a little closer after her rebirth, but she didn't expect that Su Ningyue's heart was still with his cousin, who was closest to him since childhood, while she, because of her past neglect and indifference towards him, had made him closest heart to her. If he hadn't been so cold to Su Ningyue before, perhaps he wouldn't have distanced himself from her like this. Su Wang was filled with regret. When Su Ningyue left the kitchen, Su Wang couldn't help but walk to the box full of cookies. She hesitated for a while, but still couldn't resist opening the box and gently taking out a few cookies. Looking at these small cookies, Su Wang felt a little reluctant to eat them. These were originally prepared for Xia Qiuming, but she couldn't resist trying the cookies Su Ningyue made himself. She carefully put the cookies away and hid them in a corner of the kitchen before changing her clothes to go pick up Xia Qiuming with Su Ningyue. After the two left, Su Ningyue secretly returned to the Su family home. After a night, Su Ningyue was in a terrible state. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes were wrinkled, and her skin was pale. She had clearly been outside freezing all night. She sneaked into the kitchen, hoping to find something to eat. As she was searching, she accidentally discovered the cookies that Su Wang had hidden. Without thinking much, Su Ningyue picked up a cookie and took a small bite. The cookies were crispy and sweet, with a very familiar taste that reminded Su Ningyue of her dream from last night. The taste in my dream is exactly the same as this one. Su Ningyue's heart suddenly tightened. She stood there, an expression of disbelief on her face. Chapter 12. There's a dead rat under the biscuit. Su Ningyue bit into the cookie in her hand, savoring the familiar milky aroma and crispy texture, and her memory was instantly pulled back to last night's dream. Just then, Su Long appeared in the kitchen and noticed the cookies in Su Ningyue's hand. His eyes darted around. Sister, this is something I made especially for you. I didn't expect you to like it. Su Ning's eyes lit up with surprise. She had no doubts and completely believed Su Long's words. Su Ningyue couldn't help but raise her hand and gently ruffle Su Long's hair. Little Long is so amazing. He can bake cookies at such a young age. Su Long blinked, secretly pleased with himself, but on the surface he still maintained an innocent and obedient appearance. I'm glad you like it, sister, Su Long said with a smile, then casually added, if you want more, I can make you another box. Su Long believed that the cookies must have been made by the family's maid. He figured he could just ask the maid to make another box, then threaten her not to tell anyone, and Xia Ningyue would believe that he made the cookies. Su Ningyue nodded eagerly. Really? That's great. I was just thinking of taking some to school. Could you make another box for me? I can make another box, but could you buy me a gift I like, sister? Su Ningyue didn't think twice and immediately agreed. Of course. Whatever Xiaolong wants, I'll buy it for you. Sister, you said you'd buy me that limited edition Transformers Super Optimus Prime figure, but you haven't yet. I want that one. That was a limited edition Transformers model, worth over 100,000 yuan. Su Ningyue had promised Su Long she would buy it for him, but because it was a limited edition, she couldn't buy it even after asking many friends. However, there will be a Lego toy exhibition soon, where she should be able to buy it. Su Ningyue agreed without hesitation. No problem. I'll definitely buy it for you this time. Su Long nodded. Then come pick up the cookies tonight, sister. I'll definitely prepare them for you. Su Ningyue glanced out the window, worried that Su Wang might return at any moment, and decided to leave quickly. When no one was looking, she jumped out of the window and left the kitchen. After jumping out of the window, Su Ningyue's gaze swept to the corner of the wall, and she suddenly saw a rat scurrying by. She immediately raised her eyebrows, a sly smile playing on her lips. She has always been bold and not afraid of rats at all, especially after thinking about how she slept outside all night. She felt that Su Ningyue was to blame for everything. Su Ningyue, you caused me to be kicked out by my eldest sister. I'll teach you a lesson. Su Ningyue muttered in a low voice, then grabbed the rat. She held the mouse in her hand, gave a cold laugh, and then quietly climbed to the outside of Su Ningyue's room and slipped into the room without a sound. She gently opened Su Ningyue's water glass and put the mouse into it. The mouse fell into the cup, making a soft splashing sound, and Su Ningyue's smile deepened. After doing all this, she quickly left Su Ningyue's room, thinking about Su Ningyue's horror when he found the mouse in the cup, and felt a sense of accomplishment in having successfully pulled off a prank. She couldn't help but chuckle softly, and left briskly. Meanwhile, Su Long leisurely ran to the kitchen and lazily said, "Make me another batch of cookies." To everyone's surprise, the maid said somewhat awkwardly, "Young master, these cookies weren't made by us. They were made by Xiaozhua." Su Long was stunned for a moment. He immediately turned around and ran to Su Jue's room in a huff. He pushed open the door and saw Su Jue drinking water from a glass. Su Long said with a disdainful look, "Su Jue, make me another batch of cookies." He said it as if it were a matter of course, and his tone was full of command. Su Jue was about to drink water when he glanced down and saw the dead rat in his water glass. He couldn't help but recall his past life. Su Ningyue had secretly put a dead rat in his water glass, causing him to fall seriously ill and almost die. Thinking of this, Su Jue's eyes gradually turned cold, and his fingers holding the water glass tightened slightly, but he did not show any emotional fluctuations and simply put the glass down silently. Seeing that Su Jue did not respond immediately, Su Long threatened, "Otherwise, I'll go to my sister and tell her you bullied me." In his past life, Su Long always threatened him with similar words. Whenever he refused, Su Long would run to Su Wanga to complain, and Su Wanga never once stood by his side. Seeing Su Long's smug expression, Su Jue sneered inwardly, but maintained a calm demeanor on his face. "Fine, I'll do it for you." As Su Long turned to leave, satisfied, Su Jue silently went into the kitchen. That evening, Su Long ran up to Su Ningyue with a box of cookies, saying proudly, "Sister, look, I made you cookies again." Su Ningyue's eyes softened instantly. She hugged Su Long and kissed him affectionately. "Little Long, you're such a good little brother. I knew you were the best." Su Long was beaming with pride, as if he had actually made those cookies himself. Holding the cookie box like a precious jewel, Su Ningyue sneaked out the window, found a quiet corner, and sat on a wooden chair in the yard, ready to slowly savor this gift. Moonlight filtered through the sparse branches and fell upon her. A gentle night breeze blew, carrying the chill of early autumn, yet Su Ningyue's heart was filled with warmth. She gently picked up a cookie, put it in her mouth, and the crisp texture and light milky aroma immediately filled her taste buds. The familiar deliciousness gave her a sense of satisfaction. She ate a few pieces, thinking about Su Long's well-behaved and sensible nature, and felt that this younger brother was truly the best gift God had given her. However, when she reached the bottom of the cookie box, she suddenly smelled a strange odor. Su Ningyue looked down and her smile froze instantly. At the bottom of the cookie box lay a dead rat. The rat's eyes were wide open, and its stiff body looked incredibly eerie in the moonlight. She suddenly felt a wave of nausea wash over her, her stomach churning. She stood up in a panic, stumbled to the side, and began to vomit violently. The night wind blew, ruffling her hair. The messy strands clung to her delicate face, making her look even more disheveled. Su Ningyue's body trembled slightly, and a thought flashed through her mind. Su Jue, it was all Su Jue's doing. She sat in the chair, gripping the armrests tightly with both hands, her knuckles turning white, wishing she could rush over and strangle Su Jue right now. Su Ningyue was filled with anger, but before she could calm down, her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Su Wanga. Su Ningyue was stunned for a moment, then opened her phone and saw Su Wanga's first message. "Did you steal the cookies I hid?" She quickly replied, "What kind of cookies?" Su Wanga then replied to the message. "When exactly did you take that box of cookies I hid in the kitchen?" She replied somewhat guiltily, I just saw some cookies and ate a few. Why did you hide them?" "It was just some cookies." Su Wanga's reply was very brief, yet it struck Su Ningyue's mind like a thunderbolt. Those cookies were made by Xiaojua. Su Ningyue's mind seemed to go blank for a moment, and her fingertips trembled slightly. The cookies were made by Su Jue? She couldn't believe her eyes, repeatedly checking the message content. The words "Su Jue did it," echoing repeatedly in her mind. She had always thought that the cookies were made for her by Su Long, but the truth was actually Su Jue. After a long pause, Su Ningyue suppressed her shock and continued to reply to Su Wanga. "What did you say?" "Su Jue made it." "Are you sure? When did he learn to bake cookies?" "You've never paid attention to Xiaojua, so of course you didn't know he could make cookies. I saw him make them with my own eyes. How could it be fake?" Chapter 13. The cookies were made by Su Jue. Su Ningyue barely slept a wink all night, and when she looked in the mirror the next morning, she could hardly recognize herself. Her usually beautiful face looked haggard, her once snow-white skin was now pale, and her usually bright and lively eyes were now bloodshot with a slight bluish tinge under them. Even so, her features remained delicate and charming, but the added sickness gave her a pitiful appearance that tugged at the heartstrings. She walked into the classroom, leaning weakly against the back of her chair. The bright sunlight shone on her pale face, making her look like a white lotus in distress, still noble and moving despite losing her radiance. Liang, the class's simp, immediately ran over eagerly. "Ningyue, you don't look well. Have some hot water." Liang quickly handed her some hot water, then took out a box of cold medicine from his pocket. I just bought this medicine. Take some quickly, don't try to tough it out. Su Ningyue sighed listlessly and said weakly, Could you go buy me some cookies? Upon hearing this, Liang immediately ran to the school store, bought a large bag of cookies of various brands, and excitedly presented it to Su Ningyue. Ningyue, I've bought everything for you. Try it and see if it tastes like what you want. Liang said with a beaming smile. Su Ningyue casually tore open a pack of cookies, took a small bite, and then frowned. No, this isn't the taste I want. Seeing Su Ningyue's expression, Liang quickly ran to the convenience store and brought back all the other kinds of cookies, placing them in bags in front of Su Ningyue. Su Ningyue tasted each one by one, but no matter how she tasted them, she couldn't find the flavor from her dream that she remembered. Each one was a little short. Just as she was feeling disappointed, the class's academic representative, a quiet girl, handed her a cookie. Ningyue, these are cookies I just got from a kid in the next class. Try them. Su Ningyue took the biscuit, took a bite, and her eyes lit up instantly. It was the familiar taste from her dream, crispy with a faint milky aroma, instantly bringing her back to that moment in her dream. She looked at the class representative excitedly and hurriedly asked, Where did these cookies come from? The class monitor was somewhat surprised to see her so excited, but still replied, It was given to me by a kid from the next class. Su Ningyue immediately got up, ignoring her weakness, and hurriedly ran out of the classroom. In the corridor, many people were talking and discussing. Look, that child is so cute. How cute. I heard he came to see his cousin. As Su Ningyue walked, she listened intently, quickening her pace to follow the sound. Su Ningyue walked quickly to the end of the corridor, and when she saw the figure in front of her, she was stunned. Xia Qiumeng was holding Su Zhuo in the corner of the corridor, gently straightening his collar. Her gentle smile reflected on her flawless face, like a captivating painting. Xia Qiumeng's beauty is not the kind that is dazzling and eye-catching, but rather a kind of innate tranquility and elegance. She has a delicate and pretty face, especially her pair of clear, watery eyes, which carry the warmth of the spring sunshine. Her long hair, as smooth as silk, cascaded over her shoulders. It was jet black and glossy, and a few strands of hair gently brushed against her cheeks in the wind, adding to her captivating charm. At this moment, she was looking at Su Zhuo intently, her eyes filled with doting affection, as if there were only the two of them in the world. Not far away, several boys couldn't help but secretly glance at her, their eyes filled with admiration. Su Zhuo nestled in Xia Qiumeng's arms, looking exceptionally obedient. He looked up at Xia Qiumeng and asked softly, Cousin, are the cookies delicious? Xia Qiumeng smiled gently and nodded lightly, her tone full of tenderness. Delicious, Xiaozhuo's cookies are the most fragrant. Su Ningyue stood not far away. Her heart suddenly sank. It was Su Zhuo again. Why was it always Su Zhuo who could make her emotions fluctuate? She clearly hates him, so why does she like the cookies he makes? Why does she always dream about him taking care of her when he grows up? Many students gradually gathered in the corridor. They were attracted by the handsome and well-behaved little boy and took out snacks and candies. Wow, you're so cute. Here, have a piece of candy. A female classmate smiled and handed over a chocolate. Su Zhuo politely accepted it and thanked her softly. Her adorable appearance melted the hearts of the girls around her. Do you want a lollipop? I have a super big lollipop here. Another girl pulled a gorgeously packaged giant lollipop from her bag, handed it to Su Zhuo, and said with a grin, But I have a condition. You have to answer my question correctly to get this lollipop. So how long is 1 light year? The girl's eyes held a hint of mischief, and her tone was light and cheerful. Xia Qiumeng, standing beside her, shook her head with a smile and complained softly. Your questions are too difficult. Xiao Zhuo is still a child. How could she possibly answer them? Su Zhuo looked up at the girl and answered in his childish voice. A light year is a unit of distance, not a unit of time. It is used to measure the distance that light travels in 1 year. The girl was stunned for a moment, not expecting that the little boy would answer the question so decisively. She didn't know what to say for a moment, so she just smiled and handed over the lollipop. You're so clever. Here, the lollipop is yours. Su Zhuo accepted the lollipop and nodded slightly in thanks. The students watching gasped in surprise, especially the girls, whose eyes were filled with astonishment. Wow, that's amazing. I didn't expect him to know all this at such a young age. I thought he was just cute. I didn't expect him to be so smart. Another girl, unconvinced, laughed and said, Then I'll ask you an even harder question. Let's see if you can answer it. She thought for a moment and then asked a question involving chemistry. What happens when hydrogen and oxygen are mixed in a volume ratio of 2 to 1? Su Zhuo remained undeterred, stating, When hydrogen and oxygen are mixed in a 2-to-1 ratio, they will burn violently upon encountering a source of ignition, producing water. This time, the students around him were completely stunned. Impossible. He knows how to solve such a difficult problem? Next, several people eagerly asked questions, covering topics ranging from mathematics and history to even astronomy. No matter how difficult the questions were, Su Ningyue was able to answer them correctly without hesitation. Each time he calmly answered a question, it would elicit gasps of amazement from the students around him. Just then, the homeroom teacher, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, squeezed through the crowd and, seeing so many people surrounding Su Ningyue, became somewhat curious. The homeroom teacher stepped forward, somewhat surprised, and asked, "Whose child is this? How come he's so smart?" Chapter 14, Fortune-Telling. When Su Ningyue saw the homeroom teacher walking over, she politely bowed and greeted her. The homeroom teacher looked at him with an admiring expression. To be able to remember so much knowledge at such a young age, you're a true genius. Of course, she knew that Su Ningyue was the young master of the Su family. Considering that large families always attach great importance to the education of their children, and that the students' questions were all very basic and simple knowledge, she was only slightly surprised to see that Su Ningyue could answer them fluently. Xia Qiuming smiled faintly. Not long after Su Ningyue returned, she went abroad as an exchange student. For the past year, she had been worried that Su Ningyue would be bullied in the Su family. She didn't expect the Su family to raise Su Ningyue so well, making him understand so much at such a young age. This put her mind at ease. Only Su Ningyue, standing to the side, widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Su Ningyue has been back in the Su family for a year, and he hasn't even attended kindergarten for a single day, let alone received any tutoring. How did he learn all this? If he learned all of this on his own, then his self-learning ability is simply terrifying. Su Ningyue, who was not far away, was also very surprised. She had never thought that Su Ningyue would be so smart. Su Ningyue never went to school as a child. He learned everything on his own. Su Ningyue felt a pang of guilt and self-reproach. She once showered all her affection on Su Long, neglecting her younger brother Su Ningyue and ignoring his talent. The school bell rang, and the crowd surrounding Su Ningyue gradually dispersed. The students all returned to their classrooms, leaving only Su Ningyue and Su Ningyue in the corridor. Su Ningyue walked up to Su Ningyue and tried to pick him up. "Xiao Ningyue, come back with your sister." However, Su Ningyue gently dodged, avoiding her hand. Su Ningyue's hand froze in midair, and a sudden pang of pain shot through her heart. Her expression stiffened slightly, her fingers trembled as she put them down, and her eyes held a hint of undisguised disappointment. Su Ningyue's eyes reddened slightly, and the regret welling up in her heart made her unable to control herself. She regretted her past indifference towards Su Ningyue. If she had shown him more care during this past year, perhaps they wouldn't be so estranged now. But now, Su Ningyue treats her more coldly than a stranger. Looking at Su Ningyue's indifferent little face, Su Ningyue felt a pang of heartache. "Let's go back with your sister," Su Ningyue said again. However, Su Ningyue merely glanced at her indifferently and said softly, "I'll walk by myself." Su Ningyue stood there, stunned for a long time, before following after him. Su Ningyue overheard several girls chatting about Su Ningyue in class, and a hint of annoyance appeared on her delicate face. "That child is so cute. Yes, he's like a little angel, so handsome, smart, and well-behaved." Su Ningyue felt a little uncomfortable. "My Xiaolong is the cutest. My little brother is much cuter than that brat." The girls immediately surrounded them. "Really? Can you bring your brother so we can see him?" Su Ningyue nodded. "Okay, I can bring my younger brother to show you. Then you'll know who's cuter." During the break between classes, Su Ningyue immediately called her second sister and told her everything that had happened during this time, including Su Ningyue's change in attitude towards Su Ningyue. After listening to Su Ningyue's account, Su Qiming's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Ningyue, no matter what happens, you must take good care of Xiaolong. We'll talk about other things when I get back." Su Ningyue nodded, feeling slightly relieved. Afterwards, Su Qiming transferred another sum of money to her. After hanging up the phone, Su Ningyue looked out the window and saw Su Ningyue leaving the school with Su Ningyue. Gazing at their retreating figures, a sense of doubt arose in my heart. Recently, Su Ningyue has changed a lot, and has even begun to distance herself from Su Long, which makes Su Ningyue feel uneasy. After school, Su Ningyue found a renowned metaphysical master. This so-called master of metaphysics was nothing but a charlatan, but Su Ningyue was unaware of this and even gave him a lot of money. Su Ningyue told him everything that had happened recently. The master stroked his beard, pretended to look at Su Ningyue's palm, and after a moment of contemplation, said, "This young master's fate is ominous. It may not only affect the Su family's wealth, but also steal the luck of those around him. If there are young children around him, they may be afflicted by evil spirits and their lives may be in danger. The reason why your sister's attitude changed so drastically is because she was affected by the evil spirit attached to this child. A young child? Isn't that Xiaolong? Will the evil spirit on Su Ningyue affect Xiaolong? Upon hearing this, Su Ningyue was startled and hurriedly asked, "Is there any way to break this?" The master pretended to frown in thought and finally said, "The only way to break this curse is to brand the child's back with a talisman to ward off evil and disaster. Only in this way can the evil energy in his destiny be neutralized." Upon hearing this, Su Ningyue gritted her teeth and made a silent resolution. Subsequently, Su Ningyue hired several strong bodyguards. She drove up to Su Wanga's car, and the car sped along the road until they finally stopped Su Wanga's car in a secluded section of the road. Su Wanga's car was forced to stop. As soon as she got out, she saw Su Ningyue walking over aggressively, followed by several bodyguards. She frowned and coldly questioned, "What are you doing?" Su Ningyue's face was cold, her eyes filled with determination. "Eldest sister, Suju's fate is ominous. He will bring misfortune to Xiaolong. I can't let you spoil him like this anymore. I'm taking him away, for the Su family, and for Xiaolong." Upon hearing this, Su Wanga was immediately filled with anger. She never imagined that Su Ningyue would be so absurd. She stepped in front of Su Zhuo and said sternly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Zhuo is my brother. I won't let you take him away. You have no idea how much disaster he will bring." Su Ningyue's voice was shrill. She directed the bodyguards behind her, "Take Su Zhuo away." Several bodyguards immediately stepped forward, attempting to forcibly take Su Zhuo away from Su Wanga. Su Wanga shoved one of the bodyguards away abruptly, her eyes sharp. "You dare touch him and see what happens." The bodyguard was startled by Su Wanga's imposing manner, but quickly rushed forward again. Su Wanga fought back with all her might, desperately protecting Su Zhuo, and the scene immediately became chaotic. Although Su Wanga resisted with all her might, she was outnumbered and outmatched, and had no chance against several well-trained bodyguards. In the end, she was forcibly pulled away, and Su Zhuo was snatched away by Su Ningyue. "Su Ningyue, are you crazy? Let him go." Su Wanga tried to rush over and take Su Zhuo back, but was firmly stopped by the bodyguards. Su Ningyue ignored Su Wanga's roar. "Big sister, I'm saving the Su family. Just wait for the results. When everything is all right, you'll understand that I'm doing the right thing." Su Wanga was so angry that she trembled all over and tried desperately to break free, but in the end she was powerless to stop Su Ningyue from taking Su Zhuo away. Su Ningyue led Su Zhuo all the way to the courtyard of that master of metaphysics. She was certain that as long as she did as the master said, Su Zhuo's evil aura would be eliminated and Su Long would be safe and sound. However, when she entered the courtyard, she found that a family was already discussing matters with a metaphysical master. Chapter 15. A Dream of a Past Life. They were a couple. The man was big and burly, and the woman looked tired and haggard. Standing beside them was a thin little girl, about 6 or 7 years old. She was pale, dressed in old clothes, and looked very pitiful. The girl's mother, her face filled with deep distress, was telling the metaphysician, "Master, our family has been having a lot of bad luck lately. No matter what business we do, we lose money. Is there something wrong with our destiny?" The metaphysician stroked his beard, pretended to be serious as he did some calculations with his fingers, and then revealed a profound and unfathomable expression. "Your daughter's fate is inauspicious, and her evil aura is too heavy, dragging down the family's fortune. To resolve the disaster, you must brand a talisman on her back, otherwise your bad luck will only get worse." The couple believed the metaphysician's words without a doubt. The mother gripped her husband's hand tightly, her face filled with terror. "What should we do? Master, you must save us." The metaphysical master nodded, his eyes darkening as he looked at the thin little girl. He said indifferently, "As long as a talisman is branded on her back, her fate can be broken, and your family will be safe." Hearing this, the little girl trembled, her eyes filled with fear, but she didn't utter a single sound of resistance. However, the man nodded without hesitation. "Okay, master, we are willing." The mother pursed her lips, feeling sorry for her husband, but she acquiesced to his decision. She knelt down, gently patted her daughter's head, and sighed. "I'm sorry, Mom didn't want this either, but the family business really can't keep going." Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks as she bit her lip hard, trying not to cry out. The metaphysician picked up the red-hot branding iron and pressed it onto the thin girl's back without hesitation. With a piercing sizzle, the girl's skin was instantly burned, and a burnt smell filled the air. Ah! The girl let out a heart-wrenching scream, her whole body curling up in agony. Her small face was contorted with pain, and her hands weakly clawed at the ground, as if trying to grab onto something to ease the agony. However, her parents stood by indifferently, showing no reaction and simply watching their child scream in agony. Su Ningyue stood aside, witnessing all of this. Her heart clenched suddenly, and she froze on the spot. The girl's screams were like a sharp blade, making her breath quicken. She had never seen such a cruel scene. Her palms were starting to sweat, and she hesitated slightly, but then she saw the metaphysical master again. "It's your turn," the metaphysical master said casually, turning his gaze to Su Zhua and subtly gesturing to Su Ningyue. Su Ningyue looked at Su Zhua, then gritted her teeth, and Su Long's face appeared in her mind again, her most beloved younger brother. "Hurry up and decide, or there won't be any way to fix it later," the metaphysical master urged impatiently, and began preparing a new branding iron. Su Ningyue took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her unease, and slowly nodded, finally pushing Su Zhua forward. "For the Su family, for Xiaolong." She kept repeating this sentence in her heart. Su Ningyue leaned against a pillar outside the courtyard, her fingers twirling a strand of hair in front of her chest. Her skirt was lifted by the wind, revealing a section of her fair legs. Her delicate face was expressionless, and her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. "It's over. After today, it's all over. The eldest sister will no longer be affected by evil spirits, and Xiao Long will no longer be harmed. As long as her little Long is all right, Su Zhua will suffer as much as she wants." Thinking this, Su Ningyue felt much more relaxed. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head, as if she had been stabbed by a sharp weapon. The pain caused her to lose all consciousness, and everything went dark before her eyes. Her body collapsed limply, and her consciousness completely drifted into a dream. In her dream, the scene gradually became clearer. Su Ningyue suddenly realized that she seemed to be in her past life, and those memories that she had deliberately forgotten suddenly surged back like a tide. In his previous life, Su Long had grown into an adult. He was no longer the obedient child, but a treacherous and cunning adult. She once thought he was her beloved little brother, but she never imagined that this once innocent child would become so terrifying. The scene flashed by. Su Long sat in the chairman's office of the Su family and said to her with a cold smile, "Sister, do you really think I still care about family ties? From childhood to adulthood, you have all treated me as the center of the Su family, but now, I no longer need you." His words were like a cold knife, piercing Su Ningyue's heart. She had thought that Surong would always depend on her and be grateful to her, but now she realized that she was nothing more than a tool for Surong to realize his ambition for power. What followed was an even crueler memory. Su Long, in order to completely control the Su group, did not hesitate to use means to frame her. Her career and life were completely destroyed. She had nowhere to escape, and her friends began to distance themselves from her. Her once glorious life vanished overnight. "I don't need you anymore, sister," Su Long sneered, having driven her to a dead end. Su Long, her once beloved younger brother, stood in front of the fire, embracing a glamorous girl and laughing maniacally. She sat on the ground, her hair disheveled, tears streaming down her face, and cried out to Su Long with immense heartache. "Su Long, you have no conscience. I've been so good to you. Tell me, why did you do this? What did the Su family ever do to you? Tell me." Su Long snorted coldly. "The feud between me and your Su family cannot be explained in a few words. If I hadn't seen the share transfer agreement in my eldest sister's study that day, I wouldn't have gone this far." Su Long's eyes flashed sharply. "The heir listed on the contract is Su Zhua, not me. And stop saying you've been good to me. No matter how good you've been to me, you still didn't intend for me to inherit the Su family's assets, did you? No, that contract was left by mom and dad, my eldest sister, and we never intended for Su Zhua to inherit the Su family's assets. The only heir we considered was you. My eldest sister has consulted a lawyer, but they still can't amend the contract. We've even decided to change the will left by mom and dad for your sake. Just wait a few more days, and all of this will be yours." Su Long laughed even more maniacally. "Su Ningyue, do you think I believe your nonsense? Besides, what I want isn't just those shares. Even if you gave me the shares, I wouldn't stop. What I want is the entire Su family, everything." Then, Su Ningyue saw Su Long kick all of them out of the Su family. They were left homeless, unable to even get a hot meal, and had to endure the ridicule of their former competitors. On a rainy day, when they went to a restaurant to take shelter from the rain, they were kicked out as if they were mentally ill. Chapter 16. Heart-wrenching memories. They seemed to have fallen from heaven to hell overnight. from pampered young ladies who were untouched by worldly affairs to pariahs despised by everyone. And the culprit behind all this was their once most beloved younger brother. Just when they were about to give up and want to end their lives, a beam of light suddenly illuminated their dark world. Su Ningyue never dreamed that the person who would ultimately save her from dire straits would be him. After the Su family went bankrupt, everything turned to dust. All her former relatives and friends disappeared. In order to survive, she had no choice but to go to her best friend to get back the money she had lent out. But she only received harsh insults and was eventually rudely thrown out of the villa by her bodyguard. Her best friend, who lived in a brightly lit villa and ate abalone and ginseng, refused to pay back the tens of thousands of yuan she owed, leaving her alone on the street in the freezing winter. Out of trust, she didn't even write an IOU when she lent out those tens of thousands of yuan. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare at that moment. In that situation, only he stepped forward. He took her home, where she was almost frozen, and cooked her a bowl of hot noodles by himself. That bowl of noodles was very simple, with just a few pieces of green vegetables and chopped green onions as garnish. But it was the most delicious bowl of noodles I've ever eaten. She wolfed down her food, but still wasn't satisfied. She wiped her mouth and looked at him longingly. He didn't say anything, but silently served her another big bowl. After eating 3 whole bowls, she lay contentedly on her soft, comfortable bed and had her first good night's sleep in days. In the days that followed, she lived comfortably and happily every day. He would cook all sorts of delicious food for her in different ways. After discovering that she had anorexia, he even taught himself to cook. Before she knew it, her anorexia and stomach problems gradually got better. She gradually forgot that he was once a useless person in her eyes. She would take the initiative to chat with him, wake him up when she had nightmares in the middle of the night, share interesting videos with him, and even ask him to take her shopping on his bicycle. She noticed that his white t-shirt was faded from washing and wanted to buy him a new one. However, after the Su family's bankruptcy, she was no longer the extravagant young lady she used to be. When she went to the brand stores she used to frequent, no one greeted her with the same enthusiasm as before. She picked out an outfit that suited him perfectly, only to realize when she swiped her card that she couldn't afford it at all. She had bought countless clothes at that price point for Su long in the past, not just clothes, but also sports cars, watches. This became her biggest regret during that period. Fortunately, he did not look down on her poverty, but did his best to cover her expenses. She later learned that he had to work several part-time jobs a day in order to make their lives better. She could have lived happily ever after, but she was incorrigible and still held on to a sliver of hope for that beast. As a result, he used her to steal secrets from the JK Research Institute, leading to her expulsion from the institute and complete disgrace in the academic world. During that time, the sisters suffered more and more horrific harm than the other. That beast was afraid she would tell the truth, so he put thallium in her food. The initial symptom of thallium poisoning was facial skin ulceration, which caused her to lose her beauty, which she had always been proud of. Su Long spread rumors behind her back, claiming that her academic credentials were fake and that she had even stolen her research results. She was originally the pride of the school, a prodigy in everyone's eyes. However, this rumor quickly spread, turning her from a glamorous academic elite into an object of hatred and condemnation. "Liar! How dare you stand here?" someone shouted angrily, holding a rotten egg in his hand, and threw it hard at her. She instinctively tried to dodge, but it was too late. The egg shattered on her with a dull thud, and foul-smelling liquid slid down her collar and stuck to her hair, leaving her looking utterly disheveled. "Someone like you doesn't deserve to stay at our school. Ugly freak, get out of school." More and more rotten eggs and garbage flew towards her. She stood there helplessly, tears welling up in her eyes, but she dared not let them fall. The crowd's curses and jeers surged in like a tidal wave, utterly trampling on her self-esteem and pride. Just as she was on the verge of collapse, a figure suddenly rushed up. Enough! That was Sujue's voice. Without hesitation, he shielded her with his own body, and all the rotten eggs and garbage were thrown at Sujue. Sujue's face was covered in egg yolk and grime, but he still stood straight, protecting her like a mountain. The crowd gradually quieted down. Although they were still angry, no one continued the attack. He gently pulled her hand and whispered, "Sister, let's go back." Back in the rented room, Sujue took out a clean towel and carefully wiped the stains off her face. "Sister, don't be sad. I believe in you." Sujue's voice was soft, but that trust seemed to be her only support in the darkness. Her face was disfigured by Su Long, which made her unwilling to go out anymore, and she hid in a dark room all day. She was afraid of the stares of others, afraid of their ridicule and pointing fingers. At that time, Sujue secretly knitted her a beautiful scarf, soft and warm, like a ray of sunshine in winter. Sister, let's go for a walk. I'll go with you, Su Ningyue said with a smile. He knew her pain, but he never reopened the wound. He simply stayed by her side silently. A warm feeling welled up in Su Ningyue's heart, and she finally agreed. The two women, wearing scarves, walked together on the street. The cold wind brushed their faces, but the scarves brought her a touch of warmth, as if the world was not as cold as she had imagined. However, fate did not allow her peace to last long. They unexpectedly ran into Su Long and his girlfriend. Su Long's girlfriend recognized Su Ningyue at a glance, and a contemptuous smile appeared on her face. "Oh, Ningyue, you actually dare to go out." Her words were full of malice as her gaze fell on the scarf around Su Ningyue's neck. Then, she maliciously reached out and ripped off Su Ningyue's scarf. Su Ningyue panicked and reached out to cover her face, but it was too late. Her face was exposed to the cold air, and the disfigurement drew stares from passers-by. My God, how did her face get like this? How terrifying. Hearing these whispered jeers, Su Ningyue felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She stared wide-eyed at Su Long, trying to get even the slightest bit of protection from this once close younger brother. However, Su Long merely watched coldly, showing no pity whatsoever. Upon seeing this, Suju's eyes blazed with anger. Without saying much, he rushed forward and angrily threw a punch, hitting Su Long hard in the face. How could you do this to her? Suju roared for her sake. This was also the first time she had ever seen this gentle and mild-mannered young man lose his temper so badly. Chapter 17. A Complete Awakening. Su Long covered his face. He didn't fight back, but just sneered and turned to the bodyguard next to him, saying, "Call the police and take him away." Suju was forcibly taken away by several bodyguards. Su Ningyue stood there stunned. She wanted to stop them, but found herself powerless. For the next 7 days, Su Ningyue stayed outside the detention center without sleep or rest. She couldn't forgive herself for making Suju suffer all of this for her. On the 7th day, Suju was finally released from the detention center. Su Ningyue immediately noticed the marks on his body. The bruises and abrasions were shocking, as if they showed the torture he had endured in the detention center. "You're injured." Su Ningyue choked up, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Suju smiled and shook his head, gently patting her shoulder, his tone still gentle. "It's okay, sister, don't be sad." Su Ningyue's dream continued, and the time that made him feel like he was in hell gradually surfaced in her memory. Her health deteriorated due to thallium poisoning, and the disfigurement on her face almost made her lose all hope of survival. She heard that the International Medical Association had developed a drug that could inhibit thallium poisoning, but the drug was so expensive that it was an astronomical figure that she simply could not afford at the moment. She had already given up on the idea of survival. She didn't want to be a burden to Suju. But one day, Suju suddenly appeared in front of her, clutching a vial of medicine tightly in his hand. That was the inhibitor she had been dreaming of. "Sister, you can go back to your original form now." Suju's voice was calm, and a faint smile still graced her lips. Su Ningyue was so excited that she couldn't speak, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "How did you get it?" she asked, her voice choked with emotion. "I'll figure out how to get the money," Suju said with a smile, avoiding the question. His face was slightly pale, but Su Ningyue was too excited at the time to notice these details. All she knew was that she finally had a chance to live. Soon after, the medicine took effect, and Su Ningyue's face gradually returned to normal. However, before she could fully recover from her joy, Su Long once again attacked her mercilessly. This time, he devised a plan to sell her to a remote mountain village. She was taken away by human traffickers and locked in a dark, damp room. Just when she was in despair, Suju appeared once again. He chased after her to the mountains without hesitation and rescued her. However, during the rescue, Suju was seriously injured, with severe bruising on his back and legs, and even several fractures, but he didn't care at all. Su Ningyue desperately wanted to take Suju to the hospital for treatment, but the medical expenses were an astronomical sum for her. Left with no other choice, she had to take Suju home and take care of him herself. "Sister, I'm really fine, you don't need to worry." Suju still had that gentle smile on his face. Despite the excruciating pain in his body, he never showed the slightest bit of suffering in front of her. He always spoke of it so lightly, as if he wasn't the one who was hurt, as if it were all insignificant. Suju never let her see how much pain he was in. Instead, he comforted her time and time again. Shortly after, she received a message from Su Long. Sister, I know you hate me, but I want to see you and talk. I want to tell you that I have my reasons, Su Long wrote in the text message. Su Zhu saw the message and advised, Sister, don't go. Su Long doesn't really want to reconcile with you. He won't change. Looking into Su Zhu's worried eyes, Su Ningyue felt a pang of inner turmoil. She wanted to take a gamble, hoping that Su Long still had a shred of conscience and might be willing to lend her some money so that she could take Xiao Zhua to the hospital. She nodded in agreement with Su Zhua. I won't go to see him, don't worry. But in the end, she still decided to see Su Long. She wanted to ask him face to face why he was so heartless, whether he truly had a reason or if this was just his nature. However, upon seeing Su Long, all her hopes were completely extinguished. Su Long sat behind his large desk, his eyes devoid of any warmth, filled only with intense malice. Sister, I need you to do something for me, Su Long said, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing his request, Su Ningyue instantly understood Su Long's intention. Su Long wanted her to fake it, to help him prove to the company's shareholders that he was the biological son of the Su family, so as to seize all the property and power belonging to the Su family. He was no longer satisfied with his current power. What he wanted was to completely devour the Su family and take everything from them. Su Long, I will not help you falsify documents, nor will I help you deceive the shareholders. Upon hearing her refusal, Su Long's face instantly darkened. He gave a cold laugh and then waved to the bodyguard beside him. Since you refuse to help, don't blame me for being impolite. The bodyguard stepped forward without hesitation, forcibly took Su Ningyue away, and locked her in a dark little room. In the days that followed, Su Ningyue suffered cruel torture. Su Long ordered his men to torture her wantonly. They gave her neither food nor water, leaving her to suffer hunger and thirst in the cramped room. She was locked in a cramped room all day, her hands and feet bound, unable to escape. Her clothes were tattered and worn. Every day, bodyguards would come in and whip her mercilessly. Why won't you cooperate if you agree to help me falsify the documents? All of this can be over. Su Long stood in front of her, his tone devoid of any pity. Su Ningyue's body was extremely weak. She could no longer stand and could only lean against the cold wall. Su Long had his bodyguards wrap barbed wire around her arms. The wires dug deep into her skin, and every slight movement caused blood to flow from her arms, the pain almost suffocating her. Her hands were already stabbed and bloody, but she still gritted her teeth and didn't utter a single beg for mercy. To torture her, Su Long ordered his bodyguards to sprinkle salt on her wounds. The burning pain from the salt grains when they touched her skin almost made Su Ningyue faint. I'll give you one more chance. Su Long looked down at her, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. Help me fabricate a story to prove that I am a biological child of the Su family. Otherwise, this suffering will continue indefinitely. Su Ningyue struggled to lift her head, her voice weak. I won't help you, never. Su Long's sneer deepened. He turned and left without a second thought, leaving the bodyguards to continue torturing her. In the days that followed, Su Ningyue was on the verge of collapse every day, tormented by hunger, pain, and humiliation. Every day, her wounds were torn open, leaving her bloodied and mangled. Her face and arms were covered in whip marks and bruises, with the wire marks deeply embedded in her skin. At this moment, she finally saw Su Long's true colors. Her brother, whom she once loved and trusted so much, turned out to be nothing more than a cold-blooded monster. He had no affection for them. He was merely using her and was willing to destroy everything she had for power. Su Ningyue felt an overwhelming sense of regret, hating herself for not listening to Su Zhua and for harboring illusions about Su Long. Su Zhua had shielded her from danger countless times and silently protected her countless times, yet she repeatedly chose to believe Su Long, choosing that cold-blooded and ruthless beast. During those days, Su Ningyue was filled with regret. She hated herself for being foolish and for not cherishing Su Zhua back then. Finally, by chance, Su Ningyue found an opportunity to escape. That day, the bodyguards were negligent in their guard, and she took the opportunity to break free of her restraints. Enduring excruciating pain, she desperately escaped from the dark basement. Su Ningyue stumbled and staggered as she ran, with only one thought in her mind, to go back and see Su Zhua. She had to see Su Zhua and tell him that she had finally seen everything clearly and had come to her senses. After several twists and turns, she finally returned to the Su family. However, when she arrived at the place where Su Zhua had once lived, what she saw was not the warm smile she had expected, but a lonely grave. Chapter 18: An Irreparable Mistake. Su Ningyue's legs suddenly went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Xiao Zhu, Her voice trembled and broke, and tears could no longer be held back and flowed down her cheeks. She stood up unsteadily, walked closer to the grave, and gently stroked the cold tombstone with her fingers, her heart breaking. The tombstone bears the name Su Ningyue. Her younger brother, who had endured countless pains and torments for her, now lies buried in the ground, never again to give her a warm smile, never again to whisper to her, "Sister, don't be afraid." Su Ningyue's tears flowed like a flood. She knelt before the tombstone, her hands weakly pounding the cold earth. She finally realized that the most precious person she had once ignored had left her forever. Her cries echoed in the empty cemetery, but no matter how much she cried out, Su Ningyue could no longer respond to her. The silence of the grave was so heartbreaking. "Xiaozhua, I'm sorry. I was really wrong," she murmured, tears streaming down her face onto the cold tombstone. She hated herself for not cherishing him, for repeatedly ignoring the younger brother who silently protected her. Su Ningyue is no longer here, but his presence has been felt everywhere in life. She never really realized any of this while he was still alive. Before leaving home in the morning, he would always bake a loaf of her favorite bread and put it in the kitchen, even if he himself only ate a little bit. When she was busy with work, he would quietly help her organize her files and arrange all her affairs in an orderly manner so that she never had to worry about anything. Whenever she was tired, he would quietly hand her a cup of hot tea, reminding her that it was time to rest. Now that Su Ningyue is gone, it all comes to an abrupt end. There will never again be that box of cookies he baked himself in the room, nor that thoughtful note reminding her to eat and drink. Those ordinary yet heartwarming little things have now become a boulder in her heart, so heavy that she can hardly breathe. She returned to her empty house, which had lost its vitality and become cold. No one cared about her anymore. No one prepared breakfast for her anymore, and no one stood silently behind her when she was helpless. Every time Su Ningyue looked at the empty table, her heart would ache. That was the place where Su Ningyue had once left her snacks. Whenever she sits at the table and stares at the blank space, warm memories of the past involuntarily flood her mind. "Xiaozhua, if you were still here," she cried bitterly, but she knew that Su Ningyue would never respond to her again. "That warmth from my younger brother can never be found again." Only after losing Su Ningyue did she realize that he was the most important person in her life. The care and love he gave her have now become unbearable pain in her heart. Every corner, every memory, seems to remind her that he had silently protected her in her life. Now, all of this has become incredibly empty with his departure. After that, the thallium poisoning broke out in her body, and her body gradually deteriorated. Because there was no one to take care of her, she could only endure these torments alone. Watching her hair fall out little by little, her teeth rot little by little, her skin develop sores little by little, and finally she lost her sight. During those years of barely surviving, she constantly missed the person who had saved her and then abandoned her. More than once, she thought that if she could do it all over again, she would never have made such a terrible mistake. Unfortunately, life doesn't offer second chances. The person is gone, and the mistakes made cannot be made up for. In the last moments of her life, she lay on the bare wooden bed, enduring endless suffering. The instant she closed her eyes, her thought was not that she was finally free, but that she could finally see the person she had longed for day and night, yet who had caused her so much guilt. "Xiaozhua, no, don't die." Su Ningyue, lying on the rattan chair, uttered a painful murmur. Her beautiful face was contorted with agony. She shook her head in her sleep and finally managed to open her eyes. "Don't want." Su Ningyue screamed as she opened her eyes, her forehead covered in cold sweat and her chest heaving violently, as if she had just woken from a nightmare. Once her heartbeat subsided, Su Ningyue touched her smooth, fair face, her beautiful eyes suddenly widening. What happened? Wasn't her face already rotten? Su Ningyue touched her face tremblingly, and after confirming that she was not disfigured, a storm of emotions surged in her heart. She actually was reborn. She was reborn before the Su family went bankrupt, and was still the carefree seventh young lady of the Su family, with her sisters, all doing well. Oh right, and Xiaozhua didn't die either. Su Ningyue covered her mouth with excitement, tears streaming down her face. The thought of finally getting her back filled her with uncontrollable trembling. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. "Xiaozhua," she murmured softly, then a terrible truth flashed through her mind. Just now, she actually handed Xiaozhua over to that charlatan of metaphysics. Realizing this, Su Ningyue's blood froze instantly. She sprang up from the ground and, disregarding her exhaustion, rushed into the courtyard. "Xiaozhua." She murmured her younger brother's name in her heart, her steps so hurried that she almost stumbled. Just as she was rushing towards the metaphysics master's room, she didn't notice the stone under her feet and accidentally twisted her ankle. The intense pain made her gasp for breath. It hurts. Su Ningyue gritted her teeth, large beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. But even so, she did not stop and continued to run forward with a limp. Su Ningyue rushed into the room, and when her gaze fell on Su Zhuo, she almost froze. Su Zhuo was tied to a chair, his small body curled up, and on his back was a glaring mark of a branding iron. The wound was burned into his tender skin, and the surrounding area was red, swollen, and inflamed, a shocking sight. Su Zhuo lowered her head, hugged herself tightly, and her body trembled slightly. Xiaozhua, Su Ningyue knelt in front of him, her hands trembling, wanting to touch him, but not daring to get close to the scalded areas. A sharp pain shot through her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. I'm sorry. I was wrong, sister shouldn't have. Su Zhuo did not respond. Her eyes remained empty and vacant. He didn't look at Su Ningyue and shrank even more, as if trying to hide himself. This is a young child's instinct to protect themselves. Su Ningyue felt so heartbroken she could hardly breathe. She wanted to get closer, but every time her fingers were about to touch Su Zhuo, he would tremble slightly. Xiaozhua, please, look at me. Su Ningyue choked out softly. But Su Zhuo still didn't look at her. His small hands gripped the hem of his clothes tightly as he huddled in the chair. Su Wanga arrived at the scene quickly with a team of security personnel. When she saw Su Zhuo's condition, her heart clenched painfully. Chapter 19. Second Sister Su Qiming. The men Su Wanga brought subdued the bodyguards without any politeness, angrily shouting, "How dare you snatch someone from Miss Su Wanga? Who gave you the guts?" The bodyguards all bowed their heads and begged for mercy. One of them said aggrievedly, "We didn't know that was Miss Su Wanga. We were just following orders." Su Wanga had no interest in listening to their explanations. Her gaze swept over Su Ningyue like a knife, and she raised her hand without mercy, slapping Su Ningyue hard across the face. "Are you crazy? How could you send Xiao Zhuo into the hands of someone like that?" Su Wanga shouted angrily. Su Ningyue's cheek swelled up instantly, but she ignored the pain in her face. "Big sister, quickly take Xiao Zhuo to the hospital. His injuries are too serious." Upon hearing this, Su Wanga abruptly turned to look at Su Zhuo. Seeing his frail body covered with horrific branding marks, her heart ached as if it were being torn apart. Su Zhuo's frail little body had to endure such torment. And she, having been reborn, still couldn't protect him. This older sister was utterly a failure. "Xiaozhua, let's go home right away." Su Wanga picked up Su Zhuo without hesitation and quickly walked towards the car. Upon returning to the Su family home, Su Wanga immediately summoned the best surgeon to treat Su Zhuo. Su Ningyue was stopped by Su Wanga's people. She tried to rush in to see Su Zhuo, but was ruthlessly blocked at the door by the bodyguards. "Let me in. Please, I just want to see Xiao Zhuo." Su Ningyue pleaded. "I just want to know how he is. Please let me in." Su Ningyue's tears kept falling as she gripped the door tightly with both hands, but she could only stand outside, anxiously waiting for news. As night fell, a sudden downpour began outside. The torrential rain, like a cold curtain, shrouded Su Ningyue's figure in the damp, chilly night. Her hair was soaked by the rain and clung tightly to her cheeks. Her once exquisite makeup was now washed away and blurred. Rainwater streamed down her slender neck, soaking her clothes and making her look even more disheveled. Finally, Su Wanga walked out of the Su family's gate. She held a black umbrella in her hand, and her whole person looked particularly cold in the rain. Upon seeing Su Wanga appear, Su Ningyue rushed forward and asked anxiously, "How is Xiao Zhuo? Is he all right?" Su Wanga glanced coldly at Su Ningyue, her voice devoid of any emotion. "The little girl who was burned by the branding iron is dead." Su Ningyue felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if it had been cut by a knife. Her legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. A suppressed sob escaped her throat, and she asked in a trembling voice, "What about Xiao Zhuo? Is he all right?" Su Wanga's expression grew even colder. "Xiao Zhuo's condition is very bad. If he really doesn't wake up, then I will never forgive you, Su Ningyue." Su Ningyue's face was deathly pale, tears mingling with the rain as she choked out, "Please, elder sister, let me see Xiao Zhuo. I just want to see him, I really." Su Wanga's eyes were as cold as ice. "Don't even think about it. I will never let you see Xiao Zhuo again in this lifetime." After saying that, Su Wanga turned around without any hesitation, and her figure under the umbrella gradually disappeared into the rain. Su Ningyue collapsed to the ground, kneeling in the pouring rain, desperately calling out, "Big sister." However, Su Wanga did not turn around. Su Ningyue knelt on the ground, the rain lashing against her body, chilling her to the bone. but she felt no coldness, only endless regret. She could only kneel helplessly in the rain, letting the rain lash her body until she was soaked. Su Ningyue knelt in the cold rain, unable to sleep all night. Her knees were pressed against the hard ground. The pain had long since numbed her, but the regret in her heart grew ever clearer. Every inch of her body ached. The cold wind swept through her soaked clothes, and the biting chill penetrated her bones, as if to freeze her. As time went by, her strength gradually ran out. Su Ningyue's body grew weaker and weaker. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips were bluish, and her messy hair clung to her wet and beautiful cheeks. She looked utterly disheveled. As dawn broke and the rain stopped, Su Ningyue could no longer hold on and knelt on the ground with difficulty. Just as she was about to faint, a car slowly pulled up in front of the Su family's gate. The car door opened, and a slender woman with striking features stepped out. Su Qiming stepped out of the car. She had a slender figure, and a fitted long dress clung to her curvaceous body, like a finely carved blue and white porcelain vase. Her slender waist was so thin that it could be encircled with one hand, and her figure was exquisite and moving. Her long legs moved lightly with each step. That cold and stunningly beautiful face was even more captivating. Her eyebrows were slightly raised like distant mountains, revealing a hint of allure. Her lips were slightly parted, thin and bright red, making it impossible to look away. Seeing Su Ningyue kneeling on the ground, Su Qiming felt a pang of heartache and quickly walked over, her voice full of concern. "Ningyue, what's wrong? Why are you kneeling here?" As she spoke, she tried to help Su Ningyue up, but Su Ningyue had no strength left, and her legs had long since lost feeling due to kneeling for so long. Su Ningyue weakly raised her head, her eyes filled with pleading. "Second sister, please, say a few words for me to eldest sister. Let me see Xiaozhua." Su Qiming was taken aback, clearly not understanding why Su Ningyue suddenly became concerned about Su Zhua. She chuckled and said, "Why are you suddenly so concerned about him, that brat? I get annoyed just looking at him." "Ningyue, you don't need to care so much about Su Zhua. That child is too calculating. You can't raise a child like that." Su Ningyue shook her head in anguish, her face streaked with tears. How could she tell her second sister that the person who was truly impossible to tame wasn't Su Zhua, but Su Long? Judging from the eldest sister's reaction recently, she should have been reborn as well, but the second sister hasn't. In the second sister's heart, Su Long is still the younger brother who is more precious than anything else in the world. Because she had once regarded that beast as a treasure, she knew that no matter what she said, Su Qiming would not believe her. "Then you should tell my older sister that if she doesn't let me see Xiaozhua, I will kneel here forever." She was given a second chance at life, and all she wanted was to make up for the regrets of her previous life. If she couldn't even see the person she had wronged the most, what would be the point of her being reborn? Su Qiming was speechless, but she didn't try to persuade her further. She walked in with graceful steps. Su Wanga was trying to feed Su Zhua her medicine, but Su Zhua was still the same as before, refusing to drink any medicine no matter how much she pleaded. Su Wanga held the medicine bowl in her hand, looking as helpless as a child. For her, getting Su Zhua to take the medicine was clearly more difficult than negotiating a contract worth hundreds of millions. "Sister, if he doesn't want to drink, then don't make him. He's just being ungrateful. Why waste your patience?" Chapter 20. Regret for not giving him a gift before he reached out. Su Wanga glanced at her sideways and said coldly, "Shut up." Su Qiming shrugged and curled her lips dismissively. "Fine, I won't waste any more words. Big sister, Ningyue, said she wants to see Su Zhua. She said if you don't let her see him, she'll keep kneeling outside. It's so cold outside. Won't she ruin her health by kneeling like that?" Su Wanga looked down at Su Zhua, who was lying quietly on the bed. His face was as pale as paper, and he looked extremely fragile. Thinking of the injuries Su Zhua suffered, she could not forgive Su Ningyue. "Let her kneel if she wants," Su Wanga said coldly. Su Qiming frowned and said, "It rained all night yesterday, and she was soaked to the bone. If this continues, something bad will really happen." Su Wanga did not answer, but gripped the medicine bowl tightly in her hand, her gaze falling on Su Zhua again. Even after being reborn, she still failed to fulfill her responsibilities as an older sister and was unable to protect Su Zhua. At this moment, the heavy rain outside gradually subsided. Su Ningyue was still kneeling in the rain, but her body had reached its limit. Her originally moist red lips had lost their color, and she looked like a kite in the rainstorm, scattered and haggard. Su Ningyue knelt in the rain all night, but finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. She was rushed to the hospital. While unconscious, Su Ningyue had another dream, in which she felt as if she had returned to her past life. Back then, Sujua would always take care of her silently when she was sick, applying warm towels to her wounds and cooking light and nutritious porridge for her. Xiaozhu, she murmured softly in her unconscious state, as if Sujua were right beside her, protecting her. However, when she finally opened her eyes, what she saw was not Sujua's gentle figure, but Su Qiming's beautiful face with a hint of heartache. You're finally awake. I really don't know why you did this to yourself. Su Qiming stood by the hospital bed with her arms crossed. Su Ningyue slowly came back to her senses, feeling a sense of loss. She had hoped that when she woke up, she would see Su Zhuo by her bedside, just like in her previous life, with a gentle smile on his face. Xiaozhua, how is he? Su Ningyue asked weakly. Su Qiming curled her lip in disdain. I have no idea how he is doing, and I don't care. You're making yourself suffer like this. It's really unnecessary. That child isn't worth your concern. Su Ningyue didn't speak again, but simply closed her eyes wearily. She knew that there was no point in explaining anything further. Su Qiming's prejudice against Su Zhuo was deeply ingrained and could not be changed by a few words. Su Qiming and Su Ningyue didn't see eye to eye, so they left the hospital first, and on the way, they bought a lot of toys for Su Long. Su Long's eyes lit up with excitement when he saw the toys. He rushed to Su Qiming's side and eagerly began to rummage through the packaging. Su Qiming patted Su Long's head with a doting smile on her face. Seeing her younger brother so happy made her feel much better. Su Wang stood to the side, her face expressionless. Her gaze fell on Su Zhuo's door, and a ripple of emotion stirred within her. Qiming, why didn't you prepare a gift for Xiaozhua? He's injured. Don't you care about him at all? Su Wang suddenly asked. Su Qiming snorted. He's not worthy. Su Wang bit her lip slightly, but didn't say anything more. Her gaze passed over Su Qiming and landed on Su Zhuo's room, as memories flooded back to her. In the past, every time she came back from out of town, she would buy Su Long all kinds of toys and clothes. Su Long was very picky and would throw away toys he didn't like, even though they were all very valuable. As for Xiaozhua, he always stood not far away, quietly watching them, his eyes filled with longing, but he never took the initiative to approach. Xiaozhua never asks for anything. She just stands in the corner, silently watching Su Long happily unwrap his gifts. At that time, his thin figure appeared particularly lonely. Su Wang's heart clenched, and her eyes welled up with tears. She had never realized the extent of the harm her past neglect had caused to Xiaozhua, which had led him to develop autism at such a young age and remain unwilling to open up to others to this day. She hated herself for not looking at the child standing in the corner more closely, for not giving him a gift before he reached out his hand. Su Wang instructed the housekeeper to bring in the gifts she had prepared for Su Zhuo, and the gifts were placed one after another in Su Zhuo's room. Robot models, educational toys, toy cars, and a bunch of books. The most eye-catching item is a giant Super Optimus Prime, with such exquisite details that it looks like it stepped right out of an animated film. The packaging is also very sophisticated, clearly indicating that it is a limited edition with a hefty price tag. When Sulong saw the Super Optimus Prime, his eyes lit up, and he immediately walked up to it and hugged it with both hands. He looked up at Su Wanga and said in a coquettish tone, "Big sister, I want this Super Optimus Prime too. Can I have it?" Su Wanga said calmly, "This is not for you, it's for Xiaozhua." Su Long slowly released the toy he had been longing for. His lips trembled slightly, and his voice was filled with grievance. "But, I want it too." Seeing Su Long's aggrieved expression, Su Qiming felt a pang of heartache. "Big sister, aren't you being too biased?" "I'm biased. Su Long has received so much since he was a child. Every time you come back, don't you bring him a bunch of gifts? What about Xiaozhua? Has he ever received anything?" Su Qiming's expression turned unpleasant, and her tone became somewhat stiff. "But Su Long has always been our most beloved younger brother. And what is Su Zhua? He's just an extra person." Su Wang's tone became even sterner. "Xiaozhua is also our younger brother. Because he has never received love from his family and has to endure our suppression, he developed autism at a young age. He is the one who needs our care the most." Su Qiming muttered under her breath, "Who cares what illness he has?" Su Wanga ignored her and turned to instruct the housekeeper to move all the gifts to Su Zhua's room. Su Long's emotions completely erupted. He cried his heart out and grabbed the models and toy cars that Su Qiming had bought from the table, smashing them to the ground. The fragments of the toys scattered everywhere. Seeing Su Long throwing a tantrum, Su Qiming squatted down and gently coaxed him. "Don't cry. I'll buy you another one." But Su Long wouldn't listen and just kept crying. Su Qiming turned her head and glanced at Su Zhua's room, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction. That model was worth at least several $100,000, and her older sister just gave it to that brat. It was such a waste. Feeling resentful, Su Qiming took a picture of the huge pile of gifts in the living room and sent it to Su Ningyue. Look at your older sister. She bought so many gifts for that brat. Even Xiao Long cried. He thought Su Ningyue would complain to him, but to his surprise, she only replied with a single word after a long time. Oh. Su Qiming looked puzzled. That's it. Doesn't Su Ningyue feel any pity for Xiao Long at all? Su Ningyue is receiving an 4 drip at the hospital. Her calves are swollen like radishes, and she can't walk at all. Staying in the hospital and not being able to see Su Zhuo was torture for her every moment. She opened the photo Su Qiming had sent, and her thoughts suddenly drifted away. That day was Su Long's birthday, and Su Long invited many classmates over. Her sisters, who were usually so busy they were never seen, all returned, bringing Su Long carefully prepared gifts, each one quite valuable. But Su Long only glanced at it, and then tossed it aside, as if such a gift was too ordinary for him to be anything but surprising. As for Su Zhuo, he had been back in the Su family for a whole year, and the number of times they had spoken to him could be counted on one hand. He also spent his birthday alone in a dark room last year. Forget about gifts, even a simple happy birthday would be enough to make him happy. Unfortunately, there was no happy birthday, no gifts, nothing at all. Perhaps sensing the envy in Su Zhuo's eyes, Su Long pushed him onto the cake stand. Cream cake was thrown at his face and body. Later, several boys cooperated with Su Long in a play, falsely accusing him of trying to ruin Su Long's birthday party by deliberately knocking over the cake. She actually believed it, and to help Su Long get revenge, she followed Su Long's advice and tied him to a pillar on the rooftop. On a winter night, the water froze instantly. He was tied to a pillar, and a dozen people sprayed water at him with water guns. When they got tired of playing, they went to the lobby to get the cake they had reordered, leaving him alone on the balcony. They played until very late, by which time the water on Su Zhuo's body had frozen into ice, and she was in very poor condition. Seeing her approaching, he struggled to open his eyes and looked at her as if she were a lifeline. He felt saved and no longer had to endure the cold. But Su Ningyue covered her reddened eyes, unwilling to think about what happened next. Every time she thought of those things, it was like a knife being plunged into her heart. The excruciating pain accompanied every breath, and she could not escape it for a single second. She was the executioner who almost killed her brother. How could she possibly ask for his forgiveness? The Su family. Xiao Zhuo, your sister had the best lit room on the second floor cleaned and rearranged. I'm sure you'll like it. Su Zhuo's injuries haven't healed yet. Not only injuries, but he's also developed many health problems from the hunger and cold he's endured over the past 3 years. The doctor said he needs to take good care of himself. Otherwise, he might end up dying young like he did in his previous life. Now that she has been given a second chance at life, Su Wanga doesn't want to see the tragedy of her past life again. No matter how difficult it is, she will raise her Xiao Zhuo well and let him grow up healthy. Su Zhuo frowned, as if he was very uncomfortable with Su Wanga's attitude. We'll stay here. Oh, I see. Remembering the room she had personally decorated for so long, Su Wanga lowered her head in disappointment. Then, sister, have someone decorate this room too. Su Zhuo's patience ran out, and he walked past Su Wanga with a cold face. Su Wanga felt a lump in her throat, suddenly realizing that this scene had happened countless times before. Only now she, who used to be cold and indifferent, was now someone full of expectations but ultimately disappointed. Su Wanga lingered outside Su Zhuo's room for a while, feeling a tightness in her chest. She simply stood alone in the courtyard, staring blankly at the withered flowers. The afternoon wind was chilly, and Su Wanga was shivering from the cold. Even the butler couldn't bear to see her like this. Miss, you should go back inside. It's too cold outside. Are you cold? Su Wanga murmured absent-mindedly, her thoughts drifting back to that night 2 years ago. It's not cold at all. Compared to that night. Su Wanga walked on the deserted street, not knowing how long she had walked, until there was no one around her anymore. Su Wanga couldn't hold back anymore. She squatted down against the wall, buried her head in her knees, and began to sob. Su Qiming didn't know where Su Wanga had gone. She only knew that she was gone and no one in the house would take care of her. She comforted Su Long for a while, and when there was no more noise in the villa, she stood up, walked straight to Su Zhuo's room, and kicked the door open. The door slammed against the wall with a bang. Su Zhuo, whose injuries had not yet healed, looked up and saw Su Qiming walk in expressionlessly. Chapter 21. She's not even as good as a cat. Su Qiming spotted Su Zhuo's toy box in the corner of the room at a glance, and without saying a word, she grabbed the box and walked out. Give me back my car. Su Zhuo's voice was very soft. He jumped out of bed and rushed over to try and snatch the toy box back. Su Qiming glanced at him impatiently and pushed him hard, sending Su Zhuo's thin body crashing to the ground. It's just for Xiaolong to play with for a few days. It's not like we're not giving it back to you. How can you be so selfish? You won't even share your toys with your little brother." He fell to the ground without making a sound, just staring at the car that had fallen out of the box. Su Jue bit her lip and propped herself up, trying to get up and retrieve the car. Su Qiming turned to leave, not noticing her footing, and stepped right on the car. Snap! With a crisp cracking sound, the car shattered into pieces. Without looking back, Su Qiming strode out, stepping on the broken toys, and took the toy box with her without hesitation. Su Jue sat blankly on the ground, her gaze fixed on the crushed wreckage of the toy car. Her little hands clenched gently, but she didn't cry. Su Qiming walked to the door, turned around, and saw Su Jue kneeling on the ground, silently picking up the crushed toy car. She suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. She suddenly remembered that Su Jue always held this car tightly in his hand, no matter where he went. But she never cared, nor did she ever think about what the car meant to Su Jue. Only now did she realize that what she had so easily crushed might be very important to Su Jue. She had expected Su Jue to cry and snatch back the expensive toys, making a scene like Su Long. But to her surprise, he simply held the almost broken toy car in his hands, as if this worthless toy was the most precious thing in the world. But Su Long's crying interrupted her thoughts. She glanced at the toy car on the ground, said nothing, and handed Su Jue's toy box to Su Long. As soon as Su Long saw the toy, he immediately stopped crying. After playing for a while, Su Long handed the phone to Su Qiming again. "Sis, I want this one too. Buy it for me." Su Qiming glanced at her phone screen and discovered that the toy Su Long wanted this time was the latest limited edition, and the price was much higher than before. But she didn't hesitate. "Okay, I'll buy it for you." Su Longda immediately cheered and hugged Su Qiming, acting coquettishly. But at that very moment, an unfamiliar image suddenly flashed into Su Qiming's mind. She felt as if she were in a scene from the future, where Su Long had grown up, tall and strong, and his face no longer held the innocence of a child. He stood in front of her, his eyes filled with urgency. "Sis, I want that race car. It costs over 3 million. Can you buy it for me?" Her career had suffered a series of setbacks at the time, and she simply couldn't afford such expensive toys. Her once beautiful face was now etched with fatigue, and she could only shake her head helplessly, trying to explain. "Xiaolong, I really don't have that much money right now. We'll do it later." Before he could finish speaking, Su Long's face instantly turned cold. "You're useless. You can't even earn this little bit of money." She wanted to explain, but found her voice stuck in her throat. Su Long didn't stop, his words growing increasingly vicious. "Since you have no money, go sleep with people and earn some money for me to buy? Otherwise, what use are you?" These words were like sharp knives, mercilessly piercing her heart. The Su Long before me has become a complete stranger. The younger brother who used to fawn over her has vanished without a trace, replaced by a heartless man who only knows how to take. She could clearly see herself standing in front of Su Long, her face full of helplessness. He looked anxious, eager to squeeze every last drop of value out of her. Su Qiming felt a sharp pain in her heart. The oppressive feeling in her memories made it almost impossible for her to breathe. In reality, Su Long was still holding her, his face full of innocence, as if nothing had happened. Su Qiming's hands trembled slightly, and her heart remained unsettled for a long time. She tried to calm herself down, telling herself it was just a hallucination and couldn't be real. To confirm this idea, Su Qiming adjusted her expression, putting on a look full of sorrow. She lowered her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Xiaolong, I've been blacklisted. I'm afraid I'll never be able to act again." Su Qiming has always been proud of her acting skills. Now, in order to test Su Long, she deliberately made her voice choked up, appearing vulnerable and helpless, waiting for her younger brother's comfort. In her imagination, Su Long would rush over, hug her, anxiously ask about her condition, and try to cheer her up with a face full of concern. After all, Su Long had always relied on her, and she was his closest sister. However, reality was not as she had imagined. Upon hearing this, Su Long's little face showed a look of disgust. He frowned, pushed Su Qiming away, and said bluntly, "You can't just stop filming. I'll find other older sisters to buy me toys later." Su Qiming's heart sank suddenly. She stood there stunned, completely unprepared for Su Long's reaction. She stared at Su Long's small face, and felt that face slowly overlapped with the young man she had imagined. Su Qiming could only comfort herself that Su Long was still young and didn't understand things. She stubbornly believed that Su Jue was inherently despicable and would be even more selfish and ruthless than the future she dreamed of. She casually picked up a bag of snacks from the table, walked to the sofa, and planned to eat while watching TV. Just as she opened the bag of snacks and was about to enjoy them, Su Jue suddenly appeared and quickly snatched the bag from her hand. Su Qiming was stunned for a moment and was about to scold Su Zhua, but Su Wang stopped her. "Qiming, that bag of snacks. Qiming bought it for Xiaozhua," Su Wang said softly, her voice carrying a hint of complex emotions. Su Qiming snorted coldly, her face full of dissatisfaction. This is a sign of his selfishness. He doesn't know how to share it all. Su Wang did not intend to argue with her. She observed Su Zhua's condition, made a note of it, and planned to contact the family doctor later to change Su Zhua's prescription. Su Qiming then grabbed a bag of snacks and sat on the sofa to watch a TV series. It was summer vacation, and 8 out of 10 popular TV series featured her face. Feeling bored, Su Qiming got up from the sofa. However, when she walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows in front of the lobby, the scene before her eyes stunned her. In a corner of the garden, Su Zhua was squatting next to a stray cat. The cat seemed to have an injured front leg, and it was walking with a limp. Su Zhua gently stroked it, holding a bag of snacks in her hand, and fed it little by little. Sunlight streamed down, casting soft shadows on Su Zhua and the cat through the leaves, as if freezing the moment in time. A few leaves drifted down, filling the air with the fresh scent of autumn. Everything around them fell silent, leaving only Su Zhua and the stray cat, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Su Qiming was stunned. This scene was completely contrary to her stereotype of Su Zhua. She had thought Su Zhua was cold and selfish, but at this moment, Su Zhua was so quietly taking care of an injured cat. Most importantly, he was feeding the cat with that bag of snacks. He wouldn't let her eat it just now, but now he's feeding it to the cat. Not giving her treats just means they dislike her, not that they're reluctant to give her snacks. Realizing this, Su Qiming's cheeks flushed slightly with anger. She stomped her feet on the floor a few times and stormed upstairs. Chapter 22. The kittens in the warehouse were all hurt by Su Long. Just as she was about to go back, Su Qiming suddenly heard the servants whispering to each other. "This cat was fine last night. How come it's like this today? It looks like someone hurt it." Su Qiming approached and carefully examined the kitten. Sure enough, the cat's wounds didn't seem to be accidental, but rather deliberately inflicted. Su Qiming frowned, her gaze falling on Su Zhua, and a guess instantly formed in her mind. "Su Zhua," she coldly questioned, "did you deliberately cause this cat to be like this, and then pretend to treat its injuries in front of your older sister, trying to show that you are very kind?" After all, Su Zhua had done this kind of thing before, so it's not surprising that she has this suspicion. Su Zhua remained silent, his gaze fixed on the injured kitten, as if he hadn't heard Su Qiming's words at all. Su Qiming was annoyed. She was unwilling to let it go so easily, so she took out her phone, took a picture of the kitten, and quickly edited a Weibo post. "I found an injured kitten at home today. Kids are truly the most terrifying creatures in the world." As expected, Su Qiming's Weibo post quickly attracted a lot of attention, with comments flooding in. "This brat has absolutely no manners. This isn't just a brat, it's a murderer. The kitten is so pitiful. I hope he'll be reborn as a kitten in his next life, so he can experience what it's like to be tormented." Su Qiming looked at her phone screen, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. What an ill-mannered brat. They can even hurt a kitten. What will people think of them in the future? What kind of person will this grow up to be? Su Qiming lightly swiped her fingers across the screen, her gaze casually sweeping over the angry comments. She crossed her legs, sipped her drink, and wore an expression that suggested she was enjoying the spectacle. "Indeed, the eyes of the masses are discerning," she muttered to herself. Su Wang glanced at Su Qiming's phone screen and said calmly, "Stop influencing your fans. If you take this to Xiaozhua, you'll be kicked out of the Su family, just like Su Ningyue." She knew about this too. In fact, as early as 3 years ago, they knew that the Su family had another biological son who was living away from home. The elders of the Su family planned to bring Su Zhua back immediately. When her family members were preparing to pick up Su Zhua, she secretly went to see him. After returning, she single-handedly opposed it and refused to allow Su Zhua to come back. In addition, the Su family had been grooming Su Long as their heir, and Su Long had indeed performed very well. The elders felt that a child who had lived in the countryside for 4 years could not compare to their carefully nurtured heir, so the plan to bring Su Zhua back was put on hold. This dragged on for 2 years until Su Zhua's adoptive parents passed away. She did this because on the day she went to find Su Zhua, she witnessed a horrifying scene. She saw that Su Zhua was actually abusing several stray cats. The poor kittens were all covered in blood. Some had one eye gouged out, some had one leg cut off, and some had their fur burned off, revealing raw, bloody flesh underneath. She could never forget that scene, and her hatred for Su Zhua was sown at that time, like a thorn stuck in her heart, making her feel nauseous every time she saw Su Zhua. So much so that after the Su family went bankrupt, She refused to accept Su Ningyue's help, repeatedly cursing him and declaring that she would rather die than accept his assistance. Because in her heart, Su Ningyue has always been a despicable and lowly person. As the eldest daughter of the Su family and the youngest female president in the history of the Su group, she is a pearl that millions of men can only dream of. Even if she falls on hard times, she is not someone that a villain like Su Ningyue can get close to. But no matter how she beat, scolded, or mocked him, the fool always followed her without complaint, making her a bowl of hot porridge every morning. If he spilled it, she would make him a new one until he drank it. Year after year, she never stopped. Prejudice and aversion were eventually diluted by the gentleness and patience of the sea. Gradually, she was able to let go of her obsession and sit down with him to chat peacefully. However, Su Ningyue had to admit that until Su Ningyue died, she could not completely open her heart to him because of the shadow of her youth. She was always worried that the young man who smiled so cleanly and gently would suddenly lash out and grab her by the neck, just like he was dealing with kittens. It was only after Su Ningyue's death, and after that thin figure had completely disappeared from her world, that she truly realized that he had long occupied an irreplaceable and important place in her life. He was heavy enough to wash away all prejudices and allow her to treat him wholeheartedly. As for what happened back then, she no longer cared. Even if Xiao Zhu was a little naughty when he was young, he would grow up to be a cheerful and sunny young man. So what if he hurt a few stray kittens? How could those kittens be more important than her younger brother? Su Ningyue comforted herself in this way. She treated Su Ningyue the same way she had treated Su Long before. Because of her favoritism, she would find all sorts of reasons for him, and no matter what he did wrong, she would think that he did not do it on purpose. Su Qiming stopped scrolling, slightly pursed her lips, and said in a seemingly submissive manner, "I understand, big sister. Don't worry, I won't say anything more." As soon as Su Ningyue turned to leave, Su Qiming immediately lowered her head, picked up her phone, and casually swiped the screen. When she saw the most abusive comments, she lightly tapped the like button. Seeing the Weibo post gaining more and more popularity, Su Qiming was satisfied and decided to go out for some fresh air. As Su Qiming walked through the garden, she saw Su Ningyue was squatting there feeding the stray cat, and a feeling of disgust rose in her heart. She walked straight over and kicked the snacks out of Su Ningyue's hand. Snacks were scattered all over the floor. Su Ningyue did not resist, but kept her head down and did not say a word. "You're still pretending. Stop pretending," Su Qiming said coldly. The thought of Su Ningyue using these little tricks to win Su Ningyue's favor made her inexplicably angry. Su Qiming bent down, intending to take the kitten away so that Su Ningyue wouldn't use it for acting again. Unexpectedly, the stray cat suddenly pounced on her, its sharp little claws scratching her calves and leaving several fine scratch marks. Su Qiming screamed and staggered backward. She has always been afraid of pain, and now that she has been scratched by a cat, her face turns pale with pain, and she can't help but let out a cry of pain. "Damn it, it's all because of you, you brat," Su Qiming said through gritted teeth, suddenly grabbing Su Ningyue and pulling him up from the ground. Su Ningyue knew that with his 6-year-old strength, he was no match for Su Qiming and could only let Su Qiming lead him to the pond next to the garden. The water in the pool was crystal clear, reflecting the two figures. Su Qiming was about to throw Su Ningyue down and teach him a lesson. Just as she was about to make her move, a sudden wave of dizziness hit her, and her vision began to blur. She shook her head, trying to clear her mind, but a wave of unfamiliar memories suddenly flooded her head. She saw a completely unfamiliar scene, an abandoned garage, with old cardboard boxes and rusty metal parts scattered on the ground under dim lighting. There were many kittens in the garage, but they were all covered in wounds. Some cats had their ears cut off, some had their legs broken, and some had burn marks all over their bodies. Seeing this horrific scene, Su Qiming felt a chill run down her spine and unconsciously took a few steps back. Just then, Su Long's small figure suddenly appeared. He stood aside, watching the kittens, who were being tortured to the point of near death, with no pity in his eyes, but rather a hint of cruel excitement. Su Qiming's heart clenched as she realized that all these cats had been tortured into this state by Su Long. The image in her mind continued. She and Su Long were walking home. She kept thinking about the scene she had witnessed, and her expression wasn't good. "Xiaolong, animals are friends of humans, you can't do this. I'll tell your older sister about this when we get back, and the birthday present I promised to buy you next month is gone." However, to her surprise, Su Long suddenly pushed her from behind. Su Qiming felt her feet slip and she tumbled down the hillside. Her body slammed into a rock, and pain surged through her like a tidal wave. A sharp branch had cut her face, and it burned with pain. Su Qiming's mind was in chaos. When she suddenly came to her senses, She found herself standing by the pool, still tightly clutching Su Jue's collar, but the chill in her heart lingered. At this moment, Su Wanga rushed over almost like the wind. Seeing that Su Qiming was about to throw Su Jue into the pool, she suddenly snatched Su Jue back from Su Qiming's hands. What are you doing? Su Qiming hadn't yet recovered from the hallucination she'd just experienced. She looked somewhat dazed, as if she hadn't realized what she'd done. Su Wanga reached out and pushed Su Qiming into the pool. Thump! Su Qiming lost control and fell into the water. Her slender body was instantly swallowed up, and her carefully styled hair was soaked in an instant. Her wet clothes clung tightly to her shapely body, outlining beautiful curves. "Ah, help!" Su Qiming cried out, struggling and splashing her hands wildly in the water. Finally, with the help of the servants, she managed to climb ashore with great difficulty. After climbing ashore, Su Qiming wrung out her wet clothes. She originally wanted to reason with Su Wanga, but the hallucination she had just experienced suddenly resurfaced in her mind. That warehouse, those kittens, and Sulong. Su Qiming stood there, recalling the scene in her hallucination, and suddenly realized that the abandoned garage looked familiar. She tried her best to recall, and suddenly a place came to mind, an old warehouse across from Sujia Street. Su Qiming's heart pounded wildly. She was unwilling to admit that what she had just seen was real, but she had a strong urge to go and see that place. We'll find out when we go check. It shouldn't be like this. Su Qiming made up her mind to go across the street to investigate and see if it was really the same scene as in her hallucination. Chapter 23 Dream Come True. Su Wanga wore a professional suit, her long, flowing hair cascading over her shoulders. Her lips, hidden behind sunglasses, were as red and luscious as cherries. Her slender figure was incredibly alluring, attracting the attention of many passersby. The girl accompanying her was equally pure and beautiful. The two of them together created a stunning sight. Under the scorching sun, Lin Wei kept fanning herself with her hands, pouting and complaining. "Ugh, why is it so hot today? I've gotten so tanned. Wanga, you haven't contacted me for so many years. Why did you have to call me now?" After hearing Su Wanga explain her purpose, Lin Wei burst into laughter. "What? Wanga, you're saying you saw my daughter and Suju abusing kittens when you were little? Ha ha ha. Wanga, you're really something. My daughter has 2 kittens of her own, and she feeds them whatever she eats. She treats them very well. How could she possibly abuse them like you're saying? You won't believe me, just watch." Su Wanga glanced at the 2 round orange cats in the photo and agreed that Lin Wei was right. But she couldn't figure it out. What exactly happened back then? You know, Su Long saw them abusing the cat. He was so scared that he foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. Not long after he got back, he was diagnosed with heart disease. Because of this, I always felt guilty towards Su Long, since I insisted that he come with me to see Xiaojua. After returning home that day, Su Long was in the hospital for a day and a night of emergency treatment. After Su Long regained consciousness, she rushed into the ward and saw the pale little man on the bed. She was so heartbroken that she didn't know what to do. The first thing Su Long said when he opened his eyes wasn't blaming her for bringing him to Xia Village, but rather hugging her and crying bitterly, saying that he would be an unhealthy child from now on, and wondering if they would dislike him and abandon him because of it. She assured Su Long that she would only recognize him as her brother in this life, and would never recognize a second brother besides him. As for Su Jue, as long as she was alive, she would never let him return to the Su family, and Su Jue would not receive a share of the Su family's property. What are you thinking? How could my daughter and Su Jue abuse cats? Lin Wei found it amusing. My daughter was bandaging those poor kittens. Bandaging? Yes, it was Su Jue who found those kittens, and it was Su Jue who brought them home. My daughter told me that Su Jue spent a week's worth of his own food money to buy medicine for those kittens, and he got a good beating when his parents found out. Listening to Lin Wei's recollections, Su Wanga involuntarily clenched her fists, her voice becoming terribly dry, but I clearly saw. You don't believe me, do you? Wait, my daughter even recorded a video. I'll show you the video. Lin Wei took out her old phone and found a video in her favorites. Because of its age and the fact that the equipment has been replaced many times, the video quality is very blurry. But Su Wanga could still tell that the person inside was Su Jue. At that time, Su Jue had a youthful appearance. He held the kitten in his arms and carefully and gently applied iodine to the kitten's injured leg. But the kitten wouldn't listen to him. When it got hurt, it yelped and cried out, and finally scratched him hard with its paw. Ouch, your hand is bleeding from being scratched. It was Lin Nuanyuan's voice. It's okay, just help me catch it back. Its wound hasn't been bandaged yet, so it can't run around on the ground. What happened next was just as Su Wanga remembered. Su Zhua and Lin Nuanyuan ran all over the yard trying to catch the kitten. After all, they were just two teenagers and had no experience in dealing with such things. The other injured kittens were also startled, and the yard quickly became a mess. In the chaos, Su Zhua didn't notice Su Wanga and Su Long peeking over the wall, nor did he know that Su Long had been so frightened that he foamed at the mouth and fainted. The video is quite long, continuing until Su Wanga carries Su Long outside to look for someone, while Su Zhua is still completely unaware that he and Lin Weika are catching the injured kitten. During this time, Su Zhua was scratched several times by the stray cats, and his exposed arms were soon covered in blood and scratches. Su Wanga felt heartbroken watching this. She used to love kittens, which is why she developed a lifelong trauma after seeing Su Zhua abuse the cat. But now, she suddenly felt disgusted by these creatures. Those ungrateful, baring-toothed little bastards should be left to starve in the wild. That way, Xiaozhua won't get hurt. You see, Su Zhua is very kind to small animals. He is a very kind child. Yes, he really is a very kind boy. Su Wanga's heart was filled with complicated emotions. She never imagined that between her and Su Zhua, the one who was wrong all along was her. In her past life, on that agonizing night after Su Zhua's death, she comforted herself, thinking that if it weren't for what happened back then, she wouldn't have treated Su Zhua so badly. Although she felt guilty towards Su Zhua, it was also because she had been too indulgent towards Su Long, which led to the Su family's annihilation. But the cause of all this was not her. It was many years ago, on that blood-stained afternoon, that Su Zhua gouged out the kitten's eyes, leaving her with a lifelong trauma that made her develop an indelible hatred and prejudice against this younger brother. She used this as an excuse to alleviate her pain and regret. But little did she know that the so-called unforgettable shadow was nothing but her imagination. That fool is so kind. He can be bullied by anyone. How could he possibly hurt a soft and cute little kitten? Su Wanga wiped her moist eyes and forced a smile. I understand. Thank you for telling me all this. From now on, she could love him with all her heart. He's so good. He deserves her to cherish him with everything she has. She would never let him suffer any more injustice or unfairness. On the other side, following her memory, Su Qiming walked into the abandoned warehouse. The iron gate creaked sharply, the sound echoing in the empty space. The warehouse was dark and deathly silent. The dilapidated windows were covered with dust and cobwebs, and sparse sunlight dappled the ground, casting mottled shadows. The surroundings were empty, with nothing but discarded tools and scattered wooden crates. Su Qiming looked around and gradually breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, it was just a dream. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard a very faint meow. Su Qiming stopped abruptly, her heart skipping a beat. What's that sound? She muttered to herself, looking around, but there was still nothing in front of her. Following the faint sound, Su Qiming walked step by step deeper into the warehouse. The sound came out intermittently, but gradually became clearer. Finally, in a corner of the warehouse, she saw a tattered piece of cloth hanging on an iron rack, as if it were covering something. The cat's meow was coming from there. Su Qiming's hand trembled slightly as she slowly reached for the piece of cloth. As she lifted a corner of the cloth, the scene before her caused her pupils to constrict sharply and her breath to catch in her throat. Behind that shelf lay several dying kittens. Their bodies were so thin that only bones remained, and their fur was disheveled and stained with mottled red blood. Several cats' legs were bent unnaturally, their bones were obviously broken, and their ears had deep wounds that had become infected. Their cat eyes were filled with despair and pain, and they let out weak moans. The scene was too gruesome to bear. Su Qiming's throat tightened, and she froze on the spot. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. A chill ran through her, and cold sweat beaded on her back. This scene perfectly matched the image in her dream. She closed her eyes, and the abandoned garage from her dream reappeared in her mind, where there was a group of cats that had been tortured beyond recognition, just like the ones now. Could it be that the dream was real? She murmured to herself, feeling incredulous. A dying kitten let out a pitiful cry, and Su Qiming's heart clenched. Su Qiming knew she should leave, but her thoughts were a jumbled mess, like a tangled ball of yarn that she couldn't untangle no matter what she did. After an unknown amount of time, soft footsteps broke the silence outside the warehouse. Su Qiming subconsciously turned her head to look at the door. The iron gate was slowly pushed open, and a familiar little figure appeared in the doorway. It was Su Zhua. She paused for a moment, her gaze quickly sweeping between Su Zhua and the injured kittens. In an instant, countless guesses flooded my mind. Could it be that these poor little animals are Su Zhua? Yes, it must be Su Zhua. He's the one who caught these kittens. The doubt in my heart was like a spark that began to burn rapidly. Su Qiming held her breath, took out her phone, turned on the camera, and hid in the shadows, keeping a close eye on Su Zhua, preparing to record his evil deeds in a moment. However, what happened next made her frown sharply. Su Zhua didn't harm the kittens. Instead, he squatted down and opened a first aid kit. Then, he reached out and awkwardly scooped up an injured kitten, took out a gauze, and gently wiped the dirt off its body. Su Qiming was stunned, her mind suddenly going blank. The flames seemed to be extinguished instantly by the cold water. Although Su Zhua's movements were somewhat clumsy, his technique was very serious. He applied ointment to the kitten's wounds and whispered comforting words to them from time to time, as if these vulnerable kittens were his best friends. Su Qiming's gaze remained fixed on Su Zhua as she watched him carefully bandage the last cat and then place it back in a warm corner. Sunlight streamed through the dilapidated window and fell upon him, giving him an indescribable purity. Su Qiming's heart suddenly trembled violently. The cold and selfish Su Zhua in her heart seemed to collapse instantly, replaced by a kind-hearted child who cared for the weak. She tried to call out to him, but found herself unable to speak. Su Zhua didn't notice her presence and continued to take care of the kittens. As the light of dusk faded in the sky, the scenery outside the warehouse was gradually enveloped in a twilight glow. A slight chill filled the air, and a gentle breeze seemed to be trying to soothe the silence in the dilapidated warehouse. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the warehouse windows, outlining Su Zhua's focused figure. Gradually, the sky began to darken, and the surrounding scenery became blurred in the light and shadow. Just then, a commotion arose in the distance. Su Qiming turned around and saw several shadows gradually approaching. The sounds grew closer, a cacophony of children's laughter and shouts. Su Long appeared outside the warehouse with a group of children. Su Long walked at the front, laughing and joking with his friends, talking about something. "Hey, look, that's my secret base." Su Long pointed to the warehouse, but his laughter stopped abruptly when he saw Su Zhua. The other children also stopped and looked in Su Zhua's direction. Su Long's gaze shifted from the kittens beside Su Zhua to Su Zhua herself, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. "Su Zhua, who gave you permission to save these cats?" Su Zhua looked up at Su Long, but did not answer. She continued to bandage the kitten's wound. Su Long's face darkened. He gripped the lollipop in his hand tightly and slammed it to the ground with a sharp crack. Seeing this, several mischievous kids behind him also joined in the commotion. "It's his fault for meddling. Let's teach him a lesson." The children eagerly approached Su Zhua, but Su Long was the first to rush forward and kick the medical kit next to Su Zhua. Bottles and jars rolled to the ground with a loud crash. Su Zhua's body swayed suddenly, and the medicine scattered all over the ground. The other children surrounded him, shoving and pushing him. Some grabbed his collar, while others punched him, and the situation instantly became chaotic. Su Qiming stood there, her pupils trembling slightly. She hadn't expected Su Long to be so tyrannical, and she certainly hadn't expected that what happened in her dream would once again prove that the person who abused these kittens was Su Long. Those few seconds felt like an eternity. In the end, she gritted her teeth and chose to remain silent. She couldn't abandon her beloved younger brother, whom she had cherished since childhood, just because of a dream. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Xiao Long was still young, and if she could reason with him properly, he would change his ways. Su Long swung his fist again and punched Su Zhua hard. Su Zhua slightly turned his body to avoid Su Long's attack, his movements as agile as a kitten. Su Long was nearly knocked over by his own momentum, but Su Zhua seized the opportunity and tripped Su Long in an instant. Su Long fell heavily to the ground with a thud, his face turning grim. Chapter 24. Let's go. Don't look back. Get them. Su Long, lying on the ground clutching his stomach, angrily ordered his other lackeys. The children immediately surrounded Su Zhua, intending to attack him. But Su Zhua showed no fear. He nimbly dodged the first child who lunged at him, grabbed his collar, and flung him to the ground. Another boy tried to sneak up on Su Zhua from behind, raising his fist towards the back of Su Zhua's head. Su Zhua noticed the movement behind him, crouched down, nimbly turned around, and kicked the other person's knee hard. The boy lost his balance, fell to the ground, and screamed in pain. In just a few minutes, Su Long's henchmen were all swiftly and decisively knocked to the ground by Su Zhua, their groans echoing throughout the room. Seeing his group of bodyguards fall down, Su Long clutched his stomach and struggled to his feet, glaring fiercely at Su Zhua. At this moment, Su Qiming stood at a distance, watching Su Long struggle on the ground clutching his stomach, and a wave of heartache washed over her. "Stop!" Su Qiming rushed forward, grabbed Su Zhua's wrist, and forcibly stopped him. Su Ningyue raised his head and said calmly. He made the first move. Su Long lay on the ground, clutching his stomach, tears welling in his eyes, but still stubbornly insisted. You just want to find an excuse to hit me. Su Qiming's heart was pierced by Su Long's cries. Reason told her that Su Ningyue was not wrong, but seeing Su Long's aggrieved look, she still softened. She went over and gently picked Su Long up. Okay, it's all right now. I'll take you to the hospital. She hugged Su Long. At the hospital, the doctor applied medicine to Su Long, but Su Long continued to cry out in pain. He grabbed Su Qiming's hand in a spoiled manner and said in a tearful voice, "Sister, please teach Su Ningyue a lesson. He hit me." Su Qiming was conflicted. She knew Su Long was in the wrong, but after all, he was her younger brother whom she had doted on since childhood, and she couldn't bear to see him suffer. She hesitated for a moment, but finally gave in to Su Long. Okay, I'll help you get revenge. A few days later, Su Qiming found a few older children, gave them 200 yuan, and told them to wait outside the Su family villa and find a way to teach Su Ningyue a lesson. The older kids whispered and discussed it for a while, and finally decided to use firecrackers to scare Su Ningyue. Su Qiming watched them squatting by the Su family's garden, burying a large pile of firecrackers in the spot where Su Ningyue would feed the cats every day. She felt uneasy, thinking that this was too dangerous and might even cause someone to die, but she did not stop them. Su Qiming's eyes flickered, and after a moment of hesitation, she decided to ignore it. Since she had promised to help Xiaolong get revenge, she should keep her word. No matter what Xiaolong becomes, he will always be my beloved younger brother, Su Qiming murmured to herself. Su Qiming kept recalling every little thing about Su Long, remembering how soft and cuddly he was when he was just born, and her heart melted instantly. Although most of those memories were related to various expensive gifts, he still felt that Su Long's smile could warm people's hearts. However, without her noticing, an unfamiliar memory crept in, and although it only lasted for a moment, it sent a chill down Su Qiming's spine. The scene before her eyes blurred, as if she had been pulled into another time and space by an invisible force. Su Qiming found herself on the edge of a cliff, with the sound of the fierce wind echoing in her ears. The adult Su Long stood before her, his expression cold, devoid of the warmth of the past. Hand over the core secrets of the Su family. Su Long's voice was cold and ruthless, completely different from the younger brother she once doted on. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Su Qiming's heart pounded, a painful smile spreading across her face. Su Long, how could you be so heartless? I can't believe you would put all of us to death for a little bit of power. Su Long's gaze remained unwavering, as indifferent as if he were scrutinizing a stranger. His slightly upturned lips carried a hint of contempt. Family ties? They're worthless in the face of power. Hand over the secrets, or you know the consequences. Su Qiming's hands trembled slightly as she questioned herself. Why did she believe Su Long would change his mind? Why did she trust so much that her younger brother, whom she had doted on since childhood, wouldn't hurt her? Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, a figure silently approached from the woods. Su Qiming's eyes lit up. It was Su Ningyue. The adult Su Ningyue was tall and imposing. There was no fear in his eyes, only concern for her. Second sister, you go first, I'll hold them off. Su Ningyue didn't say much, and simply stood in front of her. Su Long sneered and waved for several of his men to step forward. They were armed with sticks and quickly surrounded Su Ningyue. Su Ningyue moved like a nimble cheetah, swiftly dodging attacks and mercilessly driving back several burly men. However, outnumbered by the enemy, Su Ningyue gradually became exhausted after several rounds of fighting. His body was struck by sticks, making a dull sound. Su Qiming watched helplessly as Su Ningyue was beaten black and blue while protecting her, his chest heaving violently, and she felt endless guilt rising in her heart. Why are you still protecting me? Her voice trembled, and she could barely speak. Su Ningyue covered her wound, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, but a gentle smile still lingered on her face. Because you are my family, second sister. Su Ningyue struggled to stay upright and stood guard in front of her until the two of them escaped. Second sister, let's go, don't look back. Su Qiming felt as if something had suddenly torn her heart apart. She took a deep breath, trying desperately to pull herself out of the memory, but the heartache lingered. Only when the sound of the wind gradually faded away did Su Qiming slowly come back to her senses, clenching her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Meanwhile, in reality, Su Ningyue was walking towards the kitten that had come here to forage for food, and was about to step into the area where those naughty children had buried firecrackers. Su Qiming stood not far away, her heart clenching like a tightly strung string. She knew that if Su Ningyue took just one more step, the firecrackers would explode. It might scare him or Su Qiming's hand twitched slightly. She bit her red lips, but still didn't stop him. But just then, the kitten suddenly looked up, gently scratched Su Jue's trouser leg, and then turned and ran away. Su Jue stopped, glanced at the kitten, and finally gave up on continuing forward. He followed the kitten back to the other side of the garden. Su Qiming didn't say anything, but she felt like a stone was pressing on her chest. As night fell, Su Qiming wanted to get a good night's sleep, but she found that it was as if a switch had been flipped in her brain, and she couldn't calm down no matter what she did. She took a few sleeping pills, trying to force herself to fall asleep. Just as she was drifting off, the sudden ringing of her cell phone startled her. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and forced herself to suppress her impatience as she fumbled for the phone. What is it? A familiar crying voice came from the other end of the phone, tinged with a pleading and aggrieved tone. Sis, I want a game console. Didn't you promise me? But I've been waiting for so long, and I still haven't gotten one. It's Sulong. Even on the other end of the phone, his crying still managed to further disrupt Su Qiming's already chaotic emotions. Su Qiming raised her hand and gently pressed her temples, enduring the headache and trying to remain calm. I understand, Xiaolong. Your second sister will buy it for you tomorrow. Don't cry, go to sleep early. Really? Sis, you're keeping your word. I want the most expensive one. Sulong's voice immediately changed from crying to excitement. Su Qiming forced herself to keep her tone calm. Okay, I'll buy it for you tomorrow. Don't cry anymore, Xiaolong. After hanging up the phone, she stared blankly at her phone, feeling a sense of emptiness. Sulong's demands, Su Jue's silence, and the images of those kittens kept intertwining in her consciousness. That night, Su Qiming tossed and turned, filled with doubts, and completely lost her sleepiness. The next day, Su Qiming sat in the car, feeling that the journey to the film set was exceptionally long. The sunlight outside the car was bright and dazzling, but her head felt as if it were being pressed down, and she felt a dull ache. She gently rubbed her temples, her slightly beautiful face showing a hint of weariness. Her usually meticulous curly hair was now loose and messy over her shoulders, and her slender fingers occasionally pinched her forehead, trying to relieve her headache. The scenery outside the car rushed by, and her consciousness gradually blurred. A silent wind blew by, and she slowly fell into a daze. Suddenly, the scene before my eyes changed. Warm light shone into the room, and the surroundings were so quiet that it was as if time had stood still. Chapter 25. No one can be like Su Jue. She felt as if she were lying on a soft bed, with cool sweat constantly dripping from her forehead. She heard soft footsteps nearby, as if someone was approaching. She struggled to open her eyes and saw a young man standing by the bed, holding a bowl of steaming soup. Second sister, have some calming soup. The young man's voice was deep and gentle, like a summer evening breeze. The young man was tall and straight, with gentle features. He held the bowl of hot soup, his expression as warm as the sun. That was Su Jue after she grew up. Su Jue sat by her bedside and gently handed her the soup. His fingers were long and slender, and he held the soup bowl with exceptional steadiness, just like the sense of security he gave people. I'm fine, she whispered, wanting to refuse his care, but then found her voice so weak it was almost inaudible. Su Jue didn't say much, but gently stirred the soup spoon and fed her little by little, the warm aroma lingering around her nose. Second sister, don't worry, I'll always be here. In a daze, the scene before her eyes gradually faded, and the reality outside the car returned to her sight. Su Qiming woke up suddenly and found herself still sitting in the car, the cold sweat on her forehead still lingering. But the dream was so real, and Su Jue's gentle and considerate appearance lingered in her mind for a long time. How could this be? Su Qiming murmured softly, unwilling to believe that the young man in her dream was Su Jue. The car continued towards the film set, but Su Qiming's mind was in complete turmoil. She leaned back in the car seat, feeling as if her head was being squeezed hard by two invisible hands, the pain spreading to her temples and becoming increasingly unbearable. She tried hard to recall the warm and comfortable feeling when Su Jue massaged her in her dream. Call me a masseuse, I have a headache. The assistant nodded immediately and quickly dialed the number. A short while later, a short masseur stood in front of Su Qiming. Su Qiming kept her eyes tightly closed, trying to suppress the increasingly intense discomfort. She waved her hand, signaling her assistant to quickly have the masseuse begin. The masseuse carefully stepped forward and pressed her hands on Su Qiming's head. But every touch felt like it was tearing at her nerves, making the pain even more intense. Her brows furrowed more and more, and her lips turned white. Be gentle. Do you even know how to press it? Su Qiming growled impatiently. The assistant quickly stepped forward and said timidly, Sister Qiming, I've already found the best masseuse. Should I go find someone else? Why are you looking for anyone else? None of them are useful. Su Qiming suddenly snapped, shoving the masseur away. Her head was throbbing more and more, as if something was swelling in her brain, almost completely swallowing her reason. She couldn't help but recall Sujua's hands in her dream. At that time, his fingertips seemed to penetrate into her muscles, erasing all her tension and pain. Every inch of her skin could be soothed by his touch, but now, no one's massage was effective. Her head still ached so badly that she wanted to bang her head against the wall. It's no use getting another masseuse. Su Qiming slammed her hand on the chair angrily, her eyes filled with suppressed helplessness and anxiety. She had thought that her headaches would disappear once she found the right person, but reality proved time and again that no one could truly comfort her like Sujua in her dreams. The assistant stood helplessly to the side, not daring to say another word. She could only watch silently as Su Qiming's face turned pale and her eyes revealed exhaustion. A sense of powerlessness welled up inside her. Su Qiming leaned back in her chair and sighed deeply. It was just a dream, so why did Su Zhuo in the dream feel so real and touching? Su Qiming had barely slept for 2 days. Leaning back in her chair, her furrowed brows revealed an indescribable exhaustion. Just as she was finally about to take a short nap, her phone rang shrilly. Su Qiming forced herself to open her eyes and saw that it was Su Long calling. The weariness in her heart was replaced by a touch of tenderness. Xiao Long, sister, can you bring me lunch? Su Long asked in a soft, sweet voice on the other end of the phone. Okay, I'll go. Su Qiming replied with a light laugh. Dragging her heavy body, she drove to the kindergarten, thinking that Su Long must miss her. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, Su Qiming attracted everyone's attention as soon as she stepped through the school gate. She wore a light pink dress, the hem swaying gently with her steps, elegant and light. Her tall figure and delicate face radiated a glow from within, especially her captivating phoenix eyes. Every smile she gave was mesmerizing, as if starlight had fallen to earth. A group of little boys and girls immediately surrounded her, cheering, Big Star Sister, give us your autograph. Not only were the children excited, but several teachers were also drawn over. A young female teacher handed over a pen and paper somewhat shyly. Miss Su, my daughter really likes you. Could you please sign your name for me to take home? Su Qiming smiled gently, took the pen, and signed her name. Her movements were graceful, as if she were already used to such scenes. The children cheered and rushed to hand over their notebooks, hats, and school bags, hoping to get her autograph. Teacher Xiaoye is here, a little girl suddenly shouted, pointing into the distance. Su Qiming looked up and saw the principal and Su Wanga walking slowly towards her in the distance. Su Zhuo quietly followed beside Su Wanga, her frail body bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Su Ningyue walked behind them, wearing a light blue teacher's uniform, which made her look fresh and dignified, and she exuded a warm temperament. Teacher Su. The children rushed towards Su Ningyue, as if she were their son. The children seemed to forget the presence of the big star, crowding around Su Ningyue. She was slowly pushed aside by the crowd, surrounded by lively cheers, and the teachers also greeted her warmly. Su Long stood to the side, his smile frozen on his face. The gazes that had been surrounding him and his sister instantly flooded towards Su Zhuo. Su Long's eyes gradually darkened, and a sense of dissatisfaction quietly rose in his heart. Why are the eldest sister and the seventh sister both revolving around Su Zhuo? On the other side, Su Wanga carried Su Zhuo and went into the reception room with the principal. She sat in the reception room, holding her phone, but her mind was not on the screen at all. Her gaze kept drifting towards the door of the testing room, and she looked somewhat nervous. She thought about how much knowledge Su Zhuo had learned on his own and secretly wondered how high Su Zhuo's IQ must be. Not far away, the principal was smiling obsequiously. Miss Su, please rest assured, we have deliberately lowered the testing standards this time. I have already reduced the IQ requirement for admission from 120 to 100. The young master will definitely be fine. His tone was extremely obsequious, as if he were afraid of upsetting Su Wanga. Su Wanga listened and glanced at him expressionlessly. Before she could think it through, a familiar figure walked into the waiting room. Su Ningyue's face was pale, her hair was a little messy, her clothes were wrinkled, and she looked extremely haggard. Chapter 26 Test Results. Su Wanga raised her head, her eyes instantly turning cold. I was just about to ask you, what are you doing here? Su Ningyue was clearly a little flustered. She lowered her head, twisted the hem of her clothes with her hands, her eyes flickered, and her voice was a little hoarse. I just miss Xiaozhuo so much, I want to see him. Su Wanga frowned and said coldly, want to see him to see if the injuries you caused him have healed. Su Ningyue bit her lip, her eyes darting away, seemingly unable to look Su Wanga in the eye. She raised her head slightly, then quickly lowered it again, her voice choked with emotion. I know I made mistakes before. I just want to know if he's all right. Su Ningyue subconsciously gripped the hem of her clothes, her fingertips turning white. She wanted to say more, but every time the words reached her lips, her throat seemed to be blocked by something, and she could only let out intermittent sobs. The air seemed to freeze between the two of them, but fortunately, Su Qiming carried Su Long into the reception room. She was also curious as to why Su Wanga and Su Ningyue would both be here with Su Zhua. Big sister, have you lost your mind? You actually sent him to such a good kindergarten? To be honest, someone like him. I don't think his IQ is that high. Su Wanga didn't respond much, only giving her a cold look. She felt a little uneasy, but also a little expectant. Su Zhua's learning ability had already exceeded that of ordinary people, and the results of this test would be the most direct verification. She had already lost too much, and now she only hoped that Su Zhua could be happy, which might slightly make up for the guilt in her heart. Su Qiming held Su Long in her arms, leaning lazily against the chair, her eyes showing a hint of indifference. She glanced at the people present. Big sister, you don't really think Su Zhua can surpass Xiao Long in this kind of test, do you? Xiao Long's IQ is 165, which would make him a top genius anywhere. You actually think Su Zhua is smarter than Xiao Long with him? I don't think he even has the patience to answer questions. She raised her chin, casually toying with Su Long's hair, and continued to embellish the story. Don't cry and make a scene if the test results are low. Su Long, who had been quietly playing with his toys, raised his head proudly when he heard his sister praise him like that. He looked up at Su Wanga with his little face and said, I'm the smartest. I'm definitely smarter than Su Zhua. Su Wanga appeared calm on the surface, but she felt somewhat uneasy inside. The Su family has always groomed Su Long as their future heir. If Su Zhua's talent is really much worse than Su Long's, the family will not support her. But no matter what, she will not repeat the mistakes of her past life. Su Wanga secretly made up her mind. I'm quite curious, Su Qiming said with her arms crossed and an eyebrow raised. When the results come out, if he doesn't even get 100, you should consider having him stay at home and hire a private tutor. Don't waste so much energy. Su Wanga endured for a long time before finally raising her head, a cold glint in her eyes. Stop talking, my patience is running out. Su Qiming pouted. Fine, I won't say anything. Half an hour later, the principal walked out of the testing room, looking somewhat nervous, with the test report in his hand trembling slightly. All eyes in the reception room immediately focused on him. The principal finally stopped in front of everyone, his voice trembling slightly. Miss Su, the young master's IQ test results are in. Su Wanga raised her head, a hint of anticipation flashing across her face. 210. The principal's voice was deep and clear. The entire reception room fell into a deathly silence. Su Wanga was stunned, her heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. She had never imagined that Su Zhua would have such an amazing IQ. Her gaze fell on Su Zhua, and her eyes shone brightly. Su Ningyue's fingers clenched unconsciously. 210. She could hardly believe that Su Zhua was such a genius, and that she had heard him time and time again in the past. Su Qiming's smile froze on her face, her expression filled with disbelief. Her voice was a little hoarse. No, it can't be, right? 210? How could he possibly have such a high IQ? Su Long's smug expression vanished instantly, as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. He pursed his lips and began to mutter, No, I'm the smartest. I'm smarter than him. He stared at Su Zhua defiantly, his eyes filled with resentment. Su Zhua stood to the side, his face expressionless, as if these numbers had nothing to do with him. Su Wanga finally came to her senses, gently patted Su Zhua's head, and said in an indescribably tender voice, Xiao Zhua, you are amazing. Su Zhua still did not respond. He just stood there, like an isolated island, cut off from the noise of the outside world. The principal wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly added, Miss Su, the young master's intelligence is extremely rare. We will definitely provide him with the best educational resources. Su Wanga nodded, sighed softly, and looked at Su Zhua with pity. Su Qiming stood there stiffly, trying to cover up her sneer. So what if you're smart, you might not even be as good as Xiao Long in the future. After discussing it with the principal for a few minutes, Su Wanga decided to send Su Zhua to the first grade. Before entering the classroom, Su Wanga looked at Su Zhua and couldn't help but remind him a few more times. Xiao Zhua, if you have any problems, come and find me, okay? Su Zhua remained unmoved, his little face tense, as he simply lowered his head and hugged his little school bag, a gift from Xia Qiuming. He never looked up at Su Wanga once, nor did he even offer the slightest response. Su Wanga felt a slight tightness in her heart. Although she had gotten used to Sujua's autism, she still felt a dull ache every time she faced such a scene. Just then, her phone vibrated. Her assistant had sent her a message. Su Wanga quickly glanced at the screen, her expression instantly turning serious. Su Long's biological parents had already been taken to Haiching. Her gaze lingered on Su Jue for a brief moment. Then she pursed her lips, concealing her emotions, and watched Su Jue enter the classroom. When the bell rang, the children ran out of the classroom and played on the playground. Su Long stood in the classroom, arms crossed, glaring at Su Jue, who was standing to the side. At this moment, he was surrounded by a circle of curious children, all of whom were Su Long's usual little followers. Su Long held his head high, looking arrogant. Do you know? Su Jue comes from the countryside. He's not like me at all. He doesn't deserve to go to this kind of kindergarten. Upon hearing this, all the children around looked at Su Jue with surprise. Isn't he your family's young master? One of the children couldn't help but ask. Su Long scoffed, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt. Humph, my older sister is nice to him only because she pities him. You don't know? He's just someone our family adopted and raised in the countryside for many years. He's never even been to school. To put it bluntly, he's just a country bumpkin. Chapter 27. A burden that can never be made up for. The other children immediately started whispering among themselves. So he's from the countryside. I thought he was something special, one child mocked. No wonder he hasn't said anything. Is he unable to speak? Another child laughed. Su Long looked at Su Jue without saying a word and grinned smugly. He continued, he's just a country bumpkin nobody wanted. If it weren't for my older sister's soft heart, who would care about him? The children around them laughed and joined in. Su Long walked up to Su Jue with a smug look on his face and ripped open his little school bag. Caught off guard, Su Jue's backpack zipper was suddenly pulled open and the contents scattered on the ground. The repaired toy car also rolled out of the backpack and stopped at Su Long's feet. Su Long glanced down at it and immediately sneered. What kind of junk is this? It's even been repaired? Only a country bumpkin would play with something like this. He bent down and picked up the toy car, deliberately fiddling with it in his hands, his face full of disdain. Seeing this, several little boys nearby gathered around, laughing and pointing at each other. Haha, this old-fashioned toy is really outdated. It's something country bumpkins would play with. We stopped playing with these toy cars a long time ago. They're hilarious. A boy reached out and patted Su Jue on the shoulder, saying maliciously, why don't you go buy some nice toys? You're fixing this piece of junk? It's hilarious. Laughter echoed throughout the classroom, making Su Long even more smug. He lifted the toy car high, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Since you like this piece of junk so much, how about I fix it for you again? As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the car to the ground and stomped on it hard. The repaired car was crushed to pieces again, with parts scattered everywhere. Su Jue finally moved, his gaze fixed on the car debris scattered on the ground. He didn't speak, and his expression didn't change, but his fists clenched even tighter. Just as he was about to punch Su Long in the face, Su Ningyue happened to walk into the classroom and saw the scene immediately. Upon seeing this scene, Su Ningyue's heart tightened suddenly. She saw several boys surrounding Su Jue, their laughter echoing incessantly. Su Jue stood among them, head bowed, her hands gripping her backpack strapped tightly, motionless. A broken car lay scattered on the ground, clearly having just been crashed. A surge of anger welled up inside her, and her chest suddenly felt tight. What kind of junk is this? It's the standard equipment for a country bumpkin. Su Long waved Su Jue's school bag triumphantly, and the surrounding children laughed along, pointing at the toy car on the ground without any restraint. What are you doing? Su Ningyue walked up to the group with a cold face, her voice filled with suppressed anger. The children immediately stopped what they were doing, their expressions turning to astonishment. They were all intimidated by Su Ningyue's imposing presence and fell silent instantly. Su Ningyue walked up to Su Jue and saw his downcast eyes, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. Is it fun to bully your classmates? Su Ningyue stood up, her cold gaze falling on Su Long and the boys who were egging her on. One of the boys muttered defiantly, We were just playing around, and he didn't fight back. Are you kidding me? Su Ningyue laughed in anger. Fine, then I'll joke around with you too. You all, go stand at the back of the classroom as punishment. The boys' expressions changed drastically. They looked at each other, not daring to say anything more, and one by one they lowered their heads and walked to the back of the classroom. Su Long stood there, a hint of grievance flashing in his eyes. He never imagined that Su Ningyue would punish him for Su Jue's sake. He had always been her most beloved younger brother and had never been treated like this before. He tried to defend himself, raising his head and saying in his usual coquettish tone, Sister, I didn't do anything. I just. Su Ningyue coldly interrupted him. You go too. Su Long was stunned. He couldn't believe he was being punished by being made to stand. Why should I be punished by standing in the corner? I'm your brother. He roared at Su Ningyue, his eyes full of grievance, like a child whose affection had been taken away. The other boys, seeing Su Long's anger, didn't dare to say a word. Shut up. Su Ningyue hissed, her eyes sharp as knives, her tone icy and menacing. If you keep making a sound, you won't even be allowed to stand. Upon hearing this, Su Long instantly flew into a rage, stomped his foot heavily on the floor, and cried out, waving his arms and legs. I don't want to be punished. You favor Suzhua. You only love him. None of you love me. His words thoroughly enraged Su Ningyue. She frowned, walked over, grabbed Su Long by the collar, and lifted him up decisively without any hesitation. Su Long kicked and punched wildly in the air, trying to break free from Su Ningyue's grasp, but Su Ningyue forcefully flung him out of the classroom. Su Long fell heavily onto the floor outside the door, screaming loudly in pain, his face covered in snot and tears, crying loudly. Several classmates were stunned by this scene and looked at Su Ningyue, but she just stood at the door, coldly looking at Su Long. Su Ningyue turned around and saw Suzhua still standing in a corner of the classroom, with the parts of the wrecked car scattered all over the floor. Su Ningyue looked at the broken car on the ground and felt as if something had ripped her heart out, making it hard to breathe. She walked over, squatted down, and picked up the toy car parts one by one from the ground. Her fingers gently ran over the broken parts, and a memory suddenly surfaced before her eyes. In her past life, she once mistakenly believed that Suzhua had deliberately pushed Su Long down the stairs. She was furious at the time, thinking Suzhua was a bad kid, and decided to kick him out of the house. Throw all his things out, she angrily ordered the maid, and among the toys thrown out the door was this toy car. At that moment, Suzhua rushed out without thinking, knelt on the ground, and desperately picked up the things that had been thrown away, especially the car. She didn't care at all at the time, thinking it was just an old toy that wasn't worth mentioning. However, she later learned that this was the only gift Suzhua received from the village chief when he was in the countryside. Grandpa Village Chief was one of the few people in the village who was kind to Suzhua. Every time he came back from the mountain, he would play with Suzhua's toy car. Su Ningyue couldn't hold back her tears. As she picked up the broken pieces from the ground, she recalled that scene, her heart filled with guilt. She slowly handed the toy car to Suzhua, choking back tears as she said, I'm sorry. Suzhua simply took the car quietly, remaining silent. Su Ningyue looked at him, tears streaming down her face. She finally understood that the mistake she had made could never be made up for in her lifetime. Chapter 28. All 12 car keys disappear. Su Ningyue's eyes were filled with tears, and her voice trembled slightly. Xiaozhua, I promise I will fix it for you. However, Suzhua's eyes remained empty and distant, as if he had not heard her words. Su Ningyue's heart sank to the bottom at this moment. She knew that Suzhua still refused to accept her. To Suzhua, her existence was nothing more than an unhealable wound. Inside the classroom, the chatter of the other children became indistinct. Su Ningyue felt trapped in a fog, forced to watch helplessly as her once beloved little brother ignored her completely. Before school ended, the teacher stood at the front of the class and announced, Tomorrow we will be holding a parent-child activity. Please tell your parents when you get home, and remember to bring your family members to participate. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in excitement as the children began discussing who they would be coming to school with the next day. Su Long turned around and said proudly to his friends, My second sister will definitely come with me. She's a big star. The one you all saw today. Several children gathered around, their eyes filled with envy and curiosity. Wow, your sister is amazing. Su Long held his head high, a smug smile on his face. The next day, Su Qiming stood in front of the mirror, carefully selecting clothes. She chose an exquisite champagne-colored gown, the hem of which draped gently, accentuating her perfect figure. She was graceful, with a slender waist and long, straight legs, exuding the charm of a movie star with every gesture. In the mirror, her makeup was exquisite, her eyeshadow was light, her red lips were fiery, and her eyes and brows exuded charm and aloofness. Perfect. Su Qiming smiled and confidently turned around, her skirt swaying slightly with her movement, just like a blooming red rose. For tomorrow's parent-child activity, she wants her son, Long, to be the most eye-catching person. We can't let Su Ningyue steal the spotlight again. Just as she was about to leave, Su Qiming glanced at herself in the mirror again. The actress in the mirror was as beautiful as a goddess from mythology. However, when she turned around again, Su Qiming felt a sharp pain in her head and her steps began to falter. She staggered, leaned against the door, and closed her eyes. Just then, a strange yet intense memory flooded her mind. She felt as if she had returned to her past life. That day, after Su Ningyue pushed her off the cliff, her cheek was cut open by a hard tree branch. Her older sister found many famous doctors to help her with plastic surgery, but none of them could restore her to her former appearance. After being disfigured, her world completely collapsed. But she still couldn't bear to blame Su Long, feeling that Su Long hadn't done it on purpose. But having lost her beauty, she could no longer get any roles or acting offers. Once surrounded by countless admirers, she became a laughingstock and someone everyone avoided. Those days were filled with endless darkness. She felt as if she were in an endless abyss. All fame and fortune, all glory, vanished completely. She lingered in her past life like a ghost, having lost all direction. Once, she dragged her exhausted body to pick up Su Long from kindergarten, hoping that her younger brother could give her even the slightest comfort. But when she stood at the school gate and Su Long saw her, the smile on his face froze instantly. "Xiaolong, your sister is here to pick you up." She tried to force a smile, but the scars on her face made her smile look particularly stiff. Su Long frowned in disgust, took a step back without any attempt to hide it, and said in a cold voice, "You're not my sister. My sister wouldn't be this ugly." The children around her started whispering, then burst into malicious laughter. "Look at her face. It's so ugly. She's a monster." Su Qiming stood frozen in place, her hand hovering in midair, unable to lower it for a long time. Those mocking voices pierced her heart like sharp blades, and Su Long's disdain was like the last straw, completely shattering her self-esteem. Just as she was on the verge of collapse, she suddenly felt a pair of small hands gently grasp her fingers. She looked down and saw Su Ningyue. The little boy who never spoke or participated in the argument stood beside her, holding her hand tightly. He didn't speak, but a warmth shone through his clear eyes. Su Qiming looked at Su Ningyue, and tears welled up instantly. At that moment, she realized that she wasn't truly alone. Although she had lost all fame and fortune, there was still one person, her little brother, who remained by her side, never abandoning her. Her memory abruptly ended, and Su Qiming snapped back to reality, finding herself gripping the doorknob tightly, her fingers turning white. Her heart was pounding, and it felt as if a huge rock was pressing on her chest, making it difficult to even breathe. She never imagined that her younger brother, whom she had once neglected the most, would be the only person who gave her warmth when she was most helpless. Damn it! Why am I having this kind of dream again? And it even connects to the last one. Su Qiming rubbed her throbbing forehead, trying to calm herself down, but her mind was still in turmoil. Just as Su Wanga was about to leave, she noticed that Su Wanga was acting strangely. She was about to ask her a few questions when she suddenly realized that her keys were missing. Su Wanga was completely bewildered. All 12 car keys, which were usually neatly hung on the key rack, had suddenly disappeared. She frowned and searched every corner of the living room, even wondering if she had been too busy and confused lately, and had simply left the key somewhere else. But the entire entryway was spotless, and there was nothing to be found at all. The 12 keys seemed to have vanished into thin air. Not even a trace of them could be found. Impossible. Did a thief break into the house? Su Wanga muttered to herself in confusion. Meanwhile, at the kindergarten gate, huff, huff, Su Ningyue stood panting in front of the sign-in sheet, one hand on her knee and the other tightly gripping the car keys. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was breathing like a husky that had run 10 kilometers. She went through a lot of trouble to finally get to the kindergarten before Su Wanga, clutching the 12 car keys she had borrowed from her sister. To prevent Su Wanga from arriving early, she went to great lengths last night, secretly obtaining these keys. Success. Su Ningyue smiled secretly, like a child who had done something wrong, looking triumphantly at the sign-in sheet, the corners of her mouth unable to help but turn up. She picked up a pen and wrote her own name without hesitation after Su Ningyue's name, and even drew a small heart in the parent's signature column, very carefully, her signature, Su Ningyue-style signature. The teacher on the attendance sheet saw this scene and couldn't help but glance at Su Ningyue's pretty face, which was a little disheveled from running all the way, and then at her signature. Her expression was a little strange. Su Ningyue's parent. "Yes, it's me," Su Ningyue said confidently, wiping the sweat from her forehead, striking a pose as if she were the most qualified parent. The teacher's expression gradually became complicated. She muttered under her breath, Isn't it Miss Su Wanga who's coming?" But she didn't dare to say more and could only nod awkwardly. Su Ningyue felt secretly pleased with herself, then turned around and winked at Su Ningyue, who was sitting blankly in the car. Not long after, Su Qiming, wearing sunglasses and a mask to hide her worries, took Su Long's hand and slowly walked into the kindergarten. She was clearly still thinking about what had happened recently, and the unfamiliar memories in her mind were giving her a headache. Chapter 29, Su Long's Biological Parents. Su Long and his few lackeys stood together, dressed in exquisite little suits, and with the radiant Su Qiming behind them, they had become the protagonists here. They chatted and laughed, with a smug smile on Su Long's face, clearly looking forward to the start of the parent-child activity. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the door. Son, son, two middle-aged farmers, dressed in tattered clothes, ran in breathlessly. Their clothes were tattered and worn, clearly worn for many years, with yellowed fabric and dirt clinging to them. The man wore a pair of worn-out rubber shoes, his toes worn through to the soles. The woman's hair was disheveled, her lips were chapped, and her hands bore the marks of her labor in the fields. The two looked extremely distressed, as if they had just come from the countryside, their faces showing signs of hardship and exhaustion. We finally found you, son." The woman's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes as she stared intently at Su Long. Su Long was taken aback. He turned around and saw the two of them. His expression immediately changed, and he took a few steps back with disgust on his face. "Who are you? Who is your son?" He glared at the two men with disgust, wrinkling his nose as if the smell of their dirt made him uncomfortable. "We are your biological parents. Son, you were switched at birth when you were little, and now we have found you," the man said excitedly, reaching out to Su Long with anticipation. But Surong's reaction was the complete opposite of what they had expected. "Don't touch me." Su Long's face was full of disgust. He shoved the man away and then kicked the man's leg without any mercy. "Get out of my way. You country bumpkins, who said I'm your son? I don't know you." Su Long shouted angrily, his face turning extremely ugly. The woman rushed forward to grab Su Long, but he pushed her away, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Her package spilled out, revealing several worn-out clothes and an expired thermal container. The parents watching all showed expressions of surprise. None of them expected Su Long to be so brutal to the two farmers. The woman collapsed to the ground, her eyes brimming with tears. "Son, we really are. When you were little. When you were little, this is the insulated box filled with milk that we took you to kindergarten." Su Long showed no mercy and continued punching and kicking, yelling as he did so. "I'm telling you, I'm not your son. Get out of here, and don't let me see you again." The scene of Su Long punching and kicking his biological parents made all the teachers and parents around frown. Seeing this, an older female teacher hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed Su Long's hand, and sternly reprimanded him. "Su Long, how could you treat your own parents like this? They gave birth to you and raised you. Don't you have any conscience?" The parents around them whispered among themselves. "Look at this child, he has no manners at all. If they're this young and already bullying their parents like this, what will they be like when they grow up? It's really disheartening. I shouldn't have let my child play with him." One parent patted their child on the shoulder and whispered a warning. "Don't play with Su Long anymore. You can't befriend an ill-mannered child." The children followed suit, staring at Su Long with disdain. Several children covered their mouths and chuckled softly, some even pointing at Su Long and saying, "Look, he doesn't even recognize his own parents. What a bad kid." Su Long's face flushed red instantly, and he trembled with anger. He widened his eyes, wanting to refute, but there were too many accusations around him, and he couldn't possibly respond. "What do you know? They are not my parents at all. I don't want to acknowledge these poor bastards." Su Long forcefully shook off the teacher's hand and stood there, furious. Just as he was about to fly into a rage, Su Qiming quickly stepped forward. She put her arm around Su Long, glanced coldly at the two ragged farmers, and said in a low voice, "All right, stop making a scene. Xiao Long is my brother. He can't go back with you." The woman choked back tears as she said, "But he really is our child. We just want to take him home." Su Qiming's voice was icy. "Stop dreaming. Su Long doesn't belong to you. He is the young master of our Su family." Just as she was about to leave with Su Long, Su Ningyue quickly stepped forward and blocked her way. "Second sister, Su Long should go back to his biological parents." Su Qiming raised her voice a few decibels. "Are you crazy? How could Xiaolong go back with them? Don't you know who they are? Su Long is the young master of our Su family." Su Ningyue did not back down at all. "No matter how poor your biological parents are, they are still your biological parents. Su Long has the right to know his identity and the responsibility to return to their side." Hearing the argument, The surrounding parents gathered around. The mother of a well-dressed little girl sneered and said, "Biological parents are the only true family. No matter how much money you have, you can't erase blood ties, can you?" Another parent nodded in agreement. That's right. Children who don't acknowledge their biological parents won't amount to much in the future. The children huddled together, whispering and mocking. He doesn't even recognize his own parents. What a little rascal. Hearing these harsh taunts, Su Long's face turned ashen with anger, and tears welled up involuntarily. He cried and pleaded with Su Qiming, second sister. "I don't want to go with them. I don't want to go back." Su Qiming hugged Su Long even tighter, her beautiful eyes glaring angrily at Su Ningyue. "Get out of my way. Xiao Long won't go back with them." Su Qiming then carried Su Long away, but she was outnumbered and couldn't stop the couple. With the help of onlookers, the couple managed to snatch Su Long away. Su Qiming hurriedly drove after them. The couple was riding in a horse-drawn carriage. When Su Qiming caught up with them, the carriage was grazing by the river. Su Qiming took a deep breath, silently thinking about how to bring Su Long back. Suddenly, she overheard the couple's conversation. The man said anxiously, "Hurry up, don't waste time. The deal is already done. You can get paid as soon as you get it over there." The woman responded softly, "Don't make a fuss. Once we get the money, we'll never have to worry again, and the Su family will never be able to find us." These words struck Su Qiming's heart like a heavy hammer. She instantly realized that they were not Su Long's biological parents, but human traffickers. A chill ran down her spine, and a fierce glint flashed in Su Qiming's eyes. She couldn't lose Su Long, absolutely not. After exchanging a few words with the couple, Su Qiming rushed back to school alone. Today is Parent-Child Activity Day. The activity hasn't started yet, and the scene is chaotic. She entered the school as a parent and, taking advantage of Su Ningyue's negotiation with the teacher, quickly walked towards Su Zhua, covered his mouth, and lifted him up. Su Qiming's hands trembled slightly, but she did not stop moving. She quickly took out an exquisite silk scarf from her bag, tied Su Zhua's hands together, and roughly shoved her into the car. "I'm sorry," Su Qiming whispered to herself, a mix of emotions welling up inside her, but she chose to remain silent. During this period, she kept having inexplicable dreams about things related to Su Zhua. This can't go on. Once Su Zhua completely disappears from her life, she will no longer have these troubles, and she will never dream of those things again. In this way, she can love her Xiaolong wholeheartedly. Chapter 30. Su Long completely disregarded her life or death. When Su Wanga rushed to the school, she saw Su Ningyue with a deathly pale face. Su Ningyue stood with her head down, sobbing softly incessantly. Su Wanga approached, her gaze as cold as a sharp blade. "Explain yourself. Where did Xiaozhu go?" Su Ningyue bit her lip, her voice barely audible. I didn't keep an eye on him. Second sister took him away." "What?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanga flew into a rage, her hand instantly clenching into a fist, almost wanting to slap Su Ningyue across the face. But the moment she raised her hand, her gaze fell on the bruises on Su Ningyue's face, and she forcefully pressed her raised hand down. Su Wanga took a deep breath, suppressing her impending outburst of emotions, and said coldly, "I'll settle accounts with you properly after I find Xiaozhua." Su Ningyue lowered her head, tears falling to the ground. Meanwhile, after exchanging Su Zhua for Su Long, Su Qiming returned alone to the empty Su family villa. She closed the door and felt her heart pounding. Suddenly, her phone rang shrilly. Her heart skipped a beat, and she picked it up. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. She hesitated for a moment before answering the call. "Hello? What you said is true. This child is indeed more valuable than Su Long, but I've changed my mind. I don't want to sell him to anyone else." A sinister voice came from the other end of the phone, its coldness undisguised. "If you want him to live, pay a ransom of 5 million. That amount of money is nothing to your Su family, right? Otherwise, I'll make sure he dies a horrible death." Su Qiming's hand holding the phone froze for a moment, but her voice remained calm. "I have no money." The other party was clearly surprised by Su Qiming's composure. After a few seconds of stunned silence, they said with a cold laugh, "Are you kidding me?" Su Qiming remained unmoved, her voice still calm. "No money. Do whatever you want with me, even silence me." There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. Su Qiming's voice was extremely calm, as if Su Zhua's fate had nothing to do with her. But the moment she hung up the phone, a sharp pain suddenly shot through her chest. She suddenly clutched her heart, bent over in pain, as if some sharp blade was churning wildly inside her heart. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his breathing became rapid and disordered. She endured the sudden, excruciating pain, but her eyes were utterly empty. Despite her cold and indifferent words, A sense of fear and guilt welled up inside her that she could not suppress. Another unfamiliar memory appeared in Su Qiming's mind. Su Qiming clutched her chest, the pain gradually intensifying, as if spreading from her heart to her entire body. Just then, a memory that felt both strange and incredibly clear surfaced in her mind. She worked tirelessly, running around everywhere, to buy that expensive racing car for Su Long. Because Su Long acted spoiled and said that he couldn't lose face in front of his classmates. Determined not to disappoint her younger brother, she unhesitatingly entered into an investment project that seemed like an easy way to make money. She believed it to be true. Little did she know it was all a scam. She was locked in a dilapidated little house, surrounded by filth. The air was filled with a pungent stench, and the corners were piled with rotting garbage. A fierce-looking man walked over, pinned her to the ground, and mocked. "Since you have no money, I'll cripple you and make you beg on the streets, or I'll have your family come to redeem you. But it will cost 200,000. Su Qiming was filled with fear, but deep down, she still held on to hope. With trembling hands, she picked up the phone and dialed Su Long's number, thinking that he would definitely agree immediately and save her without hesitation. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally answered. "Hello? Second sister, what's up?" Su Long's lazy voice came from the phone, with the sound of mahjong tiles clattering in the background. Su Qiming tried her best to remain calm, her voice trembling. "Xiao Long, I've been kidnapped. They want a ransom of 200,000 yuan. Can you come and save me right away?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a cold laugh from Su Long. 200,000? Where would I get that much money, second sister? You're not kidding, are you? Su Qiming's heart tightened. She suppressed her despair and pleaded, choking back tears. "You can borrow some money from your friends first. Please, just give them the money." "I'm busy," Su Long said lazily on the other end, clearly not caring whether she lived or died. "Second sister, figure it out yourself. I'm playing cards with my buddies right now. Don't bother me, okay?" Su Qiming froze. The incessant sound of mahjong tiles rang out over the phone, and she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. You're really not going to abandon me? I'm your older sister. Stop bothering me." Su Long shouted impatiently. "Don't expect me to handle things you can't even manage yourself." The call was disconnected as soon as he finished speaking. In that instant, Su Qiming's phone fell to the ground, and she collapsed completely onto the dirty floor, utterly powerless. She had never felt so helpless. The younger brother she had risked everything to protect was completely indifferent to her life or death. Tears blurred her vision. Her beloved younger brother, whom she had once cherished so dearly, was now so cold and heartless. She had tried her best to give Su Long the best, only to receive this response in return. "It seems your brother doesn't care whether you live or die." The human traffickers mocked her like that. She had already lost hope by then, and when the traffickers sent the message to Suzhua, she had no hope at all. How could Suzhua possibly take out such a large sum of money for her? Surprisingly, when the call connected, Suzhua's voice was noticeably tense, as if he didn't care about the money at all, but only about her safety. Without any hesitation, Suzhua agreed to the human trafficker's request. 200,000. She was shocked and couldn't believe that Suzhua was willing to spend so much money for her. Not long after, Suzhua appeared in front of her, clutching a black bag full of cash in his hands. His face was pale, and sweat was beading on his forehead, but at that moment, she didn't notice the exhaustion hidden on Suzhua's face at all. "Second sister, I brought money. Let's go quickly." However, she only felt relieved and did not notice Suzhua's strange behavior at the time. She only wanted to leave that dirty place. Su Qiming suddenly opened her eyes, gripped her phone tightly, and her heart pounded faster and faster. After hesitating for a moment, Su Qiming took a deep breath, dialed her assistant's number, and calmly said, "Arrange 2 people for me. I need a place." Su Qi dreamt of the couple's address, and as soon as she got off the bus, she was stunned by the scene before her. On the street outside the door sat a group of ragged, emaciated children. Their faces were covered in dirt, and their eyes were empty and lifeless, as if they had lost all hope for the future. Some of them had broken arms, and some had missing legs. They didn't even have the strength to stand up and could only huddle in the corner, shivering and stretching out their thin little hands to beg. The children's wounds were festering and foul-smelling, with flies swarming around them. They were like lost souls utterly abandoned on the edge of this world, with a broken iron bowl in front of them containing only a few loose coins and crumpled banknotes. Seeing these scenes, Su Qiming felt a churning in her stomach, and unfamiliar memories flooded her mind like a torrent. Isn't this the place that appeared in her dream? In her dream, she too was abducted and sold here, becoming one of these children. She once sat here, her face streaked with tears, too desperate to utter a sound. Thinking of this, Su Qiming's body began to tremble involuntarily, and her hands became icy cold. Just as she was panicking, the couple came out of the dilapidated house. The man roughly grabbed Sujua's arm and shoved him into the middle of the yard. Sujua's face was pale, and her thin body was almost swaying precariously as the man pulled her. The man's voice was cold and vicious. You rich people are really heartless. You can even sell your own children. Since your family is unwilling to pay, then don't blame us. We'll cripple his arm and throw him out on the street to beg. The man drew a rusty machete from his waist and raised his hand, ready to chop hard at Sujua's arm. Seeing this scene, Su Qiming was torn by inner turmoil. She almost instinctively wanted to rush forward to stop the man, but the moment she took a step, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. If Sujua really became disabled, then he would never have the chance to compete with Su Long for the family fortune again. This idea pierced Su Qiming's heart like a thorn. Su Long was her beloved younger brother, and she had always hoped that he would inherit the Su family business. Now, if Sujua becomes disabled, then Su Long will no longer be a threat. Property, power, everything will belong to Surong. This thought brought Su Qiming to a standstill. Her feet seemed nailed to the ground, unable to take another step. At this moment, Sujua also looked over. His eyes were calm, without much fear, but they concealed a trace of loneliness, which made Su Qiming's heart ache. She clenched her fingers tightly, her heart pounding like a drum. Su Qiming clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug deep into her palms, but reason told her to let go, to stop worrying about it. This was for Xiaolong's sake. Chapter 31. Destroy the formation, and your soul will be free. Warning: watch this tonight for more horror content. The man also noticed Su Qiming's presence. His cold gaze turned to her, and he asked in a gloomy tone, "Are you here to buy a child? This child is quite good. You can do whatever you want with him." Su Qiming's heart churned, and a chill ran down her spine. Her gaze lingered on Su Jua for a moment. Her palms tightened, and the wavering thoughts that had been surfacing in her mind once again resurfaced. Everything was being weighed, and she stopped again. Su Jua is ultimately a threat to Xiaolong. She kept telling herself that Xiaolong was the only person she should care about. I know. Su Qiming hesitated for a moment before answering in a low voice. Just then, strange footsteps came from afar, and an oddly dressed old man slowly approached. He was carrying a cloth bag, and his triangular eyes made him look very unpleasant. The old man walked straight toward the human trafficker, looked Su Jue up and down, and a strange smile appeared on his face. I want this child. The old man's voice was hoarse and deep, like a cold wind blowing down your back. The man's face lit up with joy, and he quickly replied, "Good eye. This child is well-behaved and obedient. He's definitely worth it." Su Qiming's heart clenched, a sense of unease rising within her. But before she could make a decision, the old man had already lifted Su Jue off the ground. Su Qiming had a splitting headache. She didn't want to stay there any longer, so she left with her bodyguards and found a small stall to sit down and eat. She tried to calm herself down, but found that her stomach was churning and she couldn't eat anything at all. During the meal, Su Qiming noticed two plainclothes police officers investigating nearby, and a crowd gradually gathered around. Su Qiming's gaze swept casually across the room, and she noticed that the police were chatting with an eyewitness. Do you want to know about that? The case of the girl in red. A witness whispered to the police. You know, the policeman's voice was grave. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The way that girl died, with iron nails embedded in her head and weights hanging from her feet, that's a method of creating a ghost child. In my opinion, another child will die in the town soon, and it will definitely be a boy, making a perfect pair of virgins, a boy and a girl, which is called yin and yang complementing each other. The eyewitness's tone was filled with a strange fear. The nearby guests couldn't help but start gossiping when they heard this. Someone frowned and complained in a low voice. Ever since that girl died, there hasn't been a single normal day in this town. It's filled with an eerie atmosphere, and strange things keep happening. Refining little devils. Su Qiming suddenly remembered that the old man had a gourd with a picture of a little devil hanging from his waist. Could it be that the old man took Su Jue away to refine a little ghost? A girl plus Su Jue makes a perfect pair of virgins. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately told the police the clue. Upon hearing this, the police immediately asked Su Qiming who the child the old man had taken away was. Upon learning that it was Su Qiming's younger brother, the police officer's expression was one of shock. Your brother? Aren't you worried about him? Su Qiming remained outwardly calm and coldly replied, his life or death is none of my business. I'm just interested in this idea of refining little ghosts. The police were stunned, and found it unbelievable. After all, as an older sister, she was so cold and heartless when her younger brother was taken away by bad guys. To cooperate with the police investigation, Su Qiming moved into the girl's house with her 2 bodyguards. The room was unusually oppressive, with mottled marks on the corners and a chilly atmosphere that carried an eerie feeling, as if the sorrow of the dead lingered. On the other side, the old man led Su Zhuo to the depths of a gloomy forest. The surrounding trees were tall and twisted, and the thick shade almost blocked out the sunlight. A strange chill permeated the air. The old man took out a red dress and forced it on his Su Zhuo, then hung 2 heavy weights on his feet. As the old man worked, he muttered to himself, "Red dress, weight, virgin body. These are the perfect conditions for creating an extremely vicious and evil little ghost." He sneered, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. The so-called refining little ghosts is an ancient evil art that uses the resentment and soul of the living to trap them in a body. Innocent boys and girls are usually chosen as sacrifices. The red dress represents blood and resentment, while the weights on the feet symbolize bondage and oppression, fixing the soul firmly within the body, preventing it from transcending and turning it into a complete demon. Just as the old man was casting his spell, Su Zhuo inadvertently glanced into the depths of the woods not far away. There was a withered old tree with its branches scattered and intertwined, and at the very top of the branches hung a little girl in a red dress. Her face was as pale as paper, her eyes were empty, her long, loose hair fluttered in the wind, and her red dress swayed slightly in the night breeze, as if she were welcoming some kind of eerie ritual. Although the girl's face was shrouded in the shadow of death, it still retained some of the beauty she had in life. Her skin was so white it was almost translucent, and her black eyes were unfathomable, as if filled with endless resentment. Su Zhuo's heart raced, and she tentatively asked in a soft voice, "Who are you?" The girl hanging from the tree stirred slightly, her lips slowly parting as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. At this moment, the old man also noticed Su Zhuo's gaze, and following his line of sight, his heart trembled. He noticed that the place Su Zhuo was staring at was the very spot where he had refined the little ghost last time. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and a nameless fear rose in his heart. He can actually see her? The old man's face turned deathly pale instantly, and he seemed somewhat flustered. Refining little ghosts was always insidious and dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could backfire on him. This seemingly harmless child could see things that ordinary people couldn't. The old man's hands trembled slightly, and he involuntarily clenched the talisman in his hand. Su Zhuo continued to stare at the girl, feeling both fear and curiosity. At this moment, the little girl's voice came softly, her voice faint and tinged with sadness. "My name is Ying. My soul was refined into a little ghost by him and imprisoned in the gourd at his waist, while my body hangs on this tree." Upon hearing this, Su Zhuo was shocked and couldn't help but clench his fists. "Can you help me?" Ying's voice was even more earnest. Su Zhuo glanced at the old man with the gourd hanging from his waist, then looked up at Ying's corpse hanging from the tree. He nodded and decided to help her. Ying said softly, "He imprisoned my soul in the Bagua formation and buried it under a rock under the tree. As long as you dig out that rock and destroy the formation, my soul will be free." Without hesitation, Su Zhuo quickly squatted down and began digging at the base of the old tree. Chapter 32, Becoming Your Servant. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves and mud. He used all his strength, his fingers were worn raw, and his fingernails were covered with mud. The old man quickly realized Su Zhuo's intention, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "You brat! You dare touch my Bagua formation!" He angrily lunged at Su Zhuo, trying to stop him. However, just as the old man rushed over, a cold, eerie wind suddenly arose out of nowhere, swirling up a sky full of withered leaves that sliced across the old man's face like knives. The old man was thrown heavily to the ground by the force and couldn't get up for a long time, his face showing extreme fear. Su Zhuo continued digging, and soon his fingertips touched a hard rock. He took a deep breath and pried the stone out with force. The stone was covered with strange runes. "Quick, destroy it," Ying urged anxiously. Without hesitation, Su Zhuo grabbed a stone and slammed it into the ground. The stone instantly shattered into several pieces, and the formation disappeared as well, making the surrounding air seem much lighter. Ying's figure gradually blurred, floating in the air, a relieved smile on her face. "Thank you. Finally, I'm free." As soon as he finished speaking, the gourd at the old man's waist collapsed into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. Immediately afterwards, the little girl, who had been transformed into a vengeful ghost, burst out of the broken gourd, her eyes burning with hatred and filled with intense resentment, and pounced on the old man lying on the ground. Before the old man could react, the vengeful ghost pounced on him, its sharp nails piercing through his shoulder. He screamed, his face filled with terror, and his eyes began to glaze over. Without the slightest hesitation, the little girl opened her mouth, which was full of sharp teeth, and bit down hard on the old man's head. Her sharp teeth were deeply embedded in his flesh, and the sound of her chewing could be clearly heard. The old man let out a shrill scream, struggling desperately with both hands to push away the little girl who was pressing down on him. But his movements were weak and powerless. In the end, his eyes rolled back in their sockets, his face contorted, and he let out intermittent wails. The little girl's teeth were as sharp as steel, tearing the old man's flesh piece by piece, biting through his neck until blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the entire ground red. The old man's head twisted in excruciating pain as she bit it to pieces, the bones crunching as she chewed, his entire head exploding, brain matter splattering everywhere, before he fell silent. Su Ningyue stood aside, watching this cruel scene. Although he felt a chill in his heart, he understood that this was the old man's just punishment. The little girl stood up from the old man's corpse, her resentment gradually dissipating, and her originally ferocious and terrifying face regained some gentleness. She floated lightly to Su Ningyue's side, her eyes filled with gratitude, and whispered, "Thank you. You freed me from this endless pain and gave me freedom. I have one last wish. I want to go home and see my mom and dad. Can you help me?" The little girl's soul was like a light feather, swaying in the breeze. Her soul could not travel too far, nor could it accurately discern directions. Su Ningyue held Ying's hand and seemed to be able to feel her slightly cool touch. Su Ningyue silently squeezed her hand and promised to take her home. Along the way, the shadows of the trees swayed gently, and the surroundings were unusually quiet. Meanwhile, Su Ningyue was having dinner at the girl's home with the police and the girl's parents. The girl's parents were heartbroken, and the police comforted them while solemnly promising, "Don't worry, we will do everything we can to find the murderer." Just as they were discussing the case, there was a soft knock on the door. The entire room fell silent. The girl's mother felt uneasy and got up to open the door. The moment the door opened, her gaze fell upon it, and she froze instantly. On the door panel, a dark red bloody handprint was clearly visible, as if it had just been touched, dripping with blood and carrying an inexplicable chill. The girl's mother stared wide-eyed, her lips trembling, unable to utter a sound. Her body swayed twice, then collapsed heavily to the ground like a fallen straw, and she lost consciousness. The room erupted into chaos, and the police officer jumped up from his chair in fright. Upon seeing the bloody handprints on the door, his face turned deathly pale, and he slipped and fell to the ground. Su Ningyue was also terrified. Her pupils contracted sharply, and her body instinctively retreated. She looked around for a safe corner and finally lunged into the cabinet next to her, curling up inside and covering her mouth with her hands. Ying lowered her head, her hands tightly gripping Su Ningyue's clothes, her voice filled with grievance. "Did I do something wrong? Why are they all so scared?" Su Ningyue reached out her small hand and gently patted Ying's back, softly comforting her. "You did nothing wrong. It's not that your family doesn't miss you. It's just that they can't see you anymore." Like a child who has lost her support, Ying suddenly threw herself into Su Ningyue's arms and burst into tears. "They all don't want me anymore. I want to go home, but no one remembers me." Su Ningyue stroked Ying's hair with her small hand. "Don't be afraid. I will take you home." With Su Ningyue's comforting words, Ying's crying gradually subsided. She looked up, her eyes still glistening with tears, and asked softly, "Really?" Su Ningyue nodded. "Really." At daybreak, the police found the old man's body deep in the woods. The surrounding vegetation was stained red with blood, and an eerie atmosphere permeated the entire village. The old man's death was extremely gruesome. His head had been bitten off, and his body was covered in terrible wounds. The villagers, witnessing this scene, began to discuss it amongst themselves. "This is the work of a ghost. The strange bloody handprints and the hanged girl last night must be the ghosts of their village seeking revenge." Fear spread rapidly through the village, and everyone hid in their homes, staying indoors. The village was eerily silent, as if a cold wind was blowing and the air was filled with ghostly energy. Not long after, the old man's master, Master Xiandang, learned of his disciple's death and rushed to the village. Master Xiandang was a famous master of metaphysics. He wore a Taoist robe, had a solemn expression, held a whisk in his hand, and his eyes revealed an unfathomable and mysterious aura. Master Xiandang stood in the center of the village, coldly surveying his surroundings, and said sternly, There must be a vengeful ghost causing trouble in this village. Tonight, I will grind that troublesome ghost to dust and restore order to the world." Upon hearing this, the villagers gathered around, gazing at Master Xiandang with awe. Master Xiandang raised his whisk and shouted sternly, "No matter where you hide, you will have nowhere to hide tonight." The villagers whispered amongst themselves, "Master Xiandang has arrived. I've heard he's cultivated Taoism for decades and subdued countless evil spirits. Yeah, last time the village next door was haunted, he managed to subdue the ghost in one night. He's really amazing." Exactly. He can even turn around things that are just a series of unfortunate coincidences. His skills are truly beyond what ordinary people can match. The girl hid behind Su Ningyue, her voice trembling slightly. I am no match for Master Xiandang. His Taoist arts are too powerful. I can't defeat him at all." As she spoke, the girl's figure seemed even more elusive, as if she might disappear at any moment. After pondering for a moment, Su Ningyue asked in a low voice, "Then how can we defeat him?" The girl whispered, "If you are willing to drip a drop of blood onto the back of my hand, I will gain power. I will become your servant and use my vengeful spirit power to protect you. At the same time, my power will be greatly enhanced." Chapter 33. He was like a ray of light, illuminating her world. "Okay," Su Ningyue agreed. Then, he cut his finger, and bright red blood dripped onto the girl's pale hand. When Su Ningyue's blood dripped onto the girl's hand, a chilling aura immediately filled the surroundings. The girl's illusory figure instantly solidified, as if she had summoned back her long-lost power from the underworld. Her originally ethereal body now began to exude a captivating aura, her black hair fluttering without wind, and her eyes gleaming with a sharp, cold light. "From today onwards, I will serve you." The girl's voice no longer trembled, but was filled with determination, like a king returning from the depths of hell. A sudden gust of wind arose, causing the surrounding trees to sway wildly and dust to swirl on the ground, as if the heavens and earth themselves trembled for the girl's revenge. She suddenly looked up and stared intently at Master Xiandang, who was standing in the distance. "You think you can control me with just a few talismans," she sneered, her voice as icy as ice. "Today, you will pay the price for what you've done." Master Xiandang frowned, sensing the change in her aura, and a sense of unease began to arise in his heart. He waved his whisk, attempting to suppress the Yin energy with Taoist magic. However, the girl at this point was no longer the vengeful spirit he had once manipulated. She stretched out her slender arm, and suddenly an invisible chain condensed in the air, carrying a chilling aura, rushing straight towards Master Xiandang. The chains were moving so fast that no one could react in time. Master Xiandang was taken aback and hastily waved his whisk, trying to block the chains. But the chains, imbued with powerful resentment, pierced directly through the whisk in his hand and tightly bound his neck. "Let me go, you evil spirit." Master Xiandang's expression changed drastically. He struggled desperately, his hands gripping the chains around his neck tightly, but the more he struggled, the tighter the chains became. The girl looked at him coldly, her eyes filled with no pity, but rather with boundless rage. "You thought you could control my life and death forever? Now it's your turn." The eerie wind grew stronger, whipping up the surrounding sand and stones, making the whole scene extremely strange. The girl's long hair danced wildly in the wind. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife, and she exuded an unparalleled and powerful aura. Master Xiandang's face gradually turned bluish-purple, and his eyes were filled with fear. With a sharp cracking sound, Master Xiandang's neck was snapped by the chain, and he fell heavily to the ground, his breath fading instantly. The girl stood in the cold wind, slightly out of breath. "Second miss, something's not right here. Let's leave immediately." The onlookers couldn't see the girl. From their perspective, it looked as if Master Xiandang had snapped his own neck. But the scene was already bizarre enough. Su Qiming's expression wasn't good either. Should she go back? But Su Ningyue was still here. "Second miss. Okay, let's go back." Su Qiming agreed indifferently and left the gloomy town. She sat in the car, her head resting against the window, the night endless and the scenery blurred. Not long after, she completely fainted. In her dream, she stood disheveled on the film set, her face bearing obvious scars. After being disfigured, she never regained her former radiance. Those directors and producers who once fawned over her now avoid her like the plague. At every audition, she was coldly rejected, without even a polite word of comfort. She felt that her life had come to an end. She was utterly despondent, and on the verge of a complete breakdown. Just then, she saw Su Ningyue. That slender figure stood before her. His eyes remained clear, and a slight smile graced his face. There were no further words of comfort, only one sentence. Sister, you can do it. I believe in you. Su Qiming was stunned. She had never really paid attention to Su Zhua and even ignored him at one point, thinking that he was a burden to the Su family. However, at this moment, those words were like a ray of light, shining into her dark world. She suddenly found a bit of courage and decided not to give up. She took on a small role in a film, A Disfigured Woman. Despite being just an insignificant supporting role, Su Qiming delivered a powerful performance, vividly portraying the character's pain and struggle. Her acting skills won over the audience and earned her long-awaited applause. Her career gradually began to improve. Just as she excitedly went to find Su Zhua with her earnings, she heard a low, arguing sound coming from inside the room as soon as she entered. She strode into the living room and saw Su Zhua kneeling in front of several burly men, his body trembling slightly. Su Zhua's hand was firmly pressed onto the table, and the blade in the burly man's hand reflected a cold light. If you can't pay back the money, you'll have to pay interest, a burly man sneered, brandishing his knife. What are you doing? Stop. Su Qiming rushed over, terrified. Sister, don't worry about me. Su Zhua turned around, her face pale, but she still tried to calm her down. Before he could finish speaking, the knife fell, blood splattered everywhere, and one of Su Zhua's fingers was chopped off. For a moment, Su Qiming was stunned. She stumbled over and hugged Su Zhua, her heart pounding as if it were about to burst from her chest. She then learned that Su Zhua had secretly taken out a high-interest loan for her and to pay off her debts, without her ever noticing. It's okay, sis, your finger can be reattached. Su Zhua said softly, a gentle smile still on her face, as if she wasn't the one who was injured. Su Qiming felt as if her heart was being torn apart. She hugged Su Zhua tightly, tears welling up instantly and dripping onto his already cold face. She only played a minor role, and her pay was only a few thousand yuan, which was not enough to fill the gap. Left with no other choice, Su Qiming had to bite the bullet and go find Su Long. Su Long, I really have an emergency right now. Could you lend me some money? I'll pay you back soon. She had never been so humble before. But Su Long rolled his eyes, making no attempt to hide his annoyance. What's the rush? You said you didn't have money to buy me a car, and now you're asking for money? What a joke. Su Qiming suddenly became anxious. I'm not spending it on myself. I'm helping Su Zhua pay off his debts. Su Zhua. Su Long's face instantly turned cold. You actually spent money on him? Sis, are you crazy? Why should that good for nothing need your help? Su Long. He is my brother. I can't just stand by and watch something happen to him, Su Qiming explained, suppressing her grievances. Don't mention that good for nothing to me. Su Long roared, his words filled with vicious sarcasm. You really are a good sister, willing to spend money on that good for nothing rather than buy me a race car. Su Qiming gritted her teeth, her anger rising. You have no idea how much Su Zhua has done for me. Su Long scoffed and looked coldly at Su Qiming. Since you like spending money on that good for nothing, fine. Since you want to protect him, I'll make sure you can't even speak or act. As he spoke, he waved his hand, signaling the people next to him to take action. Several burly men immediately stepped forward, grabbed Su Qiming, and roughly pinned her to the ground. What are you doing? Let me go. Su Qiming struggled desperately, but she was no match for these strong men. Her arms were firmly held down, and she couldn't move. The next moment, a bucket of boiling water was brought over. Su Long stood aside with a cold smile and an icy look in his eyes. You are not worthy to speak, sister. After saying that, scalding hot water was poured directly into her throat. The intense burning sensation felt like 1,000 needles piercing her skin. She wanted to scream and shout, but only a heart-wrenching moan of pain escaped her throat. Her throat was ruined by the scalding hot water, and her once melodious voice disappeared completely. She knew perfectly well that she would never be able to stand on the stage again and would never have the chance to act again. Chapter 34, A Sudden Realization, Regret for the Past. Memories surged like a tide, flooding into the deepest recesses of my dreams. Because her throat was burned, she was unable to speak or take on any acting roles, causing her great pain and despair. Su Zhua always silently stayed by her side, accompanying her through the most difficult days. He would get up early every day to cook her a bowl of warm, throat-soothing soup. He wasn't good with words, but silently poured all his care into the soup. He even accompanied her to submit her resume everywhere, and even though she was repeatedly rejected, he still stayed with her. He also helped her contact renowned doctors abroad and arrange for her to undergo a 3-year rehabilitation surgery overseas. However, he never contacted her during those 3 years. During that time, she was anxious every day, wondering why Su Zhua was ignoring her. Was it because her past actions had hurt him, and he was utterly disappointed in her as his older sister, so he no longer wanted to talk to her. Finally, 3 years later, her throat was healed, she was able to speak again, and even returned to the entertainment industry. But when she returned home, she learned that her eldest sister, Su Wanga, and her 5 younger sisters had all died. At that moment, Su Long knelt before her, crying as he said, "Second sister, seventh sister is missing. Fourth sister was also killed by Su Jua. He has always harbored resentment because of your mistreatment of him and was waiting for an opportunity to take revenge." Su Qiming was so shocked that she couldn't speak, and she froze on the spot as if she had been struck by lightning. Big sister, she was actually killed by Su Jua. She couldn't believe Su Jua would do such a thing. But then she remembered that Su Jua hadn't contacted her at all in the past 3 years. Could it be that all the care and concern before I went abroad was just an illusion, and the reality was that I was ignored for the past 3 years? Su Long then cried out, "I treated you all that way to protect you. I knew he would eventually harm you. I only did it to save you." Su Qi dreamed of confronting Su Jua, but she couldn't believe he would actually kill her sister. She arrived at the cemetery with a heavy heart, only to see Su Jua standing in front of Su Qinyu's grave, digging at the soil with his hands. Su Qiming suddenly felt her heart being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, almost suffocating her. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her once gentle and considerate younger brother, who always took care of her silently, was now digging up his sister's grave. Could it be that Su Jua truly resented them, so much so that killing Qinyu wasn't enough, and he also wanted to prevent her from resting in peace even after death? Su Jua, Su Qiming shouted with almost all her might, her voice trembling. Su Jua slowly turned her head, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. "Second sister. Why did you do this?" Su Qiming asked in a pitiful voice, shattering the expectation in Su Jua's eyes. But at that time, she did not notice the brokenness in Su Jua's eyes. She could not accept that Su Jua, the person who had always silently protected and helped her, had become the murderer who killed her sister. "Why did you do this? Why did you kill Qinyu?" Su Qiming almost cried out. With a determined heart, Su Qiming plunged the dagger in her hand into Su Jua's body. Her movements were so fast that she barely had time to react. Only the warmth from her hand made her realize that she had actually stabbed him. Su Jue did not make a sound and continued to look at her with those gentle eyes. He lowered his head and looked at the blood seeping from his chest, his eyes shattering bit by bit. The police sirens blared, and officers rushed to the scene. Seeing the police rushing towards them, Su Jue staggered a step and managed a weak smile. "It was me." Su Jue's voice was hoarse. "It was me. I've had enough of living. I wanted to commit suicide." The police officers were stunned for a moment, then quickly helped Su Jue up. Su Qiming's grip on the dagger gradually loosened, and the scene before her eyes caused her even greater pain. She thought this knife would end all her pain, but Su Jue took all the responsibility upon himself to protect her. "Hey, want to commit suicide?" a policeman asked doubtfully, his eyes full of suspicion. Su Jue nodded, his gaze never once falling on Su Qiming. The police didn't ask any more questions and hurriedly took Su Jue to the hospital, while Su Qiming stood there, her heart filled with indescribable emotions. The sensation of the dagger still lingered in her palm, the warmth of the blood like an indelible mark, piercing her heart. Su Jue's figure gradually faded into the distance, and even after he disappeared into the ambulance, Su Qiming was still in a daze. News came from the hospital that Su Jue's wounds were very serious and her condition was critical. The doctor advised his family to come and see him one last time as soon as possible, but Su Qiming did not go. As time went by, Su Qiming closed her heart. She no longer thought of Su Jua, as if the younger brother who had once cooked soup for her and introduced her to doctors abroad had long since disappeared from her world. Much later, she overheard some news. Su Jua had passed away. When the news arrived, Su Qiming was standing on the film set, surrounded by people coming and going, but she felt as if the whole world had suddenly stopped. The sounds around me gradually faded, and it felt as if an invisible knife had stabbed me in the chest. She stood there stiffly, feeling empty inside. She didn't see him one last time, and she didn't even attend his funeral. But now, it's all over, and there's no chance left. At that moment, tears involuntarily fell. She thought she could let go, but the pain in her chest only grew deeper. After Su Jue's death, Su Qiming lived a life that was almost mechanical. Su Long suddenly became very concerned about her, took her to his villa, put her in the best room, and assigned many bodyguards and servants to take care of her. Everyone treated her with utmost respect, as if she were still the movie queen adored by millions. She had always thought that Su Long was genuinely good to her, and even once felt that this only remaining younger brother might be her only support in the world. However, The truth, like a knife, ruthlessly ripped open her world. That day, Su Qiming overheard Su Long's conversation with the shareholders in the villa. She stood at the top of the stairs, her fingers gripping the handrail tightly, her ears filled with those cold and heartless words. As long as Su Qiming is still alive, my plan will not go wrong. She has no idea about the truth anymore, so let her continue living like this. Su Qiming's heart clenched suddenly, and for a moment, she could hardly breathe. She felt an invisible hole in her heart that was constantly widening, and pain surged from there, filling her entire chest. She finally understood that Su Long's concern for her was nothing more than a means to his own benefit. He only needed her to live as a figurehead to appease the skeptical shareholders and public opinion. She thought Su Jua had killed her fifth sister, but it turned out that Su Long had killed her. As for the disappearance of seventh sister, it was also caused by Su Long. Her world collapsed. She was wrong. She was wrong from the very beginning. She thought Su Jua was her enemy, but it turned out he was the one who loved her the most. The real devil was none other than Serong, whom she had always trusted and relied on. Chapter 35. Your sister has come to pick you up. Tears welled up in Su Qiming's eyes, mixed with pain. She couldn't forgive herself, and she couldn't forgive Su Long. She wanted to die together with Su Long, to avenge herself, her six sisters, and Su Jua. That night, Su Qiming found Su Long's room. However, Su Long was prepared and ordered his men to lock her up. She escaped with great difficulty, and exhausted, she staggered all the way to Su Jua's grave. She had lost everything, and the hatred and regret in her heart were so overwhelming that she could hardly breathe. At Su Jua's grave, she finally broke down in tears, her tears flowing like a flood from a burst dam, pouring out of her heart riddled with wounds. I'm sorry, Xiaojua. I was wrong. She knelt on the ground, her hands tightly gripping the cold tombstone, sobbing uncontrollably, the pain in her heart burning like a raging fire in her soul. She finally understood that Su Jua was the one who truly cared for and protected her, but she had always misunderstood and hurt him until he left her world. She didn't know how long she had been crying when a deep voice came from behind her. Miss Su. Su Qiming raised her head blankly and saw a middle-aged police officer in a police uniform standing in front of her. His expression was somewhat somber, and he held a thick notebook in his hand. Who are you? Su Qiming looked at him through teary eyes, her voice hoarse. I'm a police officer from Haicheng Public Security Bureau. His tone was calm, but with a hint of heaviness. I have something I want to show you. After saying that, he handed over the diary in his hand. Su Qiming was stunned for a moment, then took the diary. When she opened the first page, Su Jua's familiar handwriting came into view. Her hands trembled instantly, and tears blurred her vision again. Those were lines of words written to her. Second sister, I know you may never like me, and you will always hate me, but I will never blame you. You sacrificed so much for Su Long. I don't hate you, because you were once my closest person. Actually, I've always been protecting you, but you never knew it. Each line of text was like a sharp sword, piercing deeply into Su Qiming's heart. Her tears kept falling onto the paper, blurring the words. She continued reading, and between the lines were Su was concerned for her while she was in prison. His handwriting became increasingly messy, clearly indicating that his health was deteriorating over time, but he still persisted in writing in his diary, recording his longing for her. A director smeared you online, and I couldn't help but contact him. I know I'll be sentenced for doing this, but I'm willing to take all the consequences for you. You're my second sister, and I can't let others hurt you like this. If it weren't for the fact that you still have Su Long in your heart, I would really like to kill him together. At worst, we would trade one life for another. Upon seeing this, Su Qiming cried so hard she could barely breathe. It turns out that during the 3 years she was abroad for treatment, Su Jua got into a fight with someone in order to protect her and was eventually sentenced to 3 years in prison. She turned to the last page of the diary. Second sister, once your voice is healed, I will definitely watch your performance from the front row. Upon seeing this, Su Qiming could no longer hold back, hugged the diary tightly to her chest, and burst into tears. She finally realized that Su Jua had never harbored any resentment towards her. On the contrary, he had silently protected her during her most difficult time. But she directed all her resentment, misunderstanding, and indifference at him. Even at the very end, he protected her, even when he was deeply mired in trouble. She was so completely wrong. I'm sorry, Xiaojua. I'm so sorry. Su Qiming was in tears, her voice choked with sobs, the pain and regret in her heart almost making her unable to stand up. The police officer stood behind her, silently watching the scene, and sighed. But this is what she deserves. The price of losing Su Jua is to forever bear this guilt and pain. 3 days later, in the dimly lit bathroom, Su Qiming slit her wrists, and her consciousness gradually faded into darkness. Just when she thought she was about to disappear from this world, she suddenly felt a cold touch, and a blinding white light flashed from the depths of her mind. She suddenly opened her eyes, her breathing rapid, and found herself no longer sitting in the bathtub, but in the back seat of a car. The familiar sight before her gave her a jolt. I'm still alive. Su Qiming's gaze wandered around the car. This was the car her eldest sister had given her when she was 22, and everything was exactly the same as she remembered. No, I've been reborn. She covered her mouth in shock, her thoughts rushing in like a flood. Memories of her past life flooded her mind as if she had just experienced them. Sujua's death, her regret, and pain. All of these intertwined in her mind, causing her heart to clench again. Is this fate, allowing me to start over? She was surprised, excited, and even a little bewildered. But in an instant, amidst her joy, she suddenly realized she had just dumped Sujua in that ghost village. Her heart sank, and the color drained from her face instantly. Quickly, turn around immediately. Go back right now. Su Qiming's voice trembled with tension, like a startled cat. Her urgent tones startled the driver. To the village, quick. The driver was clearly taken aback by her sudden panic, but he immediately agreed, quickly turned the car around, and sped off towards the eerie village. Su Qiming sat in the back seat of the car, her mind in turmoil, her hands clenched into fists, her fingertips trembling slightly. Sujua's image kept appearing in her mind, that frail little figure, that silent gaze. All those little things she had once overlooked now seemed like needles, piercing her heart. Xiaojua, wait for me. This time, I won't let you get hurt again. The sky outside the car window gradually darkened, and the distant mountains were swallowed by the night. The closer the car got to the village, the more uneasy Su Qiming felt. She abruptly closed her eyes, and the scene of Sujua collapsing in front of her in her past life flashed through her mind again. At that time, he was so thin that he could barely stand, his face as pale as paper, but he was still trying his best to endure the pain, softly saying, "It's okay, sister, I can hold on. Xiaojua, I can't lose you again." She vowed silently in her heart, clenching her teeth and digging her nails deep into her palms. Su Qiming picked up her phone and dialed her third sister, Su Qian's number. The phone rang a few times before being answered, and in the background came a series of hurried footsteps and tense breathing. "Third sister, I need your help. Xiaojua has gone missing, possibly in a very dangerous place. You're currently on a mission in Australia, right? Could you send a search and rescue team over?" On the other end of the phone, Susie was wearing a combat uniform, standing on the edge of a high-rise building, her sharp eyes fixed on an abandoned building in the distance. She had a tall and slender figure, with a silver pistol tucked into her slim and powerful waist. Her black ponytail fluttered in the wind, and her cool face exuded an undeniable and powerful aura, like a kitten nimbly darting through the forest, possessing a wild beauty. "Target spotted," she whispered to her team member beside her, her gaze still fixed on the figure of the fugitive in the distance. The fugitive was hiding in an abandoned factory, wearing a tattered coat, holding a gun, and looking panicked. He thought he had escaped everyone's notice, but little did he know that Susie had already set her sights on him. Susie whispered into her headset, "Prepare for action." Several team members quickly disappeared into various corners surrounding the factory. Susie drew her pistol with swift and decisive movements, without the slightest hesitation. She squinted, calmly aimed, her breathing steady, and gently pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, and the fugitive fell to the ground. The bullet pierced his forehead with perfect accuracy, disappearing into the air along with all his sins. There was a few seconds of silence, followed by gasps of amazement from the team members. "My God, the captain's marksmanship is amazing. As expected of our best sniper." Susie remained indifferent, as if what had just happened was nothing more than her daily work. She gently blew away the gunpowder smoke from the muzzle of her gun, then turned to her deputy beside her and said, "Clean up the scene." Just as she was preparing to continue deploying the task, Su Qiming's voice came through the phone again, urging her. "Third sister, are you listening? I need your help, Xiaojua." Susie paused for a moment, a cold mockery flashing in her eyes. "Sujua? That brat is missing. I don't have time to waste looking for him. He's a nuisance to begin with." Su Qiming's heart tightened. She hadn't expected Su Qian's attitude to be so cold. She hurriedly said, "Third sister, he's our brother. If we don't find him quickly, something bad will happen." Susie gave a cold laugh, her voice indifferent. "What does Sujua's disappearance have to do with me? Don't forget, I've never liked him." Susie's teammates were cleaning up the scene when a few of them overheard her words. Although they didn't say anything, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. Sujua's life or death is none of my business. Su Qian hung up the phone, with no intention of saying another word. Su Qimeng, on the other end of the phone, turned pale instantly. She gripped her phone tightly, silently praying that Su Jua would be all right. On the hillside, Ying gently sniffed the lollipop Su Jua had given her. She looked up and saw Su Qimeng stumbling and running towards her, recalling the scene where Su Qimeng had abandoned Su Jua here. She waved her hand, stirring up a gust of cold wind, causing the surrounding trees to rustle and the sky to darken. The wind grew stronger, making Su Qimeng almost unable to stand. She was knocked to the ground by the wind, suffering several scrapes and bleeding from her arms and knees. The wind carried a bone-chilling cold, constantly assaulting her body. Upon seeing this, Su Qimeng's driver and bodyguard immediately rushed forward to urge her to go back. Miss, the wind is too strong. You can't stay here any longer. Go back quickly. Young Master Long is still waiting for you at home. Su Qimeng shook her head and struggled to her feet. Although she was already swaying, she still shouted Su Jua's name loudly. Xiaojua, where are you? Your sister has come to pick you up. Ying stood not far away, coldly watching Su Qimeng's pain. Finally, Su Qimeng encountered a villager. The villager looked at her with a solemn expression and said in a low voice, "The case has been solved. Master Xiandeng and his disciples harmed many children and turned them all into little ghosts. The bodies of these children are buried on the mountain, and the resentment is too strong, so no one dares to go near them." Su Qimeng's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Her vision blurred, and she was overwhelmed with endless regret and fear. She endured the pain in her body, pushed away the bodyguards who were trying to stop her, and ran unsteadily up the mountain. Don't go. The resentment on the mountain is too strong. If a living person goes up there, something bad will happen. The villagers shouted in terror, trying to stop her, but Su Qimeng wouldn't listen to their advice. Xiaojua, she cried as she ran, tears mingling with sweat on her face, dripping onto the ground. The wind around them grew increasingly violent, like the cries of countless vengeful spirits echoing through the mountains. Su Qimeng endured the excruciating pain in her feet, her eyes fixed on the mountain path ahead, the image of Su Jua's frail figure constantly appearing in her mind. Is he afraid? Is he desperate? Where is he now? She asked herself, almost in despair, but had no answer. She called out Su Jua's name countless times in her heart, but only the cold wind answered her. I'm sorry. Xiaojua, I'm so sorry. Su Qimeng sobbed uncontrollably. She knew she had to find him, even if he didn't forgive her, even if it was too late. She finally arrived at the hillside where, according to legend, the children's bodies were buried, and looked up to see the mountaintop covered by gloomy clouds. Chapter 36. Third Sister. I've come to send you on your way. Young miss. The bodyguards who were with them caught up, but halfway there, they suddenly felt a cold sensation in their ankles. Looking down, I was shocked to see a severed hand emerging from the sand. Yeah. The bodyguards ran frantically down the mountain, disregarding everything else. Su Qimeng knelt on the cold hillside, watching the hand emerge from the soil. Her heart felt as if it were being cut open inch by a dull blade, and the pain was so intense that every breath she took burned her chest. Zhuir, she murmured, fear already rising in her heart. Could that small, childlike figure be buried here, waiting for her all alone? The assistant's screams rang in her ears, but she couldn't hear anything. Her hands gently touched the cold, severed hand, and the long-suppressed regret in her heart burst forth. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and her vision gradually blurred. No, it's impossible. She trembled as she touched the loose soil with her hands and then began to dig with all her might, not caring that the stones and weeds stung her skin. Su Qimeng's fingertips were quickly cut by the sharp soil and stones, and blood seeped out, staining the ground red. But she seemed oblivious, frantically digging through the hard soil with her hands. Her bloodstained hands were numb, yet she stubbornly continued, her eyes losing their light, becoming lifeless and desperate, with only one thought remaining in her mind. It can't be you. Xiaojua, it can't be you. If it really is you, then what should I do? She gritted her teeth, tears falling onto the mound of earth, blurring her vision. Su Qimeng dug frantically, startling the little ghosts who had been murdered. They poked their heads out from their resting places, shouting, "Hey, stop digging. Stop messing with my grave." A little boy in a tattered red dress floated over, shaking his head and sighing. "Sister, I've been lying here for so long. Please spare me." Another female ghost, still holding a teddy bear, pouted and said angrily. She was sleeping soundly, really. Su Jua and Ying sat on a high point on the hillside, looking at each other with puzzled expressions. Sujua frowned and said thoughtfully, "Strange, why is she suddenly so concerned about me?" Ying pondered for a moment and said, "Could it be that you're afraid you're not quite dead yet and want to come and confirm?" "Yes, that's certainly possible." Sujua nodded seriously, feeling that the analysis made some sense. Not long after, Su Qimeng, overwhelmed with emotion, suddenly rolled her eyes back and collapsed limply into the mud. When Su Qimeng woke up, she found herself lying in an unfamiliar room. The room was simply but neatly furnished, and the light streamed in gently, carrying a touch of the warmth of the morning sun. As she groggily sat up, she suddenly caught sight of a slender figure beside her. It was Susie, who was looking at her with a slight frown. Susie was slender and tall, her cool and beautiful features even more exquisite and three-dimensional in the soft light. She wore a well-fitting military green coat, which accentuated her straight waist and long legs. Her delicate face held a hint of anger, and her beautiful eyes revealed a calm sharpness, like a thorny rose in the desert. The town mayor busied himself pouring tea, secretly glancing at the two beauties before him, almost unable to believe his eyes. Such figures were standing right in front of him at the same time. He rubbed his hands together, his face full of flattery, and said, "The two ladies are truly celestial beings descended from heaven. I have never seen anyone more beautiful than you in my life. Miss Qiming looks even more beautiful than on TV, and Captain Su is also very dashing. They are truly heroines among women." However, neither of them paid any attention to her. Susie looked at the distraught Su Qiming, her face remaining completely expressionless. She said calmly, "I'm just here to find someone on someone's behalf. Don't overthink it." With tears welling up in her eyes, Su Qiming said, "Chanqian, please help me find Xiao Zhua. He might be nearby." Susie lowered her eyes, her voice as cold as ice. "Why are you so fixated on the life or death of someone so insignificant? It's better for everyone if that troublesome brat leaves the Su family sooner rather than later." Just then, a team member jogged in and reported with a serious expression, "Team leader Su, we just dug up the body of a little boy. Judging from his build, he looks to be about 6 years old and was wearing a blue shirt and black pants." Blue shirt, black pants. These words were like a bolt from the blue, and Su Qiming's world collapsed instantly. She stared blankly at her team members, then shoved aside the person blocking her way and stumbled toward the excavation site. Upon seeing the boy on the ground, she knelt down, cradling the garment in her hands, tears streaming down her face, choking back sobs. "Xiao? No. How could it be you know?" However, behind her, Susie watched all of this with indifferent eyes, her heart utterly calm. She sneered inwardly, thinking to herself that this outcome might not necessarily be a bad thing. Su Qiming sobbed uncontrollably and almost fainted on the ground. She cried out Sujua's name with all her might, gently grasped the small corpse's hand, stared at it for a long time with trembling eyes, and suddenly exclaimed, "No, he has 6 fingers. This isn't Sujua." Susie frowned impatiently and replied coldly, "Second sister, you're mistaken. Sujua has 6 fingers. That's Sujua." She turned to her team members and instructed them, "Find someone to issue a death certificate immediately and get this done as soon as possible." Su Qiming struggled to her feet, crying and blocking Su Qian's way. "No, I know Xiao Zhuo is still alive." Susie's eyes were cold, as if she couldn't be bothered to waste any more words. She walked past Su Qiming, waved her hand, and had someone take the body away. Of course she knew that the child was not Su Zhua, but she had heard that Su Wanga and Su Ningyue's attitudes towards Su Zhua had changed recently. And looking at Su Qiming's condition, perhaps the best outcome would be for Su Zhua to disappear forever. As long as we can keep it from Su Qiming and get Su Zhua's death certificate, then Su Zhua will cease to exist in this world. As for the boy, we can get a certificate later once his true identity is found out. With that in mind, Susie instructed her team members and then returned to the temporary accommodations arranged for them by the town mayor to rest. In the stillness of the night, Susie fell into a deep sleep in the dim moonlight, when suddenly she felt a cold wind rise up from the soles of her feet. In a daze, she found herself surrounded by a misty fog. An old man with a white beard reaching the ground and flowing robes, resembling a deity, emerged from the mist and looked directly at her. "The Su family's fate is sealed. A calamity has descended, and destiny has been revealed." Susie looked into those deep, lake-like eyes, wanting to speak, but found herself unable to utter a sound. The next instant, the scene before her eyes suddenly changed, transforming into the dilapidated and ruined Su family mansion. The stone lions at the gate are now covered in moss, their once exquisite carvings now covered in dust. The flowers and plants in the courtyard were withered and dead, and the whole house was like an empty shell that had lost its life. Her gaze shifted to the hall, where portraits of the Su family's ancestors used to hang, but were now covered in cobwebs. Several strangers moved furniture and packed up ancestral calligraphy, paintings, and decorations, like inventory takers at an auction house preparing to dispose of items. Those things that originally belonged to the Su family have now become ownerless items waiting to be sold. Susie's gaze was drawn to the distance again, where she could vaguely see several coffins with her sisters' names written on them. Su Wanga, Su Ningyue. Each name made her heart sink. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed around them, as cold as frost in winter, sending a chill down Susie's spine. She turned around and saw a figure standing in the shadows, slowly moving forward. Third sister, I've come to see you off on your final journey. Chapter 37. A light for you across 3,000. Susie retreated in terror. Suddenly, a burst of white light shot out, and the young man screamed as he staggered backward, quickly turning into a wisp of white smoke and disappearing. Suddenly, a gentle yet firm voice came from beside him. Do not disturb them. The Su family is still protected by the Ziwei star. Even if the evil star has wicked intentions, it cannot easily cause trouble. Hearing this, Susie calmed down a little, but she was still puzzled. She tried to identify who the Ziwei star that protected the Su family and the evil star hiding malice were, but she could not find out. Susie woke up suddenly, her dream shattered, filled with doubt. The faint morning light from outside the window filtered into the room, illuminating her tired face. A jinx, she murmured softly, Sujua's face inexplicably flashing through her mind. She vaguely wondered if this jinx was Sujua, but when she thought of Su Long again, she felt a little relieved. Su Long has always been obedient and sensible, deeply loved by his older sisters at home. He is gentle and well-behaved, which seems to fit the image of Ziwei Star in his dreams. With these thoughts in mind, Susie sorted out her feelings and gradually calmed down. In the afternoon, on the advice of the mayor's wife, Susie went to the most effective dojo in the area. The curator handed her a talisman. Susie held the slightly yellowed talisman in her hand. The ink-colored patterns on the talisman were extremely ancient and complex. The shopkeeper instructed her, this talisman must be used at dusk. Write the name of the person being cursed on it, and it will surely haunt them and make it difficult for them to survive. If they harbor resentment, they will be trapped in a cycle of suffering after death and unable to be reborn. Susie nodded slightly. She took out her pen, concentrated, and was about to write Sujua's name when a scene suddenly flashed into her mind. She froze on the spot, her pen unable to fall for a long time. What's wrong? The mayor asked, noticing her pause. It's nothing. Susie quickly pulled herself back to reality. She was about to write down her name when she was suddenly drawn back by a memory. A hazy scene appeared before my eyes, with the faint light of Buddhist lamps and the sound of temple bells, like a distant dawn. She saw herself lying weakly in the hospital bed, surrounded by cold and loneliness, with the smell of medicine everywhere. Often, a familiar figure would silently stay by the bedside. The scene flashes, and Sujua, now an adult, is kneeling before the Buddha, his eyes closed, praying devoutly. He prayed softly, if my third sister can get better, I will bear all the calamities for her. However, her condition did not improve at all. The scene shifts, and Sujua's figure appears on the winding and steep mountain road. He climbed barefoot, bowing with each step toward the temple at the top of the mountain. With each step, he knelt down on the rugged road, his hands touching the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold stone slab, as if he were offering his soul to the heavens. From day to dusk, his face was pale, the veins on his forehead throbbed slightly, and his body swayed precariously, but his steps never stopped. The mountain path was winding and long, but he still bowed with each step, his mind undivided. Upon arriving at the temple, Sujua personally lit 3,000 Buddhist lamps, lighting each small lamp one by one. Countless lights flickered in the hall, and Suju knelt in the sea of lights, whispering blessings, as if pouring all his hopes into these faint lights. That Sujua was gentle yet resolute, like countless stars in the sky, burning with the belief that she would protect her at all costs. Later, her illness miraculously improved. Sujua, however, fell ill and lay weakly in bed, like a lifeless doll, broken and heartbreaking. He looked at her weakly and said with a faint smile, "You're finally better, third sister." Tears welled up in Susie's eyes involuntarily, and her heart felt as if it had been pierced by a thorn, bringing her an unprecedented tremor. Susie rubbed her temples, trying to banish that feeling. It's all fake, it's all fake. It must be because I've been too tired from carrying out missions lately. I'm even hallucinating. Susie stared at the blank space on the talisman in front of her and finally stubbornly wrote down the two characters, Sujua, as if in this way everything could return to the track she expected. As night fell, Susie sat alone in her room, a strange unease creeping into her heart. Sleepiness gradually washed over her, and she drifted off into a dream. In the dream, a misty fog spread everywhere, and the surrounding silence was almost suffocating. Suddenly, a deep and authoritative voice broke through the air, its tone cold and unyielding. Your choice will destroy everything the Su family has. Susie shuddered and looked up, but could only see the direction of the voice through the mist. What do you mean by that? Did I do something wrong? She asked loudly, trying to find an answer, but it was pitch black all around. Only that cold voice echoed in her ears. If you insist on doing this, the Su family will be destroyed because of you. As if her dream was being torn apart, the scene suddenly changed, and Susie seemed to see the Su family collapsing in ruins, their former glory gone. Everything familiar was covered in a layer of cold gray. The bleak ending chilled her to the bone. She struggled and screamed, but her voice was trapped in her throat. She tried to wake up, but she could not escape the dream. The majestic voice still whispered in her ear, cutting into her heart like a knife. Destroyed because of you. Susie woke up with a start, panting heavily, her palms covered in cold sweat. At this moment, the sky was gloomy, as if a torrential rain was about to fall, and there were faint sounds of thunder, as if the heavens were angry. She clutched the blanket tightly. The weather forecast clearly showed that the next 2 days would be sunny, so why was it suddenly windy and thundering? When she turned her head, Susie saw the talisman. An incredible thought popped into Susie's mind. She only did one thing in the past 2 days, which was to go to the Taoist temple to ask for this talisman. As a result, she had this dream last night. Could it be that the mistake she made was that she shouldn't have asked for this talisman? Susie picked up the talisman, pondered for a moment, then picked up the pen on the bedside table and crossed out her name bit by bit. Before long, the inexplicably oppressive atmosphere disappeared, and outside the window, sunlight shone through the clouds, and all the dark clouds vanished in the blink of an eye. Chapter 38. Su Long vs. Sujua, a choice. Susie looked out the window at the clear sky, the sunlight shining through the clouds onto the roof. She bit her lip, unwilling to believe that Sujua was the Ziwei star mentioned in her dream. She remembered the temple in her dream, which seemed to have a plaque with the 3 characters Fanjing Temple written on it, so she decided to check whether such a temple actually existed. Whether by coincidence or not, she actually found the temple, and it wasn't far from here. Susie decided to go and see if she could find more clues from the temple. Susie stepped into Fanjing Temple. The magnificent hall was adorned with ancient Buddha statues hanging on the walls. The candlelight flickered faintly in the dim light, and the temple was filled with a solemn and mysterious atmosphere. Susie felt conflicted and walked towards the back of the mountain. The back mountain was not covered with ever-burning lamps as in my dream, nor was there the figure of Sujua bowing with each step. All around was quiet, with only the wind gently rustling the leaves. She stopped, and the unease in her heart finally dissipated. Unlike the scene in her dream, it seemed that the dream was indeed false. Just then, the abbot slowly walked out of the hall. He wore a dark monk's robe, walked with a steady gait, and had a kind face. Why have you come, benefactor? Susie bowed slightly and said, Master, I dreamt that our family is about to face a great calamity. Can you tell me what this means? The abbot looked at her silently for a while, then turned and gestured for Susie to follow him, leading her deeper into the temple. Everything in a dream may not be entirely illusory. The abbot's voice echoed in the quiet courtyard. The Ziwei star is the star that protects the righteous in the world. The evil star, on the other hand, is a symbol of disaster. Being able to distinguish between the two is a sign of clarity in your heart. Susie was stunned. A trace of doubt welled up in her heart again. She clearly suspected that Su Long was a jinx, but in her dream, she saw Sujua praying for her. She shook her head and asked with a hint of urgency, Master, how can I tell who is the inauspicious star and who is the auspicious star? The host turned around unhurriedly. If the Ziwei star is truly by your side, he will prove his good will with his actions, while the evil deeds of the inauspicious star will follow you like a shadow. My benefactor, have you ever seen who is making sacrifices for you? Susie's heart skipped a beat, and those fleeting fragments quickly flashed through her mind. She remembered the scene of Sujua praying for her when she was seriously ill, the scene of him walking up the mountain step by step and bowing his head to pray for her, the scene of those bright lights. She would rather believe that these scenes were all illusions, but they were so real, as if Sujua had used everything he had to protect her. But, if the dream is real, then Xiao Long is a jinx, while Su Zhuo is a Z-Way star. Her voice began to tremble slightly, unwilling to admit this fact. The host nodded slowly. Dreams guide you to see the truth, but ultimately, the real answer must be chosen by yourself. Everyone has a scale in their heart. Susie was so shaken that she had no time to think and unknowingly walked with the abbot into the depths of the temple. Susie looked up, and a gentle breeze suddenly swept around, carrying a hint of sandalwood. She looked into the distance, and suddenly, tiny points of light began to twinkle on the mountaintop. Susie's eyes widened. The eternal lamps, just like in her dream, slowly lit up, illuminating the entire hilltop. And the scene before my eyes is exactly the same as in my dream. This is the very place where Su Zhuo prayed for her in the dream. The same bright lamps illuminate the mountains and forests before us, just like a dream come true. Her heart raced. Could it be that the dream wasn't just an illusion? Susie was still reeling from the dreamlike scene of the ever-burning lamp when she suddenly received a report from her subordinate. Captain, something terrible has happened. The convoy carrying young Master Su Long was ambushed on the road, and the young master has been kidnapped. Susie's eyes widened suddenly, as if her heart had been violently clenched. Just now, because she suspected that Su Long was the jinx, she had her subordinate Su Long brought over to the abbot for examination. Unexpectedly, this led to Su Long being robbed on the road. Could this be a warning from heaven to her? Xiao Long, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. Susie's palms were ice cold. She hurriedly got up, not even bothering to say goodbye as the host, and rushed down the mountain. Quickly, call the search and rescue team. Susie gave orders to her subordinates as she ran. Although the dream she had just had disturbed her mind, she still couldn't accept that something had happened to her brother. She couldn't imagine what she would do if something really happened to Su Long. The search and rescue team quickly assembled, carrying state-of-the-art equipment, including satellite positioning systems, infrared detectors, and special olfactory instruments that can track human scent. They even brought in specialized rescue dogs. Xiao Long absolutely cannot get hurt. We must find him. After a full day of intense searching, the rescue team finally found traces of Su Long in an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs. The atmosphere outside the warehouse was oppressive and gloomy, with an inexplicable chill permeating the air. Susie took a deep breath and led her team members to approach cautiously. At that moment, a tall woman appeared at the warehouse entrance, confronting Susie directly. The woman chuckled softly, her voice as cold as spring water. You finally arrived, Susie. Who are you? Why did you kidnap Xiaolong? Susie asked angrily, her fingers trembling slightly, fearing that something might happen to her beloved younger brother. Me? Huh, my name is Lung Shui. The woman's voice was disdainful, tinged with arrogance. I brought you here today so you could make a choice. At this moment, the warehouse door slowly opened, and Lung Shui walked to the door with a mocking smile, clapping her hands lightly. Inside the warehouse, Su Long, wearing a white shirt, was tied to a pillar. Su Zhuo stood quietly to the side, not tied up, his face showing no fear, unusually calm. Lung Shui walked to Su Zhuo's side, gently stroking his hair, a strange smile playing on her lips. What an adorable little boy, don't you think, Susie? It's a pity. I only need one person here. You can only choose one of them. As she spoke, Lung Shui slowly drew a gleaming dagger from her sleeve, her eyes icy. You have 1 minute to decide who to choose. If you choose one, the other will die. Su Long shouted, Sister, save me. I don't want to die. I'm your brother. Release Xiao Long. Otherwise, I will never let you go. Susie's tone was firm. She was usually cold and composed, but seeing Su Long in danger, she completely lost her composure. She didn't care whether Su Zhuo lived or died. Lung Shui curled her lips into a cold smile, the dagger in her hand making a crisp sound in the air, its cold light gleaming. Chapter 39, Su Zhuo's Choice. She glanced at Su Zhuo standing in the corner, her tone sinister. You really don't care about this little guy's life or death? Then I'll cut him open right in front of you and show you the price you'll pay for making this choice. Whatever. I've said it before, I don't care whether he lives or dies. Before she could finish her sentence, Susie's heart suddenly tightened, and she felt a sharp pain, as if a sharp thorn was slicing through her chest. She endured the pain and retorted coldly, His life or death is none of my business, but if you dare to lay a finger on Xiao Long, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Upon hearing Su Shi's reply, Su Long revealed a smug smile. He looked at Su Zhuo with a sarcastic tone. Ha ha, see, you're just an unwanted child. I don't care about you at all. I only care about myself. You should just die. Su Zhuo's eyes were cold and indifferent, as if he had long been accustomed to this indifference. Lung Shui raised the dagger, the tip pointing directly at Suju's chest, as if she was about to stab him in the next second. Just as the dagger was about to strike, a strange memory suddenly flashed through Susie's mind. The Su Long from before has grown up. For some reason, the grown-up Su Long has changed drastically and has kidnapped her and Sujua. Su Wanga rushed over, and Su Long forced her to choose between them. She and Sujua were tightly bound together, their lives hanging by a thread. The thug's blade flashed coldly. Su Wanga stood not far away, her gaze shifting between herself and Sujua, clearly unable to make a decision. "Save Xiaojua first," she shouted. However, the moment she shouted, Sujua suddenly broke free from her hand and crashed headfirst into Su Long's blade. The blade pierced Sujua's chest in an instant, and blood spurted out, staining his pure white clothes red. Sujua gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, but he didn't utter a sound of pain. Taking advantage of Su Long's momentary daze, he suddenly grabbed him and pulled him and himself into the rushing river below the bridge. At that moment, the sound of the river seemed to engulf everything, and she stared in disbelief as it all unfolded, her mind filled with bewilderment and shock. "Xiaojua!" she cried out in anguish on the bridge, watching helplessly as Sujua and Su Long disappeared together into the rushing water. Sujua did not hesitate to exchange his own life to save her. Memories flooded into Susie's mind like a tidal wave. Her breathing quickened instantly, and the scenes in her mind pierced her heart like sharp swords. Susie snapped back to her senses, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. How could that be? How could Xiao Long have kidnapped her? And how could she have shown so much concern for Sujua in her dream? Leng Shui was still holding a dagger, and Sujua's figure stood there quietly, just like in the dream. In the dream, Sujua made the choice for Su Wanga, exchanging his own life for hers. In reality, however, she was the one who made the choice. She now wants to use Su Long's life to exchange for Sujua's life. Susie opened her mouth, but ultimately didn't utter a single word. "No," a voice rang out. Su Qiming rushed over and saw Sujua sitting under the knife. Her legs went weak, and she almost knelt down. "Let him go, and I'll stay." Su Qiming tried to remain calm, but her voice trembled. The woman shook her head with a cold laugh, her tone contemptuous. "Rules are rules. Now it's a one-to-one tie, and I can't let either of these kids go." Su Qiming's heart clenched. She could barely hear the other people's voices. She only knew that if things dragged on any longer, Sujua might face even greater danger. "I am a star. I am worth more than a little boy. I am willing to exchange myself for Xiaojua. This is a win-win deal for you." Su Long's face turned deathly pale instantly. He looked at Su Qiming in disbelief, his eyes filled with grievance. "Second sister, how could you choose him? I hate you, Wah." His voice was sharp and shrill, and tears streamed down his face, making him appear both vulnerable and helpless. Susie felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if it were being cut by a knife. "Xiaolong, don't cry. You still have your third sister. Your third sister will definitely not let anything happen to you." Just then, a team member quietly walked up to Susie and whispered, "The sniper is ready, but we can only choose a favorable position to ambush her because of the shooting angle. We can only prioritize saving one hostage." Su Qiming froze, her hands clenching involuntarily. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. "Cici, protect Xiaojua, or you'll definitely regret it," Su Qiming said in a low voice. She knew that if Susie made the wrong choice at this moment, she would one day fall into the same abyss of regret and guilt as she had. Unfortunately, Susie ignored her. "Can we only save one?" Susie repeated in a low voice. "Cici, don't do anything you'll regret." Su Qiming gritted her teeth and looked up at Su, she standing to the side. Susie's expression was frighteningly calm as she calmly observed the situation before her, as if she had already made her decision. "Xiaolong," Susie said softly, her tone completely flat. Su Qiming was stunned, then looked at Su Qian with a shocked expression. You chose Su Long?" Susie glanced at her coldly, her gaze resolute. "He is someone I should protect." Su Qiming's heart suddenly ached, knowing full well Su Qian's obsession with Su Long. The woman didn't respond. She just stared at her coldly. The sniper's gun was already aimed. The bullet was ready to be fired, and a heavy sense of oppression filled the air. "Don't want." Su Qiming's lunge at Su Zhuo was so fast that it caught everyone off guard. The sniper's finger was almost on the trigger, but he quickly pulled it back at that moment. Susie's face instantly darkened, and she angrily retorted, "Are you crazy, Su Qiming?" Su Qiming remained unmoved, tightly protecting Su Zhuo behind her, and said, word by word, I will not let anything happen to Xiao Zhua. Absolutely not. Suzy glared at Su Zhua through gritted teeth. It's all your fault. The woman chuckled, then kicked Su Qiming away hard and tied her and Su Zhui up together without any hesitation. Then, the woman handed the dagger to Su Zhua and Su Long and said coldly, "It's simple to survive. Pick up this dagger and stab her. Whoever stabs her will live." Suzy stood to the side, her brows furrowed. She firmly believed that Su Zhuo would definitely harm Su Qiming to save his own life, and that Su Long, although sometimes willful, would never hurt her second sister in this critical moment. She whispered to her men, "Watch for the right moment, and fire as soon as Su Zhuo makes his move. You must save Xiao Long." As for Su Qiming, she protected that bastard, and the hurt she received from him was her own fault. The woman's gaze shifted between the two men, watching them with great interest. "Come on, little one, choose one. Her, or yourself." Chapter 40. He never changed. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Then Su Long slowly reached for the dagger the woman offered. "Here, give it to me." A look of astonishment flashed across Susie's eyes. She never expected that Su Long would pick up that cold dagger without hesitation. She froze, feeling as if a blunt knife had stabbed her in the chest. She never expected that her usually well-behaved and harmless younger brother would take the dagger without hesitation. Su Qiming was bound and sat on the ground, her gaze fixed on Su Long. Seeing Su Long take the dagger, a cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. "So you've always been so selfish and vicious since you were little," she murmured, her eyes no longer filled with the tenderness of the past, but with deep hatred. Su Long stood in front of Su Qiming, holding a dagger. His hands trembled slightly. "Sister, I'm sorry, I don't want to die." Su Qiming sneered, her eyes revealing a resolute mockery. "I was so blind. I've always treated you like a treasure. I never imagined you were such a heartless bastard," Su Qiming said coldly. Su Long raised his dagger, its cold light flashing, the blade piercing the air as he plunged it fiercely into Su Qiming's chest. "Su Long, even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go." Su Qiming did not struggle, but stared straight at Su Long. The blade of the dagger pierced her skin, and the pain spread through her body like an electric current, but her expression remained unchanged, her eyes filled with deep hatred. Blood flowed down the dagger, staining her clothes red, a horrifying sight. Suzy stood not far away, dumbfounded. She never expected that Su Long would personally stab Su Qiming. Although Su Qiming's attitude towards him has changed recently, in the past 6 years, Su Qiming's love for Su Zhua has been no less than hers. Su Qiming seemed to have become numb to all the pain, her eyes filled with coldness. "I hate you, Surong," she whispered, blood spilling out with her voice. "Can you let me go now?" Surong's voice was full of smugness. The woman stood aside, watching everything with a cold eye, a satisfied smile playing on her lips, before turning and walking towards Su Zhua. A sinister laugh echoed through the warehouse. She looked at Su Long, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. "How brave you are, young master," she said coldly, gripping the dagger in her hand. Her gaze shifted to Su Zhua, her face full of cruel smiles. "It seems that today, the one who will die is you." She raised the dagger high, its gleaming blade pointing directly at Su Zhua. Su Qiming's heart tightened, and she subconsciously stepped in front of Su Zhua. She had little strength left, and blood kept seeping from the wound on her chest, but she still did her best to protect Su Zhua. "Don't worry about me, Xiao Zhua, run." Su Qiming cried out hoarsely, tears welling up in her eyes. However, Su Zhua gave her a cold look, unwilling to owe her this favor. Without hesitation, he pushed Su Qiming away, and the woman turned her blade towards Su Qiming, about to stab her. Su Zhua picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it hard against the woman's head. The stone struck her hard, catching her off guard. She screamed in pain and stumbled to the ground. As Su Qiming looked at the woman lying on the ground, memories of her past life suddenly flashed through her mind. Back then, Su Zhua had also protected her so selflessly, even at the cost of his life. Although she treated Su Zhua as nothing in her past life, Su Zhua always silently protected her in his own way. Tears finally streamed down her face. The pain in her heart was indescribable. It turns out that Su Zhua has never changed. He has always been the younger brother who is willing to protect her. "Xiao Zhua." Su Qiming was filled with remorse, and tears streamed down her pale face. Suzy finally suppressed her shock and calmly directed her subordinates. "Now's the time, go," she coldly ordered. Several bodyguards and search and rescue team members rushed up and subdued the woman before she could react. The entire warehouse fell silent instantly, with only the rapid breathing of a few people echoing in the air. Su Qiming slumped to the ground, her face streaked with tears, while Su Ningyue stood beside her, his expression indifferent. Take them to the hospital, Suzy calmly instructed. As she approached, she gave Su Ningyue a deep look, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. The siren of an ambulance pierced the air as the group was taken to the hospital. After the group was taken to the hospital, the doctors immediately began emergency treatment. Although Su Qiming was injured, she was fortunately not seriously hurt. However, she was too tense and fainted temporarily. Suzy remained silent, standing alone outside the ward, but the complex emotions in her heart surged like a turbulent tide, refusing to subside for a long time. Captain, your brother has woken up and is asking for you. His subordinate came over and said. Suzy composed herself and went to Su Long's hospital room. Su Long threw himself into Su Shi's arms and cried, Sister, I didn't mean to hurt you. I was just afraid I would never see you again. I was so scared. He gripped Su Shi's sleeves tightly with both hands. Suzy hugged Su Long tightly, her heart filled with tenderness. It's all right. Don't be afraid. Your sister is here. No one can hurt you. She gently patted Su Long's back, her eyes full of love for her younger brother. Su Long wiped away his tears and continued, on the verge of sobbing. Sister, that woman. She kidnapped me all because of Su Ningyue. Su Ningyue told her that if she helped him, the sisters would give her a lot of ransom. I heard it with my own ears. Suzy paused for a moment. Then her eyes sharpened instantly. She looked at Su Long, a question forming in her mind. You mean Su Ningyue told that woman to kidnap you? Yes. Su Long nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his face. It's all Su Ningyue's fault. Su Long's eyes were filled with tears, and he looked like he had suffered a great injustice. Upon hearing these words, Suzy's anger flared up. She already harbored suspicions about Su Ningyue, and now Su Long's accusations have made her completely believe it all. With a chilling rage, she stood up and stormed towards Su Ningyue's ward. Su Ningyue was sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, his expression calm. He looked up and saw Suzy, his brows furrowing slightly. Su Ningyue, Su Qian said coldly. Why did you let that woman kidnap Xiao Long? Can't you tolerate him that much? Do you think we'll like you if Xiao Long dies? Let me tell you, don't dream. Someone like you will never be liked by anyone. Su Ningyue's expression was indifferent. I didn't. Suzy's anger finally erupted. No, Xiao Long told me everything. You dare say you didn't betray him? She angrily stepped forward, grabbed Su Ningyue's arm, and forcefully pulled him up. I knew it all along. You little devil, you're full of evil intentions. From the day you returned to the Su family, I knew you would harm Xiao Long one day. Chapter 41. The True Colors of Su Long. Su Ningyue frowned, enduring the pain in his arm, and calmly said, I said, it has nothing to do with me. Suzy's fingers trembled slightly with anger, and she was completely unwilling to listen to Su Ningyue's explanation. Shut up. She roughly pulled Su Ningyue and dragged him off the bed. Get out. Get out of here. Suzy's eyes were filled with anger and disappointment as she almost forcefully kicked Su Ningyue out of the hospital. Su Ningyue stumbled from the shove and bumped into the wall, but he didn't say anything. He just glanced at Su Qian quietly, then turned around and walked out of the hospital. Suzy behind him was still trembling with anger, but she felt no relief. Instead, a sense of unease was growing within her, but she tried her best to suppress it and coldly stared at Su Ningyue's back. The rain outside gradually changed from a drizzle to a downpour, with large raindrops hitting the window with a dull thud. Dark clouds obscured the sky, and the scenery on the street was blurred into indistinct outlines by the rain. A damp and cold atmosphere permeated the air. The wind, mixed with rain, lashed against the hospital's glass windows, and a cold draft seeped into the room, bringing a chill. Su Ningyue stood outside the hospital corridor, letting the rain soak his clothes. He was completely drenched, making him look even thinner. The subordinate stood at the door, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't bear to watch any longer. He turned around and persuaded Suzy. Captain, it's raining so hard. Let him in. He's just a child. He'll get sick if this continues. Suzy stood by the window with her arms crossed, completely unmoved. She said coldly, he must pay the price for what he has done. The rain grew heavier, blurring Su Ningyue's figure as he stood in the rain. He remained motionless, his head bowed, letting the rain stream down his face and drip from his soaked hair. His clothes clung to his body, outlining his youthful and frail features. Suzy stared at Su Ningyue, but for some reason, she suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if a sharp blade had pierced her mind. She covered her head, her brows furrowed, and the next second, an unfamiliar image flashed through her mind. 50 million was mysteriously transferred from the Su family's company account, which made the already troubled Su family even worse off. At this time, Su Long told her, Sister, I saw Su Ningyue sneak into eldest sister's room. At that time, Suzy trusted Su Long completely. Without hesitation, she rushed up to Su Ningyue and slapped him hard across the face. How could you do this? Suzy's angry shouts echoed in the room. Su Ningyue's cheeks instantly turned red and swollen, but he did not argue. He just silently looked at Su Qian. Get out. Suzy gritted her teeth, pointing at the door. You don't deserve to stay in the Su family. The rain was still pouring down outside. Suzy stood coldly at the door, watching Su Ningyue silently walk into the rain. His silhouette became increasingly blurred as the rain washed over him, until he gradually disappeared from her sight. The scene shifts, and Suzy's gaze is drawn into a smoky, noisy casino. The casino was dimly lit, with colorful neon lights reflecting off sweaty, greedy faces. The air was thick with the smell of tobacco and alcohol, and permeated with a corrupt atmosphere. The card table was filled with all sorts of people. The gamblers had ferocious expressions, their eyes only on the gambling money on the table, as if the whole world consisted only of the rise and fall of money. Su Long sat in the center of the card table, looking utterly dejected. His hair was disheveled, and in front of him lay piles of chips he had lost. His face was filled with fanaticism, and his eyes revealed the madness of a gambler at the end of his rope. Suzy burst into the casino and saw Su Long looking dejected and exhausted as he clutched his last card. Her heart sank. Su Long, what are you doing? Suzy rushed forward and slammed her hand on the table, trying to wake him up. Su Long lazily glanced at her, his eyes full of annoyance. Then, as if he couldn't hear her angry rebuke, he continued to stare intently at the cards in his hand, unmoved. Seeing that she couldn't bring Su Long back to his senses, Suzy went forward to pull him up. However, Su Long suddenly stood up and pushed Suzy, causing her to stumble and almost fall to the ground. Get out of my way. Do you know that you've stolen all the money in the house? You're ruining the entire Su family. Suzy shouted. Su Long's expression changed, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Clearly, he lost. Sister. His attitude suddenly changed drastically. He knelt down in front of Suzy, a fake smile on his face. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Lend me some money. I'm sure I can make it back. Sister, please, save me. He kept pleading, clinging to Suzy's legs as if grasping at the last straw. Suzy looked at Su Long in front of her. Her once outstanding younger brother had now become an ugly gambling addict. She felt a pang of pain in her heart and tried to persuade him gently. Xiaolong, wake up. You've already gone too far. If you keep gambling, you'll ruin yourself and our Su family. However, Su Long's attitude changed instantly. He raised his head, and the pleading in his eyes disappeared without a trace, replaced by a ferocious and ruthless expression. Since you refuse to help me, then don't blame me for being impolite. He suddenly stood up, roughly snatched Suzy's ring, phone, necklace, and bag, and even pushed her to the ground despite her struggles. Are you crazy? Suzy exclaimed, her wrists and shoulders aching from the impact. Su Long ignored her completely, grabbed the stolen goods and hurriedly ran to the counter, exchanged them for some chips, and returned to the card table to continue gambling. Suzy leaned weakly against the wall outside the casino, shivering in the cold wind, her heart aching. She looked at her injured wrist, tears silently streaming down her face. Just as she was trembling helplessly, Su Ningyue suddenly appeared. He held an umbrella and silently walked up to her. Sister, come with me. Su Ningyue's voice was as gentle as a warm breeze, dispelling the gloom in her heart. Suzy looked up at him, feeling a little shy. She had just kicked him out of the house not long ago, but now he was standing in front of her, holding an umbrella for her just like when they were children. I'm sorry, Suzy said, her voice choked with emotion. Su Ningyue didn't blame her. He simply shook his head and handed her a clean coat. She put on her coat and felt her body gradually warming up, and the coldness in her heart melted away little by little with Su Ningyue's gentleness. Seeing that her clothes were tattered, Su Ningyue took her to the nearest shopping mall without hesitation, picked out a few new outfits for her, and even bought her a new cell phone. Aren't you angry with me? She asked softly. Su Ningyue smiled gently as before. It's not my fault. They went to a restaurant together, and Su Ningyue ordered her favorite dish. The two sat facing each other, and although there were no extra words exchanged, Suzy felt a long-lost warmth. Su Ningyue carefully served her food and asked if she wanted some hot soup. But when she returned home that evening, the figure at the door sent a chill down her spine. Chapter 42. Su Long is lying. Sister, I know I was wrong. Please help me one more time. Suzy's heart softened, and she wanted to help Su Long up, but at that moment, Su Long's gaze suddenly turned cold. He pulled out a dagger from behind him and stared at her coldly. If you don't lend me money, don't blame me for being impolite. Susie jolted awake from her reverie, her chest heaving as if she had just escaped a nightmare. Recalling the dream, her heart still pounded, as if those scenes were vividly replaying before her eyes. She blinked hard, trying to reassure herself. It's all an illusion. It's all fake. For some reason, every detail of that dream was so clear. Su Long's pleas, his ferocious smile, the cold dagger, and Sujua's warmth all echoed in her mind again and again. She tried to regulate her breathing and force herself to calm down. But the images in her dream, the way Su Long held the dagger, still terrified her. Susie gently pushed open the door to Su Long's hospital room and went inside. Sunlight streamed through the window and onto the bed. Su Long was holding his phone, his fingers constantly swiping across the screen. Upon seeing Susie enter, Su Long immediately flipped his phone screen away, looking somewhat guilty, before flashing an innocent smile. "Sister, you're here," Su Long called out sweetly. A hint of doubt flashed through Susie's mind, but seeing Su Long's innocent expression, her doubts were quickly dispelled. She sat down on the edge of the bed, took Su Long's hand, and said softly, "Xiao Long, remember, never get involved in gambling. Once you get involved, the consequences are unimaginable." Su Long opened his eyes wide, his face full of innocence. "Sister, gambling? What is gambling?" Seeing her younger brother like this, Susie finally felt relieved. She gently patted Su Long on the back and told him to get some rest. However, that evening, Susie discovered something strange. When she turned on her phone, she suddenly discovered that there were many new recharge records in her account. The more she looked, the more confused she became, as it was all money she had spent on a game called Sin City Conquest. She had never heard of this game before, but out of curiosity, Susie downloaded it and discovered that the game was filled with violence, gambling, and crime. The game is set in a city controlled by gangs, gambling, and underground crime. Players need to build their own criminal empire and accumulate wealth by controlling casinos, underground boxing rings, and contraband trafficking. The game's currency can be obtained through real money purchases, but the game primarily relies on gambling. Susie was stunned. She had never played this kind of game before, so how could there be such a recharge record? She quickly checked her account's transaction history and discovered that all of these transactions had occurred that day. Moreover, the amount recharged was quite large, which made her feel a chill. Susie calmed down, and the image of Su Long acting suspiciously earlier that day flashed through her mind. Could it be him? Susie walked to Su Long's bedside and asked softly, "Su Long, I'm asking you, have you recharged your phone?" Su Long's expression changed, and he immediately shook his head in denial. "Sis, I didn't. It must be Sujua. He stole my phone yesterday." Susie looked at Su Long quietly, a hint of doubt in her eyes. She clearly saw Su Long using his phone suspiciously just now, so this statement is obviously a lie. But instead of immediately confronting Su Long, she silently left the ward and stood in the corridor, secretly observing through the crack in the door. A moment later, thinking his sister had left, Su Long immediately pulled his phone out of the covers and continued playing. He cursed at his phone screen. "Why won't this damn game let me win? I've already spent so much money on it." Susie's heart tightened when she saw this scene. Su Long's appearance at this moment was completely different from his usual well-behaved demeanor. His hysterical state was exactly like the image of him sitting at the card table in her imagination as an adult, which terrified her. Susie couldn't believe that the child in front of her was her younger brother. She was a little confused. Was this still the innocent and naive Xiao Long she knew? At this moment, his subordinate came over and whispered, "Captain, I've brought your brother to my dormitory. He got caught in the rain and now has a high fever. I think you'd better go see him or have a doctor take a look." Susie frowned slightly, her tone cold. "Fever? That's the punishment he deserves. Don't give him any medicine for now. Let him sober up and realize what he did wrong." The subordinate hesitated for a moment, then gently advised, "That little boy is actually quite well behaved. This kidnapping may not have been instigated by him. Please don't be so harsh on him. He's still just a child." Upon hearing this, Susie felt a slight wavering in her heart. She thought about the lie Su Long had just told her, and a vague suspicion began to arise in her heart. She pondered for a moment, then turned to her subordinate and ordered, "Go and interrogate that woman." Chapter 43. This is really strange. Didn't she always seem indifferent to him? Soon, Susie's men rushed over to report back to her. She whispered, "Captain, after investigation, the woman did this not for any other reason, but to get revenge on you." "Revenge against me?" Susie frowned, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. "Why would she want revenge against me? I have no grudge against her." The subordinate looked somewhat embarrassed, but still continued, "Lung Shue's husband. You should remember that the fugitive you personally killed not long ago was her husband." Susie was suddenly stunned, recalling the operation not long ago. The fugitive was ruthless and led a criminal gang to cause trouble in the city. In the end, she killed him with her own hands. At that time, she didn't think much about it. She only believed that she was carrying out a mission and upholding justice. So that's how it is. Susie murmured softly, her hands clenching slightly, realizing that she had misunderstood Su Ningyue. Seeing that Susie remained silent for a long time, her subordinate cautiously reminded her, "Captain, actually your brother didn't do anything wrong." Susie's brows furrowed even more, her emotions churning within her. Reason told her that Su Ningyue was innocent and that she had indeed misunderstood him. However, another emotion prevented her from letting go of her prejudice against Su Ningyue. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the scene when Su Ningyue first came to the Su family. She clearly remembered that once, Su Ningyue deliberately put mango powder in her food, and because she was allergic to mangoes, it almost ruined her face. Her face was so swollen that she was almost unrecognizable, and it took her more than a month of treatment to barely recover. That incident also made her feel a strong aversion to Su Ningyue from the bottom of her heart. That child, he's a bad seed, Susie murmured to herself. As she spoke, Susie took a deep breath, her eyes turning cold. Tell them to leave Su Ningyue alone. I don't want to get involved in his affairs anymore. At night, Susie, exhausted from a long day, lay on her hospital bed. She just wanted to rest and calm her agitation. However, a series of harsh curses came from the next ward. The sound fluctuated in pitch, interspersed with intense game sound effects, clearly indicating that Su Long was playing a game again and was extremely excited. Susie finally couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed a pillow and covered her ears tightly, trying to block out the piercing sounds. However, no matter how hard she tried, the noise from next door was still clearly audible, as if it were right next to her ear. Susie sat up wearily, opened her phone, quickly found the intimate payment function she had set up for Su Long, and decisively turned it off. Sure enough, as Susie closed the intimacy payment, the noisy gaming sounds from the next ward came to an abrupt halt. The entire ward fell silent instantly, as if all sounds had been blocked out. Susie breathed a sigh of relief, lay back on the bed, and could finally rest in peace. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the ward, illuminating the entire room with its warm glow. The birds outside the window chirped and twittered on the branches, as if announcing the arrival of a new day. The air was filled with the moist scent of the morning, and with the gentle breeze, it made one feel refreshed. Susie rubbed her sleepy eyes, sat up, and felt a little better. Just as she was getting ready to get up and wash, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Immediately afterwards, his subordinate hurriedly pushed open the door and rushed in with an anxious expression. "Captain, something terrible has happened." The subordinate was panting heavily, and before he could finish speaking, he was already covered in sweat. Susie frowned, realizing something was wrong. "What happened? Tell me slowly." The subordinate hurriedly said, "Someone put seafood in the young master's breakfast porridge. He has a severe seafood allergy and is already having an attack." "What?" Susie suddenly stood up, her face turning extremely gloomy. She knew that Shuren had a severe seafood allergy, and this prank was playing with fire. "What did the doctor say? How is he now?" Susie asked anxiously. "We've already found a doctor to treat him, but the situation isn't good. The doctor said we need to find a specialist to treat him as soon as possible," the subordinate replied. Susie's heart leaped into her throat. She quickly picked up her phone and immediately contacted the top medical team. Su Long lay on the hospital bed, his face still showing signs of discomfort. "Sister," Su Long's voice sounded weakly, with a hint of pitifulness. "I really feel so bad. Can you give me my phone? I need to play some games to distract myself. Otherwise, I really can't take it anymore." Susie looked at Su Long's pale face and nodded helplessly. She sighed, took her phone out of her bag, and handed it to Su Long. Su Long took the phone, a smile spreading across his face, seemingly feeling much better all of a sudden. "Sis, could you please unblock the intimacy payment feature for me again?" Su Long pretended to continue feeling unwell, his voice carrying a hint of coquetry. "After it was turned off last time, I couldn't play a lot of games." Susie hesitated for a moment. Although she didn't want Su Long to play that kind of game, she couldn't bear to see him so upset. She opened her phone, reset the intimacy payment for Su Long, and then handed the phone back. Su Long took the phone, a smug glint in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Thank you, sis. You're so good to me." Then, he immediately focused on the mobile game. After playing for a while, Su Long suddenly put down his phone, turned around, and said to Su Qian with a wronged look, "Sis, do you think? Could it be Su Ningyue who did it? I think he must have secretly put seafood in my porridge." Do you remember last time he put mango powder in your porridge and almost killed you? I think he did the same thing this time. Susie recalled the surveillance footage she saw that time. It was something she witnessed with her own eyes, and it could not possibly be a misunderstanding. You're right, Susie said coldly. He's never honest and always plays these kinds of pranks. It seems like he's behind this again. Without further hesitation, Susie rushed straight to her subordinate's dormitory. She wanted to go find Su Ningyue herself and get to the bottom of things. When she pushed open the dormitory door, the scene before her eyes instantly stopped her anger. Su Ningyue was lying on the bed. His face was extremely pale, his head was covered in cold sweat, his eyes were closed, and his breathing was heavy. His body was trembling slightly, radiating a high fever, clearly indicating that he was delirious from the fever. Susie froze on the spot, her gaze fixed on Su Ningyue. Su Ningyue's small face was scrunched up, her lips were chapped, her cheeks were red, and her breathing was intermittent, making her look extremely weak. The sheets were disheveled from his struggles, and his little hands were clutching the blanket tightly, clearly suffering from the discomfort caused by the high fever. Susie's heart sank. Su Ningyue in front of her was clearly not faking illness. Seeing how weak he looked, Susie suddenly felt a pang of pain in her heart. It's strange, wasn't she always indifferent to him? Why would she? Chapter 44 Memories of a Past Life. He's a scoundrel. He's definitely faking illness to try and get my sympathy. Susie said coldly to her subordinate, standing to the side. Throw him out of here. Don't let him stay here any longer. The subordinates were stunned when they heard Susie's order. Captain, Su Ningyue is so seriously ill right now. If we throw him out, something bad might happen. The subordinate whispered, trying to evoke Susie's sympathy. Susie's gaze remained icy. No need to say more, he brought it on himself. He definitely had a hand in this. Take him away, he doesn't need to stay here any longer. His subordinates were helpless, knowing that no amount of persuasion could change Susie's mind. She walked over to Su Ningyue and gently shook him awake. Su Ningyue, wake up. Su Ningyue slowly opened his eyes. In his dazed state, he only felt that his body was unusually heavy. He tried hard to lift his head, but he had almost no strength. Suppressing his reluctance, the subordinate helped Su Ningyue slowly walk out of the ward. As soon as I stepped out the door, a biting cold wind hit me in the face. All around was silent, with only the howling wind and a biting cold in the air. His subordinates hurriedly took off their coats, wanting to put them on Su Ningyue to shield him from the cold wind. Don't give it to him. Susie's cold voice came from behind, like a chilling wind. Her hands froze. She turned to look at Susie, but in the end, she silently put her coat away and could only watch helplessly as Su Ningyue shivered in the cold wind. Su Ningyue stood there weakly, raising his head with difficulty and asking slowly and hoarsely, Why? Why did you do this to me? Susie looked into Su Ningyue's eyes. Her heart trembled slightly, but she quickly suppressed that wavering. She turned her head and said coldly, This is what you deserve. Captain, you're so heartless. You knew he was so seriously ill, yet you still threw him out. You're so cold-blooded. The wind and snow howled, and the sound of her subordinates' footsteps as they left was drowned out by the cold wind. Susie stood there, expressionless, as if she hadn't heard anything. Her face remained cold, seemingly unmoved. She stubbornly told herself, I'm not wrong. Su Ningyue was a bad seed to begin with. He deserves this punishment. He's been bad since he was a child, a born bad seed. However, just as Susie was trying to comfort herself, her mind suddenly felt as if it had been pierced by a sharp thorn, and intense pain instantly swept over her consciousness. She involuntarily covered her head with her hands, frowned in pain, and cold sweat instantly broke out on her forehead. She let out a low cry of pain, as if something was tearing her brain apart. The pain came from the depths of her mind, like countless needles piercing her nerves at the same time, making it impossible for her to think. Her vision began to blur, and in a daze, she seemed to see a completely unfamiliar scene, a memory from her past life. In that instant, Susie felt as if she had returned to another time and space, and she saw Su Ningyue as an adult. He was now a young man, his face no longer showing the childishness of the past, but his eyes still held a trace of melancholy and loneliness. Susie suddenly remembered that in a scene from her past life, she had inadvertently learned the secret that Su Ningyue was allergic to peanut butter. At that time, she and Su Long decided to teach Su Ningyue a lesson. This bastard has been messing with me. Now it's his turn to suffer. She took Su Long with her and, taking advantage of Su Ningyue's momentary lapse in attention, forced a large amount of peanut butter into his mouth. Su Ningyue struggled desperately, but he couldn't escape at all. Peanut butter smeared all over his mouth and throat. His face turned pale rapidly, his breathing became rapid, and his whole body convulsed violently. Stop pretending. Susie stood to the side, arms crossed, looking at his disheveled state with a mocking expression. You like to cause trouble, don't you? This is the retribution you deserve. Su Ningyue gritted his teeth, barely managing to hold on. He knew that if he didn't make things clear now, he might never have the chance to explain himself again. Third sister, he said in a hoarse voice, each word seeming to be squeezed out of his throat. I never wanted to hurt you. I made you have an allergic reaction because I wanted that person to leave you. Chi Feng, he's not the good person you think he is. Susie stood to the side, looking at him coldly with disgust. What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you make up lies to slander him? Su Ningyue's voice was broken as she continued to explain with difficulty. Chi Feng, at that time, I saw him with another woman. He's a womanizer and a scumbag. After your allergic reaction, he thought your face covered in rashes was disgusting, so he left you. I admit that what I did back then was a bit naive and inappropriate, but that's because I was too young. Seeing how infatuated you were with Chi Feng, I couldn't think of a better way. Enough. Susie interrupted Su Ningyue, her eyes filled with anger. Stop talking nonsense. Chi Feng is a rare good man. He has never done anything to betray me. He broke up with me back then because he was seriously ill and didn't want to be a burden to me. Su Ningyue shook his head and continued. You don't want to believe me. That's your business. But sooner or later you'll find out his true colors. Susie's anger reached its peak. She could not bear to see the man she once loved so deeply slandered like this. She raised her hand and angrily slapped Su Ningyue across the face. The slap was merciless, and the crisp sound echoed in the empty hospital room. A bright red handprint immediately appeared on Su Ningyue's face, but he did not cry out. He just looked at Su Qian quietly, his eyes filled with helplessness and exhaustion, not hatred. However, just as Susie was experiencing an emotional outburst, the scene suddenly changed. The night was deep, and the moonlight, like water, spilled onto the ground, casting a cold, eerie glow. Chi Feng and Su Long were crouching there furtively, seemingly digging for something. Susie, filled with curiosity, quietly approached. She hid in the shadows of a tree, held her breath, and strained to listen to their conversation. What a nuisance. It's all your fault for being too ruthless, Chi Feng complained in a low voice. Su Long looked nervous, his voice trembling. We gave her too much medicine. We just wanted her to pass out. Who knew it would turn out like this? What's the use of saying all this now? Chi Feng replied coldly. The person is dead, and things have already blown up. We need to deal with this quickly, or we're all doomed. Upon hearing this, Susie's heart suddenly raced, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Her palms were sweaty, and she involuntarily moved forward a few steps. Why are Chi Feng and Su Long involved in a murder? What exactly did they do? As she got closer, Susie suddenly smelled a putrid stench. Her gaze followed the direction of the strange smell, and her eyes widened in surprise. In a jar by the pit lay the body of a dead woman, her body twisted and her face covered in bruises and wounds. Chapter 45. The Truth. The woman's body was curled up, her skin a strange bluish-purple from the drug overdose, her eyes half open, half closed, her death unresolved. There was a conspicuous red birthmark on the back of her neck. Fear and shock caused her body to involuntarily emit a soft gasp. Although her voice was very soft, it was enough to make Chi Feng and Su Long stop what they were doing at the same time. They suddenly looked up, glancing in the direction where Susie was. Chi Feng's eyes instantly turned icy cold, filled with murderous intent. Su Long, silence him. Chi Feng's voice was cold and ruthless. Su Long gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with struggle, but in the end he gave in. He picked up the shovel beside him, his hands trembling slightly, and slowly walked towards Susie. Su Long, what are you doing? Susie's voice trembled. Su Long's footsteps drew closer, while Chi Feng stood to the side, watching coldly. At this critical moment, Su Ningyue suddenly rushed out and stood in front of Su Qian, saying, Don't hurt her. Sister, run. Su Ningyue managed to squeeze out these words. The scene shifted again, and Susie vaguely saw another scene. Su Ningyue sat in a wheelchair, his face pale, but he still smiled and comforted her. Sister, I'm fine, don't worry. Susie was abruptly pulled from that painful memory. Her heart was pounding and her breathing became unsteady. She leaned against the wall, trying to calm herself down. The image in her mind still lingered. Was that memory really believable? To her, Chi Feng had always been that gentle, considerate, and attentive good man. How could he be the scumbag Su Ningyue described? How could he do such a thing? Absurd, absolutely impossible. Susie sneered inwardly, shaking off those jumbled thoughts. She needed to confirm that Chi Feng was definitely not what Su Ningyue described. She picked up her phone and dialed her subordinate's number. I'll send you someone's information later. Help me investigate his current situation. Over the years, she had never dared to inquire about Qi Feng's whereabouts because she feared that the man she deeply loved was no longer alive. So he prefers to deceive himself into believing that he is still alive in another corner of the world. Yes, Captain. The subordinate accepted the order and acted swiftly. After hanging up the phone, Susie leaned back in her chair, her chaotic thoughts gradually calming down. She didn't believe Qi Feng was that kind of person. He had said that they broke up because he was sick and didn't want to be a burden to her. Even though they stopped contacting each other afterward, it was only because Qi Feng didn't want her to worry about him. Time ticked by, and Susie kept reassuring herself. Qi Feng must not have lied to me. He was really sick when he was sick. Just as Susie was gradually calming down, her phone suddenly vibrated, and a message from her subordinate popped up on the screen. Susie opened the message, and a photo immediately appeared before her eyes. In the photo, Qi Feng is standing on the terrace of a high-end restaurant, looking relaxed with a smile on his face. He held a glass of red wine in his hand, seemingly chatting and laughing with a group of friends, looking radiant and showing no signs of illness whatsoever. Upon seeing this photo, Susie was stunned. Qi Feng's health condition is completely inconsistent with his initial claim of being seriously ill. He doesn't look sick at all, Susie muttered to herself, a hint of doubt creeping into her mind. But soon, she forced herself to find an excuse and secretly comforted herself. Maybe it's because medical technology is so advanced now that Qi Feng's illness has been cured. Yes, that must be it. To confirm her suspicions, Susie picked up her phone and dialed her subordinate's number again. Arrange for a few agents to track and investigate Qi Feng's every move. I need to know what he does every day, who he contacts, and whether there are any unusual occurrences. His subordinates immediately agreed and quickly arranged an investigation. Time flew by as Susie handled other matters while awaiting reports from her subordinates. She believed the investigation results would be as she expected. Qi Feng was still the good man she knew. Nothing had changed. However, shortly afterward, his subordinate sent another message. Susie opened her phone. This time, it wasn't just one photo, but several. In the first photo, Qi Feng is sitting in a coffee shop, facing a young woman. The woman was dressed elegantly and was smiling as she talked with Qi Feng. The two seemed very close. In the second photo, Qi Feng is seen walking hand in hand with another woman into a luxury store. The photos, taken together, show more than a dozen different women. Every photograph deeply pierced Susie's heart. She gripped her phone tightly, and the unwavering resolve she had held for so long began to waver. She refused to believe that the man she once loved so deeply would betray her like this. Susie's hands began to tremble slightly, and her heart raced. The words Su Ningyue had once said kept flashing through her mind. Just then, Susie clicked on the next photo, and when she saw the woman in the photo, her heart felt as if it had been struck a heavy blow in the photo. Qi Feng was holding hands with a girl and walking into a dimly lit place. What surprised Susie even more was that the girl in the photo had a bright red birthmark on her neck, the very birthmark of the woman who had died tragically in her imagination. Susie's hands trembled even more violently, and she could no longer hold the phone steady. She felt a wave of dizziness, and the scene before her eyes seemed to begin to blur. After a while, Susie bent down, picked up her phone, and dialed her subordinate's number. Post all those photos on the public platform. Susie hung up the phone and stood there. She knew that once those photos were made public, Qi Feng's reputation would be completely ruined, and the image he had painstakingly built would crumble in an instant. The night was deep, and the garden outside the hospital was exceptionally quiet, with only a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves. Susie squatted listlessly by the garden bench, her eyes vacant, as if her soul had left her body. Her mind was still filled with the images that appeared in her fantasy, and all the sounds around her became blurred. Just as she was sitting blankly in the garden, a subordinate rushed over, his face full of anxiety, and breathlessly reported, "Captain, after Xiaozhuo was kicked out of the hospital, an old woman took him away." Susie frowned slightly. What old woman? Chapter 46. Footage from the surveillance camera. The subordinate swallowed hard and continued. She's the wife of that old man who recently practiced ghost making. According to the villagers, she's actually the true inventor of the ghost making technique, and old Zhang was just her apprentice. The subordinate looked anxious and pleaded, "Captain, Xiaozhuo has been taken away by that old woman. I'm afraid he's in grave danger. Shouldn't you send someone to rescue him immediately?" She looked up and said expressionlessly, "Take a few people and go look for it, but don't make too much noise. I'm tired. I'm going back to my room to rest." A hint of disappointment flashed in the subordinate's eyes, but he still nodded. "Yes, Captain." Susie stood up and returned to her hospital room. She threw herself onto the bed, closed her eyes, and tried to forget everything. She asked herself, if Su Ningyue really dies, will I be sad? The answer quickly became clear no. She had absolutely no feelings for Su Ningyue. He was just an insignificant presence in her life. However, the moment she closed her eyes, the images of her memories surged up like a tidal wave, completely engulfing her thoughts. She found herself involuntarily drawn into memories of her past life. She felt as if she were in a desolate wilderness, with cold winds howling around her and no one else around. There was a simple grave on the ground ahead. It had no name or decorations and stood there all alone, as if it had been abandoned. Susie slowly approached the grave, a strange sense of oppression rising in her heart. The grave was surrounded by weeds, and there wasn't even a single flower. The tombstone was covered in dust and dirt, clearly indicating that it had not been tended to for a long time. This is Su Ningyue's grave. No one cared about his passing, no one came to see him, and even his grave appeared so dilapidated, as if his entire life had been forgotten in the torrent of time. No one cared about his past, and no one remembered his existence. After Su Ningyue's death, Su Qian was plagued by misfortune for days on end, as if she had fallen into an endless vortex of bad luck. Early in the morning, as soon as she stepped out of her house, a bucket of sewage was poured down from upstairs, drenching her completely. At lunchtime, she ordered a meal at the restaurant downstairs from her company. Just as she brought it to her seat, the table and chair legs suddenly broke, and she fell to the ground along with the plate. To make matters worse, the elevator malfunctioned during the afternoon meeting, trapping her inside for an hour in the sweltering heat. By the time maintenance personnel rescued her, she was completely disheveled. Day after day, these misfortunes relentlessly assailed her like a tidal wave. Susie, on the verge of collapse, could no longer bear it and had no choice but to seek help from a highly renowned master. The master examined her closely, his expression gradually becoming solemn. He said in a low voice, "The Ziwei star of your Su family has fallen, which is why you have attracted evil energy and misfortune. Your protective star is gone, which is why you have suffered this series of misfortunes." Susie snapped back to reality, her back soaked in cold sweat. She tried her best to comfort herself that it was just an illusion, but deep down, she gradually realized that perhaps the Su Ningyue she despised was the true protector of the Su family. On the other side, Su Qiming opened her eyes groggily and felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, realizing that she was still in the hospital. Faintly, she heard some conversations outside the ward. She listened carefully and heard the name Su Ningyue. Su Qiming's heart tightened. She slowly propped herself up, and despite the throbbing pain in her wound, she dragged her weak body toward the door of the ward, trying to hear what was happening outside. The two subordinates outside the door whispered among themselves. The captain seems to have misunderstood. She said that Xiao Zhu put seafood in Su Long's porridge, so she kicked him out. Poor little guy, it was raining heavily outside when he left. Su Qiming's heart tightened, and the image of Su Ningyue's wet appearance flashed through her mind. She quickly pushed open the door and, enduring her pain, made her way to Susie. "Xiao Zhuo is so young, and you kicked him out just because of some unfounded suspicions." Susie paused for a moment. Then her face turned cold, and she crossed her arms over her chest. "I'm just making him take responsibility for his actions." Su Qiming was speechless for a moment, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, but anger and heartache had already filled her chest. Amidst her turmoil, Su Qiming couldn't help but recall something. It was a gloomy afternoon in her past life when Su Long ran up to her and told her that Su Ningyue had stolen one of her necklaces. She rushed into Su Ningyue's room and started searching. Sure enough, she found the necklace in Su Ningyue's drawer. In a fit of anger, she ignored Su Ningyue's explanation and called her police friend who took Su Ningyue away almost without thinking and locked him up like a criminal without any investigation. She had harshly reprimanded Su Ningyue, even using the most offensive language to insult him, and ultimately used her connections to get him directly into the police station. She turned and left coldly, leaving him alone, like a helpless prisoner. She never gave him a chance to explain, and at that time Su Ningyue just lowered his head, silently endured it, and didn't say a word. But later, Su Qiming learned that Su Long had stolen her necklace, intending to sell it to gamble, but Su Ningyue discovered it and snatched it back. Su Ningyue had planned to return the necklace to her the next day, but he didn't expect Su Long to turn the tables on him. Tears blurred Su Qiming's vision, and her heart ached as if it were being cut by a knife. She thought of Su Ningyue's helpless eyes, and how he silently endured her scolding in the face of her indifference, and a wave of regret surged through her chest. She looked up at Susie, her voice filled with utter disappointment. "Susie, Can't you give Xiaozhu a chance to explain? Suzy hesitated for a moment, but quickly snorted and said dismissively, That's just Sujua's nature. Why defend him? He doesn't deserve my trust. Su Qiming felt a surge of helplessness welling up from the bottom of her heart. She shook her head, but didn't know what to say. Didn't she used to think she treated Sujua fairly and impartially? Then take a look for yourself. Su Qiming held back her tears, pulled Su Qian over, and led her to the hospital's monitoring room. With the help of the assistant, the surveillance footage was switched to a point a few days earlier. In the video, a nurse pushes a food cart into Sujua's ward, gently places breakfast by his bedside, and tells him to eat well. Sujua nods and obediently says, Thank you. As soon as the nurse left, Su Long tiptoed out of the door of the ward next door, looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to him, and then quickly went inside. On the screen, Su Long stared at Sujua's breakfast for a while, then quietly left the ward and went to the food cart in the next ward to get a few prawns. Chapter 47, The Ghost Festival. Su Long broke the prawns into pieces and mixed them into the porridge. As he peeled the shrimp, he muttered to himself, Whenever I get sick, my third sister will feel sorry for me, and then I can play on my phone and play games without anyone bothering me. Upon hearing this self-talk, Susie's expression changed drastically, and she turned her gaze from the monitor screen to Su Qiming, her eyes filled with surprise. She never imagined that her beloved younger brother would be so scheming. On the screen, Su Long carefully stirred the porridge, making sure the shrimp meat was evenly mixed with it. After confirming there were no traces, he clapped his hands and began eating the porridge without hesitation. Susie gasped for breath, staring at the screen in disbelief. Her hands trembled slightly. She never imagined that her younger brother, whom she had once cherished, would come up with such a terrible idea just to play a few games. Su Qiming snorted coldly, having long since lost hope in Su Long. She gritted her teeth and said, Do you still believe he's a kind child? This is your good brother. After saying that, Su Qiming disregarded her unhealed wounds and the torrential rain outside, determined to go find Sujua. No matter what, I must find Xiaozhua. Suzy instinctively tried to stop her, but Su Qiming pushed her away. Seeing that she couldn't stop her, Suzy had no choice but to follow Su Qiming through the rain to the mayor's house. When the town mayor saw the two women, who were soaking wet, he immediately took out a towel for them to dry off, and then led them inside to take shelter from the rain. Despite her exhaustion, Su Qiming pleaded, Please help me find Xiaozhua no matter what. The Su family will reward you handsomely. The town mayor readily agreed, swearing that he would definitely help her find the person. He even found a loudspeaker and broadcast the search throughout the town day and night. Suzy watched the mayor's actions and sneered inwardly, thinking that the loudspeaker was completely useless. She bowed her head and prayed, May that boy never come back, so he won't cause me any trouble. At dusk, the town mayor suddenly produced a pile of items for warding off evil spirits and disasters. Yellow amulets, cinnabar powder, safety ropes with incantations, and ancient wooden puppets that have been passed down in the town. The town mayor carefully taught them how to paste the talismans and instructed them. Tomorrow is the Ghost Festival. Strange things always happen in the town at this time of year. You have to paste these things on the doors and windows to ensure that no evil spirits can enter. The mayor's warning triggered a vague memory to flash through Susie's mind. It was also the Ghost Festival night. She was resting alone in her room. Half asleep, she felt a chill creep over her, as if a pair of icy hands were gripping her throat. She struggled desperately, but could not make a sound. In the end, the master arrived and made a safety sachet from Sujua's remaining clothes, which hung beside her to dispel the evil spirit, allowing her to fall asleep peacefully. Coming to her senses, Suzy felt it was absurd. Sujua was dead, so how could the clothes of a dead person be used to ward off evil spirits? She shook her head, dismissing the thought. At this moment, Su Qiming sat to the side, tightly clutching the car that Sujua had left behind. She gently wiped away the dust, as if handling a precious treasure, murmuring, Xiaozhua, you must be safe and sound. Your eldest sister is looking for you, and your second sister is waiting for you. Come back, please don't let anything happen to you. Suzy glanced at her, snorted coldly, and said nothing. As night fell, the town was unusually quiet. The wind gently rustled through the treetops, and the moonlight softly bathed the earth. All around was peaceful, and even the shadows of the trees swayed slightly. Suzy and Su Qiming slept soundly through the night without any dreams. However, just as dawn broke and the first light began to fall on the town, Suzy heard people talking in hushed tones outside. Last night, I heard strange noises coming from the backyard, like someone was crying. Me too. I always feel like there's something watching us from outside the window. It's really scary. Suzy was a little confused, since they hadn't encountered anything last night. With her doubts, Susie left the mayor's house and went straight to the town. The atmosphere on the street was unusually oppressive. The familiar vendors and neighbors all seemed restless. Almost everyone wore expressions of terror, whispering amongst themselves about the strange things that had happened the night before. I was at home at night when I suddenly heard the stairs creaking, as if someone was coming upstairs, but I clearly live alone, an elderly woman whispered, her eyes filled with fear. I was so scared that I didn't dare to make a sound. So I hid under the covers and barely managed to fall asleep in the middle of the night. You're lucky, a middle-aged man said urgently. My gate was banged on loudly last night. When I opened it, there was no one there, but the ground outside was covered in bloody footprints. Later, I found out that the latch on the gate had been broken. Susie looked around and walked into a shop. She noticed a dilapidated wooden board hanging diagonally on the door frame, and there was still mud and signs of wiping on the ground. The chain on the door was broken into several pieces, as if it had been violently smashed open. Something's not right here. Thinking this, Su Qian decided to go back with Su Qiming first, but Su Qiming insisted on staying, saying that she would not go back until she found Su Zhua. Su Qian was furious and snatched the toy car from her hand, throwing it far away. The car traced an arc in the air and flew straight into the fountain pool. I think you're possessed. Susie couldn't help but scold angrily. Su Qiming watched in surprise as Su Qian snatched away the car left behind by Su Zhua. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Her hand froze in midair. Before she could stop her, Su Qian had already thrown the car hard into the pool. The splashing water was cold and piercing in the morning light. No, Su Qiming's voice trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. Her heart ached, and her eyes held both anger and a hint of disappointment. This is the only thing Xiao Zhuo left me. I don't care about you. If you don't want to go back, then don't. I'll go back by myself tomorrow morning. Susie turned around and threw down her last cold words. The night was as dark as ink. The sky was covered with thick clouds, and there was not a single star. The shadows of the trees all around swayed in the cold wind, making a low rustling sound, like an eerie whisper. Susie lay in bed, tossing and turning, her unease growing stronger. Just then, a faint knocking sound came from beside my ears, as if something was silently knocking on the door. The frequency of the knocking was very irregular, sometimes slow and sometimes fast, as if it carried some kind of eeriness. Thump, 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 thump. Susie sat up and unconsciously leaned against the headboard. All around was silent, save for the eerie knocking sound. The wind outside suddenly picked up, sounding like a silent howl of the night wind. Who is it? Susie murmured to herself. The knocking continued, and she held her breath, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. Suddenly, a thick shadow peeked through the crack in the door, as if some unknown thing was lingering outside. Chapter 48, What I Saw After I Died. The door was suddenly flung open with a bang, and Susie's vision went black for a moment before a chilling force gripped her neck. She struggled to breathe, but her throat felt like it was being clamped by iron clamps, making it difficult for even a wisp of air to pass through. As her consciousness faded, she faintly heard two eerie children's voices whispering in her ear. I smelled his scent when I came here yesterday, so I didn't come in to cause trouble and went to play with those people outside. But it's gone now. The other kid's voice was even colder. She made that smell disappear herself. Susie's vision grew increasingly dim, and her consciousness slowly crumbled away amidst the suffocating pain. She then realized that the peace last night was because Su Zhua's scent lingered, and that the car she had thrown away was protecting her. The pressure on her neck grew heavier and heavier. Susie struggled desperately, her fingertips digging into her skin, but she still couldn't break free. Finally, Susie's hands fell limply to her sides, and her body slowly slid to the ground, the bruises on her neck from being strangled looking gruesome and terrifying. After an unknown amount of time, Susie felt as if she were floating lightly in the air. She watched as her body was carried out by paramedics. Su Qiming knelt on the ground, her eyes red and choked as she called her name. The mayor said something to try to comfort her. Susie looked at her, a complex emotion welling up inside her. She never imagined that her sister, who was often at odds with her, would be so heartbroken by her departure. However, she was more worried about Sulong. I worry that he will be heartbroken and lonely after he finds out he has passed away. She turned around lightly and floated to Su Long's room, ready to see Su Long's current reaction. Su Long was smiling broadly as he excitedly played a game on his phone. The screen kept flashing, and he cursed and shouted, "Hurry up! Hurry up! You're playing so badly, wasting my time." He waved his hands excitedly, completely immersed in the game. Susie was stunned. He felt no sadness whatsoever, and didn't even ask himself how he was doing. Susie floated silently in the room, watching Su Long curse and spew out a string of vulgarities, and her heart sank into an icy abyss. The younger brother she had once protected with all her might was now so indifferent, as if her existence was insignificant. Susie floated silently in midair, her eyes gradually dimming, her heart filled with sorrow. She heard a nurse ask with a slightly puzzled tone, "Your sister has been taken to the emergency room, and we don't know if she can be saved. Why aren't you sad at all?" Su Long didn't even lift his eyelids. With a lollipop still dangling from his mouth, he casually waved his hand and said, "It's all right. I still have my fourth and fifth sisters to ask for money. My fifth sister has plenty of money too." Susie was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. That was her younger brother whom she protected with all her heart. She worked hard for him, made sacrifices for him, and even sacrificed her own life to meet all his demands. She couldn't believe that her death was so insignificant in his eyes. She had thought that even though he was sometimes willful and playful, he ultimately cared about her. But at this moment, Susie felt a tearing pain. Susie's soul continued to drift in the void, as if she were on a river of time, where she saw her entire life unfold before her. Images flashed by, taking her back to those distant years, seemingly within reach, yet incredibly blurry. Her gaze slowly settled on a heartwarming scene in the cradle. Su Ningyue, just a few months old, lay peacefully. His face was small, his skin was fair and delicate, like silk, and he had a pair of bright, clear eyes with an innocent and pure gaze. A naive smile played on his lips, revealing his pink little gums, as if he were babbling and laughing at her. She was only a teenager when she bent down and carefully extended her finger. Suju's small, soft hand suddenly grabbed her fingers and held them tightly. Just at this tender moment, a soft rustling of footsteps suddenly came from outside the window. Susie looked up and saw an old blind man in tattered clothes approaching the window. The old blind man's voice was hoarse. "Little girl, your newborn brother will be a jinx in the future. He will ruin your Su family and cause your family to be destroyed." Susie, who was floating in the air, was stunned when she heard this. She remembered the old blind man and the events of that year. That was a secret she had kept buried in her heart for many years, and she had never mentioned it to anyone. But now, it has reappeared before her eyes. "No matter what, I did nothing wrong." Susie suppressed her unease and muttered to herself. She remembered that she didn't take the old blind man's curse to heart that night, and even scolded him. The security guards outside quickly chased the old blind man away, and she felt a sense of relief. However, after nightfall, she heard an unknown commotion outside the window. Just as she was trying to ignore the strange sound, an invisible force gripped her throat. It felt as if an invisible hand was tightening its grip little by little, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. As things unfolded in her memory, Susie, in her soul form, floated quietly to the side. Seeing her disheveled appearance back then, she sighed with a hint of resentment. Su Ningyue is a jinx. Throwing him out back then was the right choice. The scene shifts, and Susie sees herself from years ago staggering into the nursery at midnight. He picked up Su Ningyue, quietly left the house, glanced around, and quickly walked towards the garbage station not far away. The night breeze caressed her face, and Su Ningyue's laughter lingered in her ears. She suppressed the slight tremor in her heart, ruthlessly placed Su Ningyue next to the garbage heap, turned around, and left without looking back. Susie's spirit was still floating beside the trash can. She didn't leave and stared at Su Ningyue for a while. Su Ningyue was so cute at this time. He was only a few months old and hadn't fully grown yet, but he was still much cuter than ordinary babies. He would grin at everyone he saw, just like a little sun in the sky. Susie waited until someone noticed Su Ningyue before preparing to leave. According to the events described in the memory, Su Ningyue was likely taken in by a kind couple from the countryside. However, to Susie's surprise, the person she saw was the old blind man. Just after Susie left, a pair of cloudy eyes quietly appeared in the darkness. In her spirit form, Susie was surprised to see the old blind man and a middle-aged woman holding a child appear near the garbage dump. In the dim moonlight, Susie could clearly see the child in the woman's arms. She recognized the child at a glance. It was Su Long. Susie, in her spirit form, held her breath, listening to the old blind man and the woman talking in hushed tones. This child's fate is ominous. He was born on Ghost Festival, and only being born into a wealthy and powerful family can avert this misfortune. The old blind man's voice was hoarse and cold, revealing a hint of calculation. Tonight is the perfect time for me to send him into this wealthy family. In the future, his destiny will help us achieve great things. The woman held Su Long tightly in her arms, her eyes filled with greed and expectation. Just wait. He will replace that unlucky guy and get all the wealth and glory of the Su family. Chapter 49. It was all a scam. Susie, in her soul form, stared blankly at the scene before her, her heart churning with complex emotions. She finally understood that the old blind man had been plotting from the beginning to replace Su Jua with Su Long, so that Su Long could use the Su family's good fortune to get rid of his cursed fate, while she herself had been completely unaware and had even abandoned Su Jua with her own hands. Susie watched in disbelief as the old blind man took Su Jua, whom she had discarded. Her pupils contracted, and disbelief and horror gradually appeared in her eyes. The old blind man actually carried Su Jua away, and Su Long was left at the Su family's doorstep. It turns out that all of this was a meticulously planned scam from the very beginning. After she abandoned Su Jua, her family thought Su Jua had been taken away. Just then, they saw Su Long appear at their doorstep and decided to adopt him. Su Long's birth date was stuffed into his swaddling clothes. Susie remembered it clearly. It wasn't Ghost Festival. If it were, the Su family would never have adopted him. It was that old blind man who deliberately concealed Su Long's true birth date. Susie, in her soul form, floated to the side, watching as everything gradually became clear, feeling as if she had been hit hard in the chest. She suddenly realized that everything she had done back then had brought disaster to the Su family. The scene shifts, and she sees the infant Su Long being carried into the warm hall of the Su family home, surrounded by his family, pampered and cared for, receiving all the love she had hoped to give to Su Jua. As he grew up, he received unconditional indulgence and pampering from his family. No matter how selfish he was, the Su family still chose to ignore the twisted aspects of his personality. However, Su Jua's situation on the other side was quite bleak. The old blind man took him back to the dilapidated shack, where he was forced to sleep on the damp, dark ground and eat moldy food. He was often beaten and scolded by the old blind man for crying. In her soul form, Susie saw Su Jua crying herself to sleep in the cold night, her small figure curled up in a ball. At that moment, her heart ached slightly. Looking at the two completely different lives before her, Susie was overwhelmed with shock and regret, as if sharp thorns were stabbing into her chest. She had long forgotten the child's innocent smile from that year, forgotten the tenderness with which he held her small hand, and instead, blinded by the so-called jinx, she abandoned him with her own hands. Susie trembled slightly, wanting to reach out and touch Su Jua's small figure, but could only pass through his body helplessly, unable to do anything for him anymore. A wave of indescribable regret washed over her, and Susie finally realized that the real jinx was not Su Jua, but Su Long. He is the nemesis who destroyed the Su family and betrayed family ties. How could this be? How could this happen? Time slipped by like a relentless sandstorm, and Susie finally saw 5-year-old Su Jua being taken back to the Su family. However, he was ignored by his family and misunderstood without any reason. Su Long frequently harassed him, always kicking and punching him and mocking him when no one was looking. At first, Su Jua would resist, but whenever Su Long started crying, they would all stand by Su Long's side, beating and scolding Su Jua to vent Su Long's anger. Once, Su Long cried in front of her, saying that his pocket money was missing and that Su Jua must have stolen it. Su Jua hurriedly shook his head and explained in a hoarse voice, "I didn't take your money." But she only glanced at him impatiently before scolding Su Jua and making him apologize to Su Long. Su Jua's eyes were slightly red, but he still lowered his head and obediently apologized. She then saw another scene. Su Long suddenly slammed the water glass in his hand to the ground with a bang and then shouted in tears, "Sister, he took my toy and tried to hit me." They were eating when they heard the crying and immediately rushed to Su Long. Su Jua sat in the corner with an innocent look on his face, looking at everyone with confusion. "Why are you always like this? Your younger brother is still small. Can't you give in to him?" Su Jua pursed her lips, feeling wronged, and stopped arguing. Susie felt a pang of pain in her heart as she looked at these things. So this is how Su Jua has always been treated in the Su family. But he clearly did nothing wrong. Xiao Long is indeed a bit selfish, but he hasn't made any major mistakes. Maybe he'll be better when he grows up. Susie could only console herself in this way, but she herself felt that such consolation was too pale and powerless. Will things really get better as we grow up? Time flew by, and Su Long grew up quickly. Instead of changing his ways as She had expected, he became even worse. He got into gambling and, along with a group of cronies, misbehaved under the guise of the Su family. In those years, the sisters were all busy with their own careers and paid no attention to what Su Long was doing when they couldn't see him. They only knew to give him the best of everything and shower their younger brother with all their love. completely unaware that Su Long had already changed beyond recognition. Suzy stared blankly as Su Long played cards with others at the table, losing over 100,000 yuan in one night, then calling them and racking his brains to ask for money. She felt her heart go numb. It turns out that the illusions before were all real. Su Long really got involved in gambling. That means that in the future, Su Long will also act like she did in her illusions, ruthlessly attacking them for money. Suzy dared not think about it anymore, but felt something was strange. At this time, Su Long was in her senior year of high school. If she remembered correctly, Su Long's grades had always been excellent. She not only got into the best university in the country, but she was also among the top students in her school. This is why the older sisters of the Su family doted on Su Long even more and placed all their hopes for the future of the Su family on him. But Su Long was always either playing cards or hanging out, and I never saw him studying. How did he get such high scores? Could it be that Su Long is actually a genius? Suzy was completely baffled and vaguely felt that Su Long might be a genius, but soon reality gave her a resounding slap in the face. With the third mock exam approaching, they promised Su Long that if he could rank in the top 10 of the school, they would give him a racetrack as a gift. In fact, based on Su Long's past performance, ranking in the top 10 of the school entrance exam would be a piece of cake for him, but Su Long seemed somewhat worried. Chapter 50: Mistaking a fisheye for a pearl. After struggling with the decision for several days, Su Long found Su Zhua. Suzy floated to the side in a daze. She saw Su Long actually go to Su Zhua and ask him to take the exam for her. Su Zhua was silent for a moment, then said calmly, "Okay, give me 2,000 yuan." Upon hearing this, Su Long sneered and mocked. "I didn't expect you to be so short of money. What? Nobody wants you. Living off this little bit of money." Su Zhua showed no emotion whatsoever as she calmly accepted the money, turned and left without giving Su Long another glance. Suzy watched in astonishment. Why did Su Long ask Su Zhua to take the exam for him? He could have easily taken the exam in his previous life himself. Also, why did Su Zhua insist on having that 2,000 yuan? Is he that short of money? Puzzled, Suzy saw Su Zhua take the 2,000 yuan to the supermarket and exchange it for several large bags of cat food. He carried the bags and walked to a group of stray cats on the street corner, bending down to feed them one by one. Suzy's heart skipped a beat. She watched as Su Zhua's slender figure was stretched long by the dim streetlights, and for a moment, she was subtly moved. However, Suzy still didn't understand why Su Zhua would take the exam for Su Long. They were not related by blood and looked completely different. Wouldn't the teachers at school notice? The scene flashes back quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it's the mock exam. Suzy floated quietly beside Su Zhua. Soon the exam bell rang, and the proctor came in. To Suzy's surprise, the proctor smiled and nodded at Su Zhua. "Su Long, you've got first place in your pocket again, haven't you? Sigh. If only my daughter could be as outstanding as you." The teacher patted Su Zhua's shoulder kindly. Su Zhua smiled politely and nodded slightly, as if he was already used to such praise, and sat down calmly. Then, the students around him held out their palms to him. "God of studies, please bless me so I can perform exceptionally well this time. Su Shueshun, lend me some luck, just bless me to be in the top 100 this time." Su Zhua smiled and responded to each of them, gently touching hands with each of them. Hearing the way her classmates addressed her, Suzy was shocked that academic genius in their eyes was not Su Zhua, but Su Long. Suzy was struck dumb, her heart filled with disbelief. She stared blankly at Su Zhua, gradually realizing the truth. It turned out that all of Su Long's grades were achieved by Su Zhua on his behalf. All along, the so-called extraordinary talent and academic genius halo that Su Long claimed actually belonged to Su Zhua. Suzy gradually pieced together a fact she had never expected. Su Long must have bribed the principal through some means to enroll Su Zhua using his own identity information, allowing Su Zhua to study and take the college entrance examination in his place. Soon, the college entrance examination arrived. Su Long used the same method to have Su Zhu take the exam for him. Su Zhua scored 740 points, an impressive score, but no one celebrated for him. Suzy, in her spirit form, floated to the side, watching the Su family celebrate for Su Long. The living room was brightly lit, and the 7 older sisters surrounded Su Long. Su Wanga led the way, raising her glass with a smile. "Xiao Long has truly not let us down. The future of the Su family depends entirely on him." Su Qiming stood to the side and gently patted Su Long's shoulder. "Little Long is truly the pride of our Su family." Su Yafei held Su Long's hand and said half-jokingly, "I told you long ago, Xiao Long is the best." On the other end, Su Zhua sat alone in a corner, like a forgotten shadow. The liveliness and jubilation of the living room did not reach him. He lowered his head slightly, his thin body curled up in a ball, his eyes revealing loneliness and desolation. He did not speak, and his face was expressionless, letting the surrounding laughter and chatter drown him in boundless indifference. Suzy looked at Su Zhuo in this corner. His thin figure seemed to be separated by an invisible wall. He never truly belonged to this family and was destined to be an ignored existence in the family. Soon, Su Zhuo was admitted to the best university in Haiqing. However, the teaching pace at Haida University was far beyond Su Long's ability to keep up. In just 1 week, Su Long was driven to the brink of collapse. Suzy saw Su Long slam a thick stack of textbooks and workbooks in front of Su Zhuo with his usual contempt. "Don't dawdle. You have to finish before tonight." Su Zhuo raised her head, glanced at Su Long indifferently, and without replying, lowered her head and silently opened her workbook. The homework was filled with dense formulas, which startled even Suzy. These questions were from advanced university courses. She couldn't help but marvel at how advanced the teaching pace at Ocean University of China was. She had good grades in university, but even she couldn't fully understand these questions. However, Su Zhuo only glanced at the question before quickly starting to write. The pen tip flew across the paper, pausing occasionally, a thoughtful frown flashing across his brow before quickly smoothing out, as if the difficult problems before him were nothing more than simple practice questions. Suzy stared at him blankly. Su Zhuo's movements were calm and unhurried, and every formula conversion and every step of the derivation was extremely precise. Just over 10 minutes later, Su Zhuo handed the thick stack of homework back to Su Long. Su Long flipped through the book in disbelief and saw that all the answers were neatly written on it. He snorted with satisfaction. "I didn't know you had some skills. If you can't keep up with the teaching pace at Ocean University, you can have me teach your classes, just like in high school," Su Zhuo said calmly. Su Long's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can solve the facial recognition problem at the school gate." Of course. Su Zhuo's expression remained unchanged. "Didn't we do all that in high school?" Suzy was shocked and vaguely understood why Su Zhuo did this. Since Su Zhuo returned from the countryside, no one in the Su family had taken care of him or helped him with his school enrollment procedures. Su Zhuo wanted to use Su Long's identity to secure an opportunity for herself to receive an education. He studied at the best high school in Haiqing and then went to the best university in Haiqing. Although he used someone else's identity, the knowledge he gained was his own. At this moment, Suzy didn't know what she was feeling. All along, they had thought Su Zhuo was an illiterate good-for-nothing, while in their eyes, Su Long was an outstanding prodigy who excelled in everything. Little did they know, it was all a lie. They were blinded by Su Long and mistook a fisheye for a pearl. They never tried to understand Su Zhuo, so naturally they couldn't see Su Zhuo's excellence. "I never expected Su Zhuo to be so talented," Sushi muttered to herself, and in a flash, a thought that startled her popped into her mind. Su Zhuo is so outstanding that he could easily compete with Su Long if he wanted to. The Su family has treated him badly all these years. He'll definitely seek revenge on them after he finishes his studies. She had once imagined the Su family's downfall. Could that also be related to Su Zhuo? Chapter 51. Su Long is the real jinx. Suzy continued to float beside Su Zhuo. She thought she would soon see Su Zhuo's crazy revenge on the Su family, but she didn't expect that Su Zhuo not only didn't take action against the Su family, but also silently protected them. Using his exceptional computing skills, he helped his older sister analyze company data and develop many excellent plans, which he then anonymously sent to Su Wanga. He would also use the connections he made in college to help his second sister navigate relationships in the entertainment industry. Perhaps Su Qiming still doesn't know that those big productions that made her famous were actually secured for her by Su Zhuo. Furthermore, Su Zhuo's help was indispensable in the outstanding completion of Seventh Sister's doctoral design, which also yielded results that shocked the academic world. Su Zhuo even helped her investigate 2 tricky international cases. Su Qian never imagined that Su Zhuo, whom she thought was weak and incompetent, would have such courage. However, Su Zhuo's health was already poor. She often saw him suppressing his cough, and occasionally he would even cough up blood. On the one occasion, he was accidentally stabbed by a criminal while helping her investigate a case, which made his already weak body even worse. That idiot. Why doesn't he go to the hospital to get checked out? Seeing Su Zhuo hastily bandage his wound without even going to the hospital, Su Qian couldn't help but frown. However, Suzy quickly understood why Su Zhuo did this. He had no money at all. At this point, the Su family only appeared glamorous on the surface, but in reality, it had already begun to decline. Ever since Su Long got involved in gambling, the Su family has been constantly giving him money to cover his losses. He also borrowed a lot of high-interest loans behind their backs. In addition, the economic situation was not good in those years. and the Su family was already struggling to survive. Under such circumstances, no one cared about Sujua. Instead, Sujua had to use the money he earned from his work to cover the losses. Suzy felt her floating body become much heavier, and a sour feeling spread from her heart. She kept asking herself, were they wrong? Were they really wrong? However, as time went on, Suzy discovered something else that shocked her even more. Su Long had secretly contacted that old blind man. Su Long, following his instigation, began collecting various materials about the Su family, attempting to find evidence detrimental to the family. He secretly took important documents from the Su family's company's ledgers, falsified data, and even colluded with some businessmen who were hostile to the Su family, planning to influence the family's financial situation by leaking company secrets. He also attempted to manipulate public opinion by spreading negative news about the Su family in the media. Suzy witnessed all of this and was heartbroken. She never imagined that her younger brother, whom she once cherished as her life, would become increasingly twisted, and what she thought was love and indulgence would become a catalyst for Su Long's descent into depravity. Xiaohu bot file anti-piracy. Find. Book robot selection. Xiaohu, stable and reliable, no pitfalls. Suzy felt utterly desperate. She knew that the downfall of the Su family had nothing to do with Su Jua, but rather with Su Long's betrayal. The prophecy was indeed true. Su Long was indeed the jinx that would bring the Su family to utter ruin. The Su family has been able to prosper for so long thanks to Su Jua's protection, but Su Jua's health is deteriorating. When Su Jua passes away, it will be the day the Su family is completely destroyed. But who caused all of this? It's them. If they had shown more care for Su Jua, she wouldn't have fallen seriously ill at such a young age. If they could focus more on Su Jua, he would definitely become even more outstanding and would never stop there. Xiao Long is really a selfish and vain person, but I've been so good to him. He probably wouldn't be so heartless to me. Now, Suzy can only console herself that she is different to Su Long. Su Long would never treat her like that. In Su Long's heart, she has always been his most beloved older sister. After all, until now, apart from what she had seen in her imagination, she had never actually witnessed Su Long doing anything bad to her. Thinking this way, Suzy felt a little more at ease. But soon, what she saw shocked Su Qian. She saw Su Long becoming increasingly insane, not only causing the Su family to go bankrupt, but also imprisoning Su Ningyue in a dark basement and torturing her inhumanely. Driven to desperation, Su Qiming chose to commit suicide. Suzy was utterly shocked and could only keep reassuring herself that Su Long would never harm her. She was his beloved older sister. He wouldn't treat her like that. However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. Using her connections, Su Long smuggled a batch of contraband overseas, which led to her being wanted by the international police and becoming a fugitive. At first, she considered keeping it a secret for Su Long and taking all the blame herself. But she never expected that the younger brother who used to cuddle in her arms would be so cold and heartless. In order to protect himself, Su Long and his partner decided to take action against her and kill her to silence her. He used the excuse of visiting her to put sleeping pills in her water glass and knocked her unconscious when she was completely unprepared. Suzy didn't want to believe it, but what made her even more desperate was that Su Long had betrayed her to an enemy organization with whom she had a blood feud. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in a dark space, unable to breathe, her body bound and unable to move, and filled with despair. The leader of the rival organization was clearly wary of her abilities and severed her Achilles tendon. In the days that followed, she was sold into a fraud ring, unwilling to use the pig butchering scam to swindle money from innocent people. But whenever she tried to resist, she was met with merciless beatings. Just when she was about to give up, the arrival of a group of new people broke the despair. She looked up, her gaze sweeping over the faces, and suddenly she saw a familiar figure. Su Jua. Su Qian could hardly believe her eyes. Her almost forgotten younger brother was now standing here. An overwhelming joy welled up in Su Qian's heart, and tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Next, Su Jua dealt with the criminals and rescued her from that dark and hopeless hell. By the time they finally managed to escape from there, the Su family had been completely transformed. She couldn't accept all of this and locked herself in her room all day, not even wanting to eat. Suzy didn't know it then, but she sees it clearly now. During the day she locked herself in her room, Su Jua lingered at her door, his eyes full of worry. Suzy often saw Su Jua busy in the kitchen. In order to get her to eat more, he taught himself to cook. To get her to eat more meat, he would carefully cut the meat into small pieces and mix it with her favorite carrots. As the sun set, the slender figure in the kitchen was bathed in a warm golden light. Chapter 52. It's too late to regret it now. Suzy drifted through the river of time, watching Sujwa stay by her side in that hellish place, never leaving her. She saw that Sujwa's health was deteriorating, and even standing up seemed so difficult for him. Every time Sujwa coughed, Su Qian felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Her younger brother, who should have been healthy and loved, was suffering because of their cold treatment. Why? Why didn't I realize this sooner? Suzy saw the second half of her life, and what she couldn't let go of the most was still the debt she owed to Sujwa. She finally understood that Sujwa had never truly hated his sisters, even though they had been so cold and heartless towards him. If I had woken up sooner, if I had treated him well even just once while he was alive, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way. Suzy was in agony, tears streaming down her face in her illusory soul. The scene changed again. She saw Sujwa's illness worsen, and he finally left this world in endless pain. Shortly after his death, Su Long reported her to the police, saying she had completely betrayed him. The police rushed in and dragged her out of the house. The prison environment was like hell, and she suffered endless torment behind the iron bars. The prison guards fed her spoiled food and made her do the heaviest work. Her fellow inmates often harassed her, throwing dirty water on her, stabbing her fingers with sharp objects, and some even tried to strangle her. Countless times she gritted her teeth in the darkness, trying her best not to cry, but she still couldn't hold on any longer. She collapsed weakly onto the cold floor, feeling her life slowly slipping away. Xiaozhua, your sister, has come to keep you company. Before closing her eyes, Suzy let out a weak murmur. She didn't know how much time had passed when a blinding white light flashed, and Suzy suddenly opened her eyes. She found herself lying in an unfamiliar room, sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains, and a warm atmosphere filled the air. Her hands were unharmed, and her Achilles tendons were intact. She sat up, her fingers gripping the sheets tightly, her heart pounding, her mind a jumbled mess. What's going on? Suzy whispered. When she came to her senses and sorted through her memories, she realized that she had been reborn. It was like going back to their youth, to the time when Su Zhuo was still by their side. Suzy's body trembled slightly, and shock gradually appeared in her eyes. The image of that sickly young man kept replaying in her mind, and the scenes of him being ignored and humiliated by them kept resurfacing. Suzy took a deep breath, feeling a pang of heartache mixed with a hint of surprise. Now that she has a second chance, she must not repeat the same mistake. Suzy sat up abruptly in bed, tears welling in her eyes, but only one thought remained in her mind. Suzhua. She had to find Suzhua. But then, her heart sank as she realized that before her rebirth, she had actually driven Suzhua, who was running a high fever, out of the hospital. Thinking of Suzhua's weak and helpless appearance at that time, Su Qian felt as if her heart was being torn apart. What did I do? Suzy was overwhelmed with self-blame. She bit her lower lip and quickly gathered all the team members. Without even changing her clothes, she rushed into the heavy rain. Captain, who exactly are we looking for? One of the team members couldn't help but ask. Xiaozhua, please help me find Xiaozhua. Suzy shouted hoarsely, rain mixed with tears streaming down her pale face. The team members looked at each other in bewilderment. She had always been cold and indifferent to Suzhua, but now she was acting out of character, as if that person was more important than her own life. Although the team members had doubts, they dared not disobey her orders and could only do their best to assist in the search. The rain poured down, pounding the ground with a loud roar, while the gale-force winds, carrying icy raindrops, relentlessly lashed at Suzy's face and body. Suzy didn't dare stop for a moment, stumbling and searching on the muddy road, her whole body already soaked through by the heavy rain. A day and a night passed, and Suzhua was still nowhere to be found. Suzy was exhausted, her legs trembling as she knelt in the mud, as if all the energy had been drained from her body. She clenched her fists and slammed them hard on the muddy ground. Rainwater washed over her face, but it couldn't hide the despair in her eyes. Xiaozhua, it's all my fault, she sobbed, slapping herself hard across the face, her cheeks instantly turning red, as if this could alleviate the regret in her heart, but it was of no use. Why? Why was I so stupid before? Why did I only realize now how much I owe him? Suzy's tears mingled with the rain, sliding down into the mud. Just then, a cold voice came from behind. Humph, didn't you just bring this on yourself? Suzy looked up, and Su Qiming appeared in her blurry vision. Su Qiming crossed her arms and looked coldly at Su Qian kneeling in the mud, her eyes filled with deep sarcasm. You're only now realizing your mistake? Su Qiming said with a sneer. Xiaozhua is already gone. What's the use of regretting it now? Upon hearing this, Suzy felt a sharp pain in her chest. After another agonizing day, Suzy finally got a clue. She heard that the old man who took Su Ningyue away had been arrested and confessed that Su Ningyue had been sent to her hometown in the countryside. Suzy was extremely anxious and immediately drove to the countryside. The car sped along the way. Suzy's palms were soaked with sweat, and her heart was pounding. She dared not delay for even a moment, hoping only to see Su Ningyue as soon as possible and make up for her mistake. When we arrived in the countryside, the sky was overcast, and thick, dark clouds seemed to press down on the ground. The country roads were muddy and slippery, with rolling green hills and swaying trees in the distance, and the air was filled with the damp scent of earth. In a simple courtyard, several ragged children were playing and frolicking around Su Ningyue without any restraint. They laughed and mocked in a malicious tone. "You're just an unwanted kid, aren't you? Your parents don't want you anymore." Su Ningyue stood in the center of the courtyard, his thin figure straight, his eyes empty and numb, as if he had become accustomed to such humiliation. He remained silent, ignoring the children, his eyes filled with a deathly stillness. However, the children refused to give up and picked up water guns to aim at Su Ningyue. How boring. One of the children, seeing that Su Ningyue had no reaction, angrily bent down, picked up a stone from the ground, and viciously threw it at Su Ningyue. Suzy saw this scene from afar, and her heart almost broke. She rushed forward and pulled Su Ningyue into her arms, using her own body to shield him from the flying stones. The stone hit her back, making her gasp in pain, but she still held on to Su Ningyue tightly, not wanting him to get hurt anymore. "Who told you to bully him?" Suzy angrily scolded the children. Seeing this, the children were so frightened that they hurriedly dropped their stones and ran away. Su Ningyue looked up slightly at Su Qian, his eyes vacant. Chapter 53, Ending Relationship with Su Long. Suzy then noticed that Su Ningyue was burning up with fever, clearly still suffering from a high fever. Tears welled up instantly in her eyes with heartache. She gently stroked Su Ningyue's forehead and said in a trembling voice, "Xiao Zhuo, I was wrong. I will never let you suffer again. Please, come to the hospital with me, okay?" However, Su Ningyue only glanced at her with empty eyes, then pushed her away with all his might, staggered into the dilapidated hut, and quickly locked the door from the inside. Suzy stood outside the door, tears streaming down her face, her heart being torn apart by a dull ache. Seeing that Su Ningyue had locked herself up, Su Qian was extremely anxious. She used every gentle word she could think of outside the door. "Xiao Zhuo, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please open the door and let me see you, okay?" But there was no response from inside the door. At this moment, one of the children watching spoke up. "Don't bother. He's mute. He won't answer you at all." Suzy remembered that it was this child who had led the way in spraying Xiao Zhuo with water guns. She quickly walked over to the children and, without saying a word, crushed the plastic water guns and stones they had scattered on the ground, making a crack sound. Upon seeing this, the children were terrified and ran away crying, shouting, "Bad sister," as they scattered and fled the yard. After scaring the children away, Suzy worried that Su Ningyue's high fever would harm his health. She gritted her teeth, grabbed the door lock with both hands, and forcefully broke the rusty iron lock. She pushed the door open roughly, making a sharp creaking sound. However, what Suzy saw before her left her stunned. Su Ningyue was squatting on the ground, holding a sharp, rusty knife in his hand, about to cut his wrist. Suzy was so frightened her blood froze. She rushed over and hugged Su Ningyue tightly, gripping his wrist. Her voice trembled as she cried out, "No, Zhuo, please don't do this. Please, please don't hurt yourself, please." Tears streamed down her face. Her heart was breaking so badly, she could barely breathe. Su Ningyue struggled for a moment, but Su Qian held him tightly. His body was burning hot, like a feverish furnace, yet he stubbornly refused to rely on anyone. Left with no other option, Suzy took out her phone and sent a message to Xia Qiushuang asking for help. Soon after, Xia Qiushuang rushed over. "Cici, what happened? Why is Xiaozhu so sick?" Suzy was speechless for a moment, stammering as she tried to explain, but was too ashamed to tell the truth. She lowered her head and stammered, I didn't take good care of him. Cousin, you should check on Xiaozhu first." Seeing this, Xia Qiushuang didn't ask any more questions and turned to go to the room. After seeing Xia Qiushuang, Su Ningyue finally relaxed and obediently drank the medicine under Xia Qiushuang's gentle comfort. Xia Qiushuang possesses a gentle beauty, with a tender and graceful demeanor. She wears a light blue long dress, as light and warm as morning dew. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the green trees outside, shining on her and making her look like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. She gently wiped the sweat from Su Ningyue's forehead. The room seemed to be enveloped in a warm glow. The rain outside the window had gradually subsided, leaving only fine raindrops gently tapping on the window pane. Suzy, who was standing outside, witnessed this scene and felt a mix of emotions. Su Zhuo was so obedient to Xiaqiu Shuang, but he was full of resistance when facing her. But who can be blamed for this? It's all because she was blind in the past and did too many things that hurt Su Zhuo. Xiaqiu Shuang gently carried Su Zhuo into the car and took him to the hospital. At the hospital, after the doctor gave Su Zhuo 4, he quietly called Xiaqiu Shuang aside and whispered, "Your child is different. She seems to have severe autism." Xiaqiu Shuang immediately tensed up and anxiously asked the doctor, "Doctor, is there any way to alleviate this?" The doctor patiently explained several possible solutions, and Xiaqiu Shuang listened attentively, even taking out her notebook and carefully writing down every word. Suzy, standing outside the door, felt a pang of pain in her heart. Autism. Suzy covered her mouth, trying hard to suppress her tears. After a while, Suzy suddenly remembered that her fifth sister, Su Ningyue, was an expert in the medical field, so she thought of asking her if there was a better way. Su Ningyue is giving a speech in the field of neurosurgery at an international medical summit. She is tall and slender with delicate and beautiful features. Her long, black hair falls over her shoulders with slight curls, exuding an elegant and intellectual beauty. A well-tailored white business suit accentuated her perfect figure. Standing at the podium, her slender fingers flipped through her speech notes, exuding composure and elegance. In the hall, the audience listened attentively as she clearly and eloquently explained complex medical concepts. Occasionally, someone would whisper praises, "She's practically a goddess of the medical world," while others would secretly take photos with their phones. After the lecture, Su Ningyue smiled and thanked the audience, then put away her notes. Just as she was exchanging ideas with a group of colleagues, her phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone and saw that it was Suzy calling, her brows furrowing slightly. "Hey, third sister, what's up?" Su Ningyue asked calmly. On the other end of the phone, Suzy anxiously told Su Zhuo about his illness. Su Ningyue listened but seemed indifferent. "Fever? Third sister, it's just a minor illness. You can have a regular doctor take care of it." "Oh, autism. Aren't there experts in this field in China? I'm very busy lately and don't have the energy to deal with these things." Su Ningyue hung up the phone, a hint of indifference in her eyes. After putting down her phone, Su Ningyue continued to communicate with the medical experts around her. On the other side, by the time Xiaqiu Shuang took Su Zhuo back to the Su family home, it was already dark. Because he still had evening self-study, Xiaqiu Shuang left after dropping Su Zhuo off at the door, giving him a kiss on the cheek before she left. The lights in the yard shone on the wet flower beds, and a trace of summer coolness still lingered in the air. Suzy felt a strong urge to kiss her younger brother's soft face, just like Xiaqiu Shuang had done, but sensing the rejection emanating from Su Zhuo, she gave up the idea. "Xiao Zhuo, we're home. Come inside with me." Su Qian forced a smile and reached out her hand to Su Zhuo, hoping that he would hold her hand like he held Xiaqiu Shuang's. However, Su Zhuo didn't even glance at him before turning around and walking away with her short legs. Suzy lowered her dim, beautiful eyes, paused for a moment, and then followed. "Slow down. Be careful not to fall." The two entered the house one after the other, and as soon as they entered, they heard a fierce argument coming from the study on the second floor. "Big sister, are you crazy? You actually want to break up with Xiao Long?" Su Ningyue stood in the center of the study, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. She was usually rational and calm, but at this moment her emotions were clearly out of control. On the desk lay a certificate of dissolution of the relationship, with neat handwriting and the Su family seal on the paper. Chapter 54. Fifth Sister Su Ningyue. "I'm doing this for the Su family," Su Wanga retorted firmly. "Humph, since none of you want to take care of Xiao Long, then I'll take care of him myself. Anyway, I can afford to raise him." The sounds of arguing echoed in the spacious room. Just then, Su Wanga noticed Su Zhuo's figure appear at the door. She immediately suppressed her anger, strode over, and asked anxiously, "Xiao Zhuo, is anything still bothering you? Should we go to the hospital again?" She hadn't slept well for the past few days. She had just received news from Su Shi that Su Zhuo was all right, and the weight on her heart had finally been lifted. But seeing Su Zhuo's gloomy appearance now, she couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in her heart. Sure enough, Su Zhuo just kept his head down, his eyes vacant, as if he couldn't hear her words. He silently walked past her and headed straight for the stairs without making a sound, his figure disappearing into the shadows on the second floor. Su Qianyu's voice revealed disdain. "How rude. You don't even acknowledge your sister's greetings. What kind of behavior is this?" Su Wanga turned around and glared at Su Qianyu, her tone tinged with bitterness. "Xiao Zhuo, he has autism." Su Ningyue frowned impatiently and slammed the door shut as if in a huff. Su Wang aside, suppressing her irritation, and said to Su Qian, "Come to the study with me." After speaking, she turned and went into the study. Not long after the two entered the study, angry curses came from inside, accompanied by the crisp sound of slamming the table and Su Wang is scolding. Suj was sat on the corner of the stairs outside the door, curled up, listening to the argument. Her eyes were expressionless. She just hugged her knees quietly, like a wounded little animal, silently feeling the storm around her. Su Qianyu returned to her room and took Su Long to kindergarten as usual the next day. Back at the kindergarten, Su Long held his head high and told the other children about what had happened a few days ago. Those country folk were actually human traffickers. I am the legitimate young master of the Su family. He added, let me tell you, that Su Zhuo is just a wild child that no one loves. Several boys who usually hang out with Su Long gathered around, listening with great interest and nodding repeatedly. They whispered about Su Zhuo, saying with disdain, he's always alone, so pitiful. He doesn't talk much, like a mute. No wonder nobody likes him. Su Long stood in the crowd like a little king, proudly distributing the snacks Su Qianyu had brought him from abroad to his friends. Everyone held the beautifully packaged pastries, extremely excited. Thank you, Su Long. I've seen these snacks in the supermarket, but my mom said they were too expensive to buy for me. Your sister is so kind to you. A little girl held the snacks, her eyes full of envy. Su Long glanced at Su Zhuo not far away, feeling even more smug. Of course, my sister likes me the most. Su Zhuo sat alone to the side, took out his lunchbox, and ate by himself in the corner. He held his rice bowl tightly in his small hands, head down, the noise of the cafeteria seeming to be a world away from him. Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance of the cafeteria, and everyone turned their attention to the doorway. Su Qiming walked in with an air of elegance, wearing a flowing long dress and sunglasses, followed by her assistant carrying an exquisite lunchbox. As soon as she appeared, the children and teachers in the cafeteria couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, whispering among themselves, "Wow, isn't that the Big Star sister?" Su Long's followers looked at Su Qiming excitedly and whispered, "The Big Star sister must be here to bring Su Long food." Upon hearing this, Su Long felt a surge of pride, as if he could already see Su Qiming handing him the food, and countless envious glances directed his way. He straightened his small body and waited proudly for Su Qiming to walk up to him. Su Qiming took off her sunglasses, revealing a charming and beautiful face with slightly upturned eyes, exuding a cool yet gentle aura. She forced a beautiful smile, picked up her lunchbox, walked to a corner of the cafeteria, and sat down directly opposite Su Zhuo. The cafeteria fell silent instantly, and everyone stared wide-eyed. Su Long's henchmen stared in astonishment at the scene, their jaws practically dropping in surprise. The smug look on Su Long's face froze instantly, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. He stared in disbelief, his fists clenched, his face flushed. Xiao Zhuo, Su Qiming called Su Zhuo's name gently, pushed open the lunchbox, and placed a bowl of hot soup in front of him. "This is soup that your sister made especially for you. Drink it while it's hot." Su Zhuo raised his head, hesitated for a moment, and still didn't touch his chopsticks. He just lowered his eyes and continued to fiddle with the rice in his bowl. "Xiao Zhuo." Su Qiming wanted to say a few more words of persuasion, but then footsteps came from the cafeteria entrance, and Su Ningyue ran in carrying another lunchbox. Her long hair danced in the wind, and her pure and beautiful face was slightly flushed from running too fast. Upon seeing Su Zhuo, Su Ningyue smiled like a blooming flower, ran straight to Su Zhuo's side, sat on his other side, and opened the lunchbox. "Xiao Zhuo, this is a meal made by your seventh sister. Eat more," Su Ningyue said with tenderness, picking up a piece of cooked pork rib and putting it into Su Zhuo's bowl. Seeing this, Su Qiming frowned, and not to be outdone, she also picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and tried to stuff it into Su Zhuo's bowl. "Su Ningyue, don't mess around. These ribs don't look appetizing at all. Are they pre-made dishes? Let Xiao Zhuo eat the food I made myself. You cooked this." Su Ningyue glared at Su Qiming and retorted defiantly, "Who knows if your cooking suits his taste? Besides, this isn't pre-made food. It was made fresh by my personal chef. Don't talk nonsense." Su Zhuo stood between the two women, looking at them with weary eyes. The food in the rice bowl kept piling up until it was almost overflowing. Su Long stood not far away, watching all this, his face growing increasingly grim. His friends whispered among themselves, so the Big Star and Teacher Ye came to bring food to Su Zhuo. "Don't talk nonsense. Seventh sister and second sister just don't know I'm back in school. I've always been their favorite," Su Long retorted stubbornly. He stubbornly believed that his sisters simply hadn't seen him. Although his seventh sister hadn't been as kind to him as before, his second sister had always been very good to him, and had even scolded Su Zhuo for his sake not long ago. Thinking this, Su Long jumped off the stool and walked towards Su Qiming and Su Ningyue. Chapter 55. How smart can a little child be? Su Long walked towards Su Qiming and Su Ningyue, his tone slightly coquettish. Sister, the food in the cafeteria is so bad. I want to eat your cooking too. He tried to act pitiful as he always had to get his sister's attention, but Su Qiming and Su Ningyue were only focused on surrounding Su Zhuo and completely ignored him. Here, Xiaozhua, try this. Xiaozhua, would you like some shrimp? I'll peel one for you. Su Long was furious and angrily reached out to snatch Su Qiming's lunchbox. I want it. Give it to me. What are you doing? Su Qiming's eyes widened as she grabbed her lunchbox. In that chaotic moment, the lunchbox was overturned, spilling the food all over the floor, and the steaming soup splashed onto Su Long's hands. He immediately screamed, tears welling up in his eyes. Ouch! I got burned. It hurts so much. Serves you right. Who told you to steal it? Su Qiming sneered, her heart filled with disgust. He just snatches other people's things without warning. How come she never noticed how unreasonable and unruly her younger brother was before? But considering what he did later, it seems that stealing other people's food isn't such a big deal after all. Su Ningyue was only focused on coaxing Su Zhuo in a low voice, not even deigning to give Su Long a glance. You're all mean, bullying me together. I'm going to tell fifth sister. Su Long cried and turned to run away. Su Ningyue acted as if she didn't know Su Long had been there. She took out an exquisite box from her backpack, inside which was a gift she had carefully prepared. Xiaozhua, this is a gift I prepared for you. Do you like it? However, Su Zhuo didn't even look at her. He lowered his head, silently got up, and left with his lunchbox. Su Ningyue lowered her beautiful eyes, a wave of disappointment washing over her. Oh dear, it seems Xiaozhua doesn't want your gift. Su Qiming mocked from the side. Su Ningyue bit her lower lip tightly, wanting to refute, but she was speechless and could only silently watch Su Zhuo's back. Su Ningyue leaned against the window and took out a brand new game console from the gift box. Sunlight streamed through the window and shone on it, reflecting a metallic sheen. She found a female teacher and whispered to her to pass it on to her. The female teacher casually made up an excuse, claiming that it was something her son had played with and no longer needed, so she was giving it to him to play with when he was bored. As Su Zhuo took the game console, Su Ningyue felt relieved, but a pang of sadness welled up in her heart. Memories of her past life involuntarily surfaced in her mind. She remembered that autumn when Su Long showed off his newly bought game console to his classmates, while Su Zhuo watched enviously from the side. Su Ningyue still remembered that Su Zhuo had saved up his pocket money for a long time in order to buy that game console. In the end, he finally bought it, but Su Longhao said that Su Zhuo stole his game console and publicly humiliated Su Zhuo in front of everyone. She kicked and smashed the game console that Su Zhuo had worked so hard to save up to buy. At that time, she had no idea how much harm she had caused Su Zhuo. Looking back now, Su Ningyue's heart feels as if it has been torn apart. She clutched her chest, tears blurring her vision. Now, seeing Su Zhuo's smiling face, she felt a little better. Su Ningyue secretly vowed that she would make up for her past mistakes in this lifetime. The first class in the afternoon was an open class, and the classroom was full of students, with the principal and several directors also observing. Throughout the class, Su Ningyue was somewhat absent-minded, her eyes constantly glancing in Su Zhuo's direction. Fortunately, she was a top student at Ocean University of China, and her approach and teaching methods were unique. Even when she just gave a casual talk, she impressed the teachers who came to listen. Halfway through the class, Su Long secretly gave the little boy next to him a wink. The little boy mustered his courage, stood up, and said in a slightly nervous voice, "Teacher, Su Zhuo is playing video games." The classroom fell silent instantly, and all eyes were on Su Zhuo. He was sitting in the corner, holding the game console he had just received, looking focused and seemingly oblivious to everything around him. The little boy's report was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. Worried that Su Zhuo's homeroom teacher would reprimand him, Su Ningyue casually said, "Oh, that was a gift for Xiaozhua." The little boy looked embarrassed and didn't know how to respond, while whispers among the surrounding classmates began to spread. Su Long felt a surge of displeasure. In the past, his sisters wouldn't allow him to play the game console longer, but Su Ningyue actually let Su Zhuo bring the game console to school. It was blatant favoritism. He stood up, displeased, and said, "Even if you gave it to him, Su Zhuo shouldn't be playing video games in class. It's disrespectful to the teacher and classmates." These words sparked a murmur of discussion in the classroom. The principal looked up, frowning slightly. Teacher Su, it is indeed inappropriate for Su Ningyue to play video games in class. You should not condone him bringing video games to class. As teachers, we should set an example for the children. Su Ning calmly explained. Xiao Zhua has autism, so the educational methods used for ordinary children are not suitable for him. Besides, he is much smarter than other children, so even if he plays games in class, it won't make much difference. The director interjected. Smart? How smart can a little kid be? Su Ningyue looked at Su Zhua, secretly pondering to herself. In her previous life, she had never paid attention to Su Zhua. Although she intended to make up for it in this life, Su Zhua had always been unwilling to get close to her. She really knew very little about Su Zhua and did not know how smart he was. All she knew was that in her previous life, Su Zhua had scored over 700 points on the exam for Su Long, a few points higher than she had scored back then. Although Su Zhua's final exam results for Su Long after that were mediocre, only considered average at high university, Su Ningyue suspected that Su Zhua didn't want to be too ostentatious and was trying to conceal his true strength. Since the director doesn't believe me, then I'll ask Xiao Zhua to do a problem so everyone can see whether Xiao Zhua is really smart or not. As she spoke, Su Ningyue wrote a problem on the blackboard with chalk. At first, no one thought anything of it until she finished writing the problem. Isn't this too difficult for a child so young? What Su Ningyue wrote on the blackboard was actually a problem involving a system of 3 linear equations. Xiao Zhua, want to give it a try? Su Ningyue winked at Su Zhua. Su Zhua was speechless. Although he had been influenced by the heavenly Tao since his rebirth and his behavior had gradually become closer to that of a 6-year-old child, he had not forgotten the knowledge he had learned in his previous life. This kind of question was really as simple as it could be. Su Zhua silently got up, walked to the blackboard, and picked up the chalk. The principal and several teachers whispered and discussed for a while before finally reaching a conclusion. That is, it is absolutely impossible for such a young child to solve such a difficult problem. Chapter 56. Knowing it was from her. Did he simply refuse it? The classroom fell silent instantly, and all eyes were on Su Zhua. What kind of question is this? I can't even understand it. He's never been to school. How could he possibly solve it? Su Long said to his friend next to him in a low voice, his tone full of contempt. Several boys chimed in with mocking laughter. Huh? He never went to school? I started school when I was 3. Didn't Su Long say he's from the countryside? Another little boy chimed in. Come on, Xiao Zhua, try writing it down. It's okay if you can't solve it, Su Ningyue said gently. She already knew the results of the IQ test, and considering what she had seen at school, Su Zhua could even grasp junior high school knowledge, so this kind of question was nothing to him. She wanted everyone to see that her brother was a genius. Su Zhua slowly walked up to the blackboard. He gently ran his finger across the blackboard, and the solution to the problem appeared in his mind. The principal frowned slightly, and the department head also stared intently at the blackboard. To everyone's surprise, Su Zhua didn't go through any complicated calculations. Instead, he wrote down a number directly. Xiaohu, Tiger Document Anti-Piracy Printing. Find a book robot, choose Xiaohu. Stable, reliable, heavy checkmark, avoid piracy. Before the people in the classroom could react, the headmaster frowned and asked, what is this child scribbling about? At this moment, Su Ningyue's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't believe that Su Zhua couldn't solve such a difficult problem. She quickly flipped over the answer sheet. Upon seeing the answer, her eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed to the principal and the headmaster, no, this answer is correct. The classroom fell silent instantly, and the students stared blankly at Su Zhua as if they had been under a spell. Su Long's mouth gaped open, clearly unable to believe what he was seeing. Those classmates who had mocked Su Zhua before also showed expressions of astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances. This child is a genius, a female teacher broke the silence and praised. The director refused to believe Su Ningyue's explanation and went forward to check the answer himself. When he confirmed that the answer was indeed correct, the expression on his face froze instantly, and he stared at Su Zhua in disbelief. That's impossible, the director exclaimed, questioning Su Ningyue. Are you sure he didn't see the answer beforehand? I don't believe a child could mentally calculate the correct answer without any calculations. Upon seeing this, the children in the class began to jeer and make sarcastic remarks. Several little boys pointed at Su Zhua and sneered. He definitely copied it. Who would believe he could have figured it out? Okay, let's make up a problem on the spot and see if Xiao Zhu can solve it. Su Ningyue turned around and said to Su Zhu, Xiao Zhu, can you help me solve this system of 3 linear equations? She wrote a new problem on the blackboard. Su Zhua analyzed the situation silently in his mind, and a few seconds later, he wrote a line of numbers on the blackboard. Su Ningyue suppressed her emotions, stepped forward, and wrote down the solution process step by step next to the answer written by Su Ningyue. When the final result was calculated, everyone was stunned. The answer is exactly the same as what Su Ningyue wrote. He actually solved it, a student exclaimed in disbelief. The director stared in disbelief, turning to look at the principal. The children in the class began to whisper among themselves, and the mocking voices grew softer. As the school bell rang, the principal tactfully asked Su Ningyue, after Su Ningyue finishes elementary school, could you consider having him come to the #1 middle school where I work? I believe he will have a better future there. The director stood aside, his earlier arrogance gone, replaced by an apologetic expression. He said to Su Ningyue, I was blind just now. I didn't expect this little guy to be so smart. Su Ningyue gave a few perfunctory replies, and then took the opportunity to leave to find Su Ming. I didn't expect that when I turned around, I would bump into those clear, black and white eyes. Su Ningyue's eyes twitched slightly. Having endured the torment of her past life, she still felt that Su Ningyue's eyes were the purest thing in the world. She gave Su Ningyue a thumbs up and praised. Xiaozhua, you're amazing. Su Ningyue didn't say anything, but took the game console out of his bag, silently stuffed it into Su Ningyue's arms, and then turned away aloofly. Sigh. Su Ningyue wanted to chase after him, but Su Ningyue had already run away. She looked at the game console in her arms and sighed softly. So, you didn't want it anymore once you knew it was from her? Her emotions were still in turmoil at this moment. Her thoughts were in disarray, and she even ignored the classmates behind her who were still talking amongst themselves. Su Ningyue was sullen all day. As soon as Su Ningyue stepped into her home after school, she heard a crying sound coming from upstairs. Worried that something had happened to Su Ningyue, Su Ningyue felt a pang of anxiety and quickly pushed open the door. Su Long sat on the ground with red eyes and a wronged expression. The surroundings were a mess. Su Wang stood next to him, holding several of Su Long's favorite toys, her face indifferent. Why did you throw my things away? Su Long cried, sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. He pointed to the new room, which was cramped and had dark-colored walls, making it look like a basement. Why do I have to move to this room? This is Su Ningyue's room. It's dark and dirty. I don't want to live here. Enough, Su Long. Su Wang said firmly. If Xiaozhua can stay here, why can't you? If you really dislike it, then go back to your biological parents. I don't want to. Su Long cried out helplessly. What's wrong? Why is it so noisy? Su Ningyue, who had just finished showering, also heard the noise and came over. Seeing this, Su Long cried even louder, feeling wronged. He rushed to Su Ningyue, grabbed her sleeve, and sobbed. Fifth sister, why does everyone favor Su Ningyue? That's clearly my room. Why does eldest sister want me to give my room to Su Ningyue? Su Ningyue tenderly picked up Su Long and softly comforted him. Little Long, don't cry. You can sleep with fifth sister tonight, okay? She gently patted Su Long's back, trying to calm him down. Su Long sobbed in her arms for a while, and finally gradually calmed down, nestling in her embrace. Su Wang looked at Su Ningyue disapprovingly. Qian, he's so old already. Isn't it inappropriate for you to still sleep with him? Su Ningyue snorted coldly. If I don't take Xiaolong to sleep with me, do you expect me to watch him sleep in the garbage room? Fifth sister, that's not a garbage room. Xiaozhui used to sleep there. Su Ningyue frowned. Now you know to say that eldest sister is biased? When eldest sister gave the best-facing room to Su Long, but made Su Ningyue live in a dark room, why didn't you say that was biased? He doesn't even deserve to be compared to Xiaolong. Su Qiming scoffed, then picked up Su Long and went back to her room. Chapter 57. A glimpse into 10 years later. Su Ningyue coaxed Su Long to bed, covered him with a blanket, and then gently patted his back to lull him to sleep. However, not long after closing his eyes, Su Long began grinding his teeth in his sleep, muttering incoherently and uttering unintelligible words. Su Ningyue opened her eyes, frowning with a headache, and tried to adjust Su Long's sleeping position. But as soon as she tried to gently turn Su Long over, Su Long suddenly kicked her in the stomach. Ouch! Su Ningyue gasped in pain, her face contorting instantly. She clutched her stomach, enduring the pain without disturbing Su Long. She could only sigh helplessly, forcing herself to continue coaxing Su Long to sleep despite her exhaustion. Unable to fall asleep, Su Ningyue's headache flared up again, with her temples throbbing in waves. She wearily covered her forehead, feeling her body growing heavier and heavier. Su Long beside her was still grinding his teeth in his sleep, making a crunching sound, preventing her from getting a peaceful rest. In a half-dream, half-awake state, Su Ningyue suddenly saw an unfamiliar scene. Her consciousness was drawn into a hazy dream-soft sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains, and a warm atmosphere filled the air. A tall, slender young man sat by her bedside, gently pressing her temples with his fingertips in a delicate and tender manner. Would this make you feel better? The young man's voice was deep and gentle. Su Ningyue tried hard to see his face clearly, but it remained blurry, as if it were obscured by a thick fog. She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and could sense that this young man was very important to her, but she couldn't remember who he was. A faint broadcast sound came from her dream, pulling Su Ningyue back from her half-awake state. 10 years ago, Miss Su Ningyue, the president of the International Medical Association, proposed a treatment for neuropathic pain. 10 years later, her brother has successfully developed a special drug that has finally solved the problem of neuropathic pain that has plagued countless people and has brought us a major breakthrough in medicine. Experts unanimously believe that this drug will completely change the way neuropathic pain is treated, allowing patients to regain their lives. The broadcast echoed in Su Ningyue's ears, and the gentle figure of that young man still lingered in her mind. The lingering effects of the dream and the stinging pain in her head intertwined. She slightly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling the young man's shadow in the dream growing further and further away, replaced by the incessant grinding of Su Long's teeth in her ears. 10 years later, she actually dreamed about things 10 years in the future. Xiao Long, she murmured softly, a smile on her lips, and gently patted Su Long's head. So you'll be so amazing in the future? Since you have a talent for medicine, of course I'll nurture you properly. Early on the weekend morning, Su Ningyue had her assistant prepare the best clothes, personally selected a suitable suit for Su Long, and even took special care of Su Long's hair. Looking at her adorable little brother in the mirror, she exclaimed with pride, "Wow, my little brother looks just like a little prince when he's dressed up." Su Long was beaming with pride after being praised, his childish face radiating smugness. He tilted his little head and asked, "Sister, will anyone be jealous of me?" Su Ningyue chuckled lightly. "Of course he will. After all, our Xiaolong is the best. But remember to be polite when you meet the president, okay?" Su Long nodded vigorously. When the two arrived at Chairman Chi's mansion, the chairman's wife personally came out to greet them. "Ms. Su, I'm sorry, please wait a moment. My husband is currently attending to a guest." Su Ningyue asked, "Which guest is it?" The president's wife explained gently, "It's quite a coincidence. It's your sister, Miss Su Wanga. She brought your brother here, hoping my husband can take a look at the child's autism." Su Ningyue frowned subconsciously, a hint of sarcasm creeping into her heart. Su Wanga actually went to the trouble of bringing Su Zhuo to see the president. It was really unnecessary. She didn't believe that a mute child like Su Zhuo could be cured, and felt that Su Wanga was wasting her time and energy. The president's wife chatted with Su Ningyue. Actually, many children with autism have extraordinary talents in certain areas. For example, Su Zhuo, he may also be a genius. Su Ningyue raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking, "Genius, what a joke. Her Xiaolong is the real genius." She replied perfunctorily, "Hee, Madam Chairman is joking. Su Zhuo grew up in the countryside and has hardly ever attended school. How could he possibly be a genius?" The president's wife was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected Su Ningyue to say such a thing about her younger brother. Judging from Su Wanga's concern for the little boy, she had thought that the Su family cared a lot about Su Zhuo. Seeing this, the president's wife said no more and asked someone to make Su Ningyue a cup of tea. Not long after, the president and Su Wanga came out of the study together. President Chi was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor. As he walked, he talked with Su Wanga. "Miss Su, your brother is indeed a rare genius. It is rare to find a child with such an extraordinary memory. A child like him is most suitable to study medicine. If you can nurture him in this direction, I believe that he will definitely become a pillar of the medical field in the future. As for his autism, you don't need to worry. We also call this a genius disease. You just need to care for him more, accompany him, and not let him be alone. Over time, he will get better." Upon hearing this, Su Ningyue's gaze involuntarily fell on Su Zhuo, who was standing next to Su Wanga. She was secretly puzzled. Why would Chairman Chi use genius to describe Su Zhuo? The president smiled and walked over when he saw Su Ningyue and Su Long. "Dr. Su, what brings you here?" "President Chi, you just said Su Zhuo is suitable to study medicine." Su Ningyue's expression was a little strange. Her intuition told her that the scene she saw last night was a scene from 10 years in the future. Since Su Long could develop a special medicine 10 years later, Su Long should be the one who is truly suited to study medicine. The president turned to look at Su Zhuo, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He remarked with emotion, "Su Zhuo not only has a photographic memory, but also displays astonishing talent in mathematics. What else is a child like him suited for if not to study medicine? I heard he's your younger brother. It seems his talent in medicine is inherited from you, Dr. Su. Su Qianyu's face instantly stiffened. She had always been proud of Su Long, and hearing the president praise Su Zhuo like this made her feel very uncomfortable. She forced a smile. My son, Xiaolong, is very smart. Why don't you test him yourself? Su Wang snorted coldly. Can Su Long memorize 1,000 numbers in half an hour? After a moment of silence, Su Qinyu asked, is Su Zhuo's memory really that good? Otherwise, if you don't believe me, you should at least believe the chairman. Su Qinyu pondered the dream to herself when a sudden thought flashed through her mind. She had only heard on the radio that her younger brother had developed a special medicine. Was it possible that this younger brother referred to Su Zhuo, not Su Long? She had never considered Su Zhuo as her younger brother, which is why she had a preconceived notion that the person in her dream was Su Long. Chapter 58. I can't believe these words came from Su Long's mouth. Hearing everyone praising Su Zhuo, Su Long immediately retorted loudly. Why do you always praise Su Zhuo? He doesn't deserve it at all. Yes, President Qi, having a good memory doesn't necessarily make you a good doctor. You can't be too definitive. Su Qinyu still couldn't believe that the person in her dream was Su Zhuo. In that case, I'll think of a way to see who is more suitable to be a doctor, Xiao Zhuo or Xiao Long. Chairman Qi said, turning around and taking out 2 packets of traditional Chinese medicine from the drawer, placing them on the table. These 2 packets of medicine need to be delivered to the homes of my 2 clients. Whoever can complete the task the fastest will become the best doctor. Then, Chairman Qi took out 2 more slips of paper, on which were written the names, phone numbers, and addresses of 2 guests. I'm sure I can win, Su Long said confidently, turning around and running towards the door. Xiao Long, slow down, be careful not to hit the car. Su Qinyu followed closely behind. Before setting off, Su Wang bent down and whispered encouragingly, Xiao Zhuo, your sister will be following behind you. If you encounter any problems, come and find your sister. Su Zhuo didn't say anything and silently grabbed the medicine packet. Su Zhuo boarded the bus alone. Everyone around him was looking down at their phones, but he sat quietly by the window, staring blankly out the window. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating his small face and highlighting his round features. His short, slightly disheveled black hair gave him a somewhat childish appearance. As the bus swayed, Su Zhuo's small body bounced with the vibrations. He gripped the armrests tightly, trying to maintain his balance. The passengers on the bus couldn't help but glance at him, and some couldn't help but chuckle. This child is amazing, taking the bus by himself at such a young age, an aunt said to her friend, her eyes full of surprise. Upon hearing this, Su Zhuo turned his head and glanced at it before continuing to look at the scenery rushing past the window. The bus bumped along the street, and the driver kindly leaned out to ask, little friend, where are you going? I need to deliver medicine. Wow, so he's helping his family with chores. The little guy is so thoughtful. The driver's gaze shifted to the lane next to the bus. He had already noticed that ever since the little boy got on the bus, a luxury car had been following him at a leisurely pace. Little one, is that your family member in the car on the left? She's been taking pictures of you with her phone the whole time. The passengers in the car looked out the window and saw the gleaming luxury car, and immediately let out a gasp of amazement. Through the car window, you can see a young woman dressed in fashionable clothes holding a camera, seemingly taking a picture. The way rich people educate their children is really unique. They let such young children ride the bus alone. Aren't they afraid something will happen? What could possibly happen? Didn't you see that car following us so closely? They care about their child more than anyone else. Su Zhuo drew the curtains expressionlessly, and the passengers in the car burst into laughter. Haha, this little guy doesn't like being photographed. Su Wang put her phone away and sat back down with a slight sense of regret. Looks like we've been discovered. On the other side, Su Long stood at the bus stop, his face full of impatience. He had never ridden a bus before. People came and went around him, some looking down at their phones, some chatting with their friends, and no one paid any attention to him. What are you all waiting for? Su Long shouted at a passerby who was about to get on the bus. However, the other party completely ignored him. Could he be deaf? He muttered to the passerby, then hesitated for a moment before getting into the car as well. Xiao Long has never gone out on his own. Something bad is bound to happen, Su Qinyu said anxiously. While instructing the driver to follow the car Su Long got into, she made a video call to Su Wang. Big sister, Xiao Long got on a long-distance bus by himself and will never reach his destination. He's so young. What kind of medicine can he deliver? I think Chairman Qi is just deliberately making things difficult for us. I'll take Xiaolong back first. Please tell Chairman Qi for me. Su Wang raised an eyebrow, her voice tinged with disdain. Hey, Qianyu, you're always so busy with your own things. How come you don't have time to teach Su Long? Look at him. He doesn't even know how to take the bus. There are plenty of kids his age who take the bus to and from school by themselves. Su Qinyu was displeased. You talk as if Su Zhuohui is capable. He grew up in the countryside and probably has never even seen a bus before. Xiao Zhuo is almost here. Su Wang chuckled, her tone full of pride. Our Xiao Zhuo is a genius. He can learn anything at a glance. Su Qinyu's beautiful eyes widened. Almost there? Don't believe me? Then I'll show you a video. Soon, Su Wang sent a video. In the video, Su Zhuo politely asks passersby questions, and her organized manner makes her seem nothing like a 6-year-old child. In contrast, Su Long not only cursed at several passersby for no reason, but also kept throwing tantrums, earning countless disdainful looks from them. Xiao Long is still young. He will grow up in the future. Su Qinyu could only comfort herself like this. Fortunately, the bus stopped after driving for a short while. It seemed that the driver had realized that Su Long had gotten on the wrong bus and let him off. Su Qinyu continued to follow. After getting off the bus, Su Long kept complaining. The stone he kicked accidentally hit a passerby, causing everyone to avoid him. There was no one he could ask for directions. I'm exhausted. I don't want to deliver medicine anymore. I want to go home. Su Long plopped down on the ground, acting like a rogue. Stop the car. Su Qinyu hurriedly ordered the driver to stop the car. She couldn't bear to see Su Long suffer even a little bit. Even though he sometimes showed some bad habits, he was still her younger brother whom she had spoiled for 6 years. How could she bear to see him cry? However, before Su Qinyu could walk over, Su Long suddenly bumped into a blind man. A blind man, leaning on his cane and looking bewildered, asked, "Strange, why is the tactile paving blocked? Kind person, could you help me find the way?" Su Qinyu stopped in her tracks and immediately understood that Chairman Shi had not simply asked Su Zhuo and Su Long to deliver the medicine. Whoever was faster did not prove that they were suitable to study medicine. A truly good doctor must have a kind and compassionate heart. Su Qinyu looked at Su Long. She believed that Su Long would choose to help the blind man and would never abandon his kindness for the sake of winning. A hint of impatience flashed in Su Long's eyes. "Get out of here, you blind idiot. I don't have time." Su Qinyu's eyes widened slightly, unable to believe that such words would come from Su Long's mouth. The blind man was stunned. He grabbed Su Long's clothes and pleaded again in a low voice. "Please help me. I can't find my way home." Su Long pushed the blind man away with disdain. "You old man, how come you can't even walk properly? Don't get in the way here." Chapter 59, I don't want anyone to know my sister is blind. Hearing Su Long's merciless insults towards the blind man, Su Qinyu's brain felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow, and the intense pain made her momentarily dazed. At that moment, an unfamiliar scene appeared in her mind. It was a dimly lit laboratory, filled with the pungent smell of chemicals. She is focused on an important experiment, aiming to develop a new type of drug. Unexpectedly, she made a mistake and her eyes came into contact with strong acid, which immediately caused her severe pain. In the days that followed, she learned that she might have lost her sight. Looking back on everything she had done for Su Long, she thought that Su Long would be by her side during her most vulnerable time. However, things did not go as she wished. Su Long showed no concern whatsoever. Instead, he said coldly with a contemptuous tone, "I don't want anyone to know that my sister is blind." He was devastated by his blindness, but Su Long was incredibly indifferent. "Look at you now. You can't even take care of yourself. You're a complete waste. Don't ever tell anyone you're my sister when you go out. I'll be ashamed." When she was at Su Long's house, she was like Su Long's nanny. Not only was she always disliked by him, but she also had to endure the disdain of the other nannies in the house. She couldn't see, and when she accidentally got hot oil splashed on the back of her hand while cooking, it earned her Su Long's dissatisfaction. Useless, Su Long sneered coldly from the side. To avoid upsetting him, she could only endure the pain and keep her head down while she worked. She didn't even have the chance to sit at the table to eat. She could only sit in the corner and pick up the already spoiled rice. Just then, Sujwa suddenly appeared. He took her back to his rented apartment, settled her in, and then started working in the kitchen. Sujwa was skilled and used fresh ingredients to cook a bowl of fragrant tomato and egg noodles. Bright red tomatoes are cut into even small pieces, eggs are sizzled in oil until golden brown, and noodles tumble in the pan, releasing an enticing aroma. When Sujwa placed the bowl of noodles in front of her, tears welled up in her eyes. Su Qinyu couldn't help but wipe away her tears before she suddenly came back to her senses. "I'm hallucinating again. No, even if I go blind, Xiao Long won't despise me." Even so, Su Qinyu couldn't help but recall the scene of Su Long cursing at the blind man earlier. The blind man remained where he was, without leaving. Su Qinyu hesitated whether to go over. thinking that since this was Chairman Chi's test, Su Ningyue would definitely also encounter this blind man. Children are not mature enough to complete such a test. Su Ningyue silently comforted herself. She didn't believe Su Ningyue could perform better than Xiaolong. About half an hour later, Su Ningyue jumped off the bus. Su Ningyue hid behind a tree, trying to comfort herself, thinking Su Ningyue definitely won't care about him. However, an unexpected scene unfolded before her eyes. The blind man wandered helplessly down the street. Hearing footsteps, he asked in a hoarse voice, "Kind person, can you help me find my way home?" Su Ningyue walked up to the blind man. "Where are you going?" he asked. Upon hearing the voice, the blind man's face lit up with gratitude. "I need to get back to the little shop on the corner. Can you show me the way?" "Of course." Su Ningyue nodded and immediately reached out her small hand, gently placing it on the blind man's large hand. "I'll take you there." Su Ningyue witnessed this scene from the side and was momentarily stunned. "No need for the competition, go pick up Xiaolong." Su Ningyue composed herself and turned to instruct the driver. Su Long was overjoyed to see Su Ningyue drive to pick him up. He immediately begged Su Ningyue to deliver the medicine to the designated address, and then went back to the chairman's house with Su Ningyue. "I delivered it first, I won," Su Long said excitedly. However, Chairman Chi replied coldly, "You lost. How could I possibly lose?" Su Long was furious. He turned to look for Su Ningyue. "Fifth sister, say it. I won. Why aren't you saying anything? Why aren't you helping me? Are you siding with Su Ningyue?" At this moment, Su Ninyue's feelings were extremely complicated. She was unwilling to admit it, but the facts before her forced her to. She crouched down to look Su Long in the eye and whispered, "Even if you lose, in my heart you're still the best." "I didn't lose. How could I possibly lose to him?" Su Long roared, his face flushed red. "Xiaolong, calm down." Su Ningyue sighed helplessly. "Let's go home." "I don't want to." Su Long roared, then ran out, struggling desperately like a wild horse, unwilling to follow Su Ningyue. "I'm not going back." "Xiaolong, don't do this. Watch out for cars." Su Ningyue tried to persuade her, but just as she chased after him, a speeding car hit her. Su Ningyue felt a sharp pain as her body was knocked to the ground, and blood quickly seeped out. It hurt so much. Su Ningyue frowned, but breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Su Long would definitely not run away now. "Come and help me up, it hurts so much." "Serves you right," Su Long said from a short distance away. "Who told you to always meddle with me?" Su Ningyue felt a pang of pain in her heart. She hadn't expected that even at this point, Su Long would still blame her. The driver hurriedly got out of the car and rushed to Su Ninyue's side, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm sorry, I didn't see you." He quickly dialed the emergency number. At the hospital, the doctor quickly treated Su Ninyue's wound. Tiny pebbles were embedded in her skin, causing her to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. Su Ninyue was alone in a hospital bed. Sunlight streamed in through the gap in the curtains, falling on her sheets, but it couldn't dispel the gloom in her heart. After an unknown amount of time, a commotion arose outside the corridor. Su Ningyue curiously peeked out and saw Xia Qiushuang being helped in. Xia Qiushuang has long, jet-black hair cascading over her shoulders. She has delicate features, fair skin, and wears a simple yet stylish tracksuit, exuding youthful energy. "Fifth sister, what are you doing at the hospital?" she asked curiously. Su Ningyue gave a perfunctory reply. "Oh, it's nothing, I just accidentally fell." Seeing this, Xia Qiushuang didn't ask any further questions. "Since my eldest sister is here too, let her take care of you." Following behind her, Su Wanga entered the ward. When she saw Su Ningyue, she seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. Su Ningyue complained, "You only just remembered me? I've been waiting here alone for ages. I came with Xiao Zhua to see Qiushuang." Her voice revealed a hint of undisguised jealousy. She thought to herself, how wonderful it would be if Su Zhua cared about her like this. After a pause, Su Ningyue couldn't help but ask, "Does Xiaolong want to come see me?" She refused to believe that Su Long didn't care about her, his fifth sister, at all. Chapter 60. Su Zhua is also one of a kind. Him? He was only focused on playing games and didn't ask you a single question, Su Wanga scoffed. Su Ningyue felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this. Over the next few days, Su Ningyue checked her phone frequently, but Su Long didn't call her even once. After her wounds had finally healed, Su Ningyue limped out of the car. As soon as she entered the living room, she heard a loud argument. She stepped into the living room and just then heard Su Long shouting, "Fifth sister, Su Zhua deliberately ruined your necklace. Look, it's your favorite." Su Ningyue looked at the broken necklace on the ground, its beads scattered everywhere, and her expression suddenly darkened. This necklace was a gift from her first love in high school, a unique memento of her youth, and now, Sujua has ruined it. Sujua stood there, her gaze lowered, as if she didn't care at all that she had broken the necklace. Su Qinyu couldn't hide her anger. Do you know how important that necklace is to me? Sujua remained unresponsive, simply hanging his head with vacant eyes, as if he didn't understand what she was saying. That blank expression made Su Qinyu's anger almost overflow. She rushed forward, grabbed Sujua's arm, and pulled hard, trying to push him away. Get out of here. Su Long watched from the side, a victorious smile on his lips. It was already late at night. Sujua stood outside the door, the moonlight shining down from the sky and quietly covering his thin shoulders. His figure appeared exceptionally thin in the moonlight, as if it could be blown away at any moment. This was the scene Susie saw when she returned. She had just finished her mission, and the first thing she did was rush back to see how Sujua was doing. Her long hair hung messily over her shoulders. Her clothes were covered in dust, and there was a deep cut on her right arm from which the blood had not yet completely stopped. Her combat uniform was also torn from the fighting. Although her face was full of exhaustion, her eyes sharpened the moment she saw Sujua. She walked over quickly and saw Sujua standing at the door with a blank look in his eyes, while Su Qinyu stood to the side, her tone stern. I know, you deliberately broke my necklace to get revenge on me, didn't you? Tell me, where did you hide the amethyst on the necklace? Why make such a fuss over a necklace? Susie's voice rang out coldly, and she stopped only when she reached Su Qinyu. Su Qinyu sneered, a necklace? There's only one amethyst on that necklace in the whole world. You think I shouldn't be angry? We only have one younger brother. Susie's tone rose a few decibels, her voice filled with suppressed anger. Besides, what evidence do you have that Xiao Zhu broke the necklace? Why are you blaming him for everything? Is a necklace more important than him? Su Qianyu's eyes flickered for a moment, then became even more determined. Of course it's important. It's the only thing I cherish, while he's just someone I can do without. Susie's fists clenched involuntarily, and her eyes gradually reddened. She didn't rush to interrupt, but instead carefully observed the marks where the necklace had broken. Susie frowned, squatted down, and reached out to examine the broken end of the necklace closely. The crack was very neat, and the fracture surface showed no signs of dulling, but was clear and sharp. It didn't look like something a child had accidentally torn off. It looked more like it had been cut by some kind of sharp tool. Susie suddenly stood up, turned to look at Su Qinyu, and said coldly, this necklace couldn't have been deliberately damaged by Xiao Zhua. Su Qinyu was stunned. What do you mean? Susie didn't answer, but turned and left, heading towards Su Long's room. Upon entering Su Long's room, she looked around, her gaze sweeping over the desk, bedside table, and cabinet. Her eyes suddenly stopped on a corner where there was a small metal box, and the blade of a knife was faintly visible through the gaps in the box, gleaming coldly. Susie walked over and opened the box without hesitation. Inside was a sharp knife. The gleaming surface of the blade even bore some signs of wear, as if it had just been used. Back in the living room, she didn't take out the knife immediately. Instead, she looked coldly at Su Qinyu and said, why are you so sure that Xiao Zhu broke the necklace? Just because Su Long said so, you believe him? Doesn't he ever lie? Su Qinyu turned her gaze towards Su Long. Su Qinyu was stunned for a moment. She suddenly remembered that Su Zhua had no chance to touch the necklace. Her room was locked, and only Su Long knew where the key was. Come with me. Susie took Su Qinyu's hand and led her to Su Long's room. Seeing the knife in Susie's hand, a hint of panic flashed in Su Long's eyes. But he quickly suppressed that hint of panic and replaced it with an innocent smile. Sister, what are you doing with that little knife? Susie sneered and walked straight up to him. Tell me, did you hide fifth sister's necklace? Su Long tried to explain, but was stunned by the sharp look in Susie's eyes. Third sister, what are you doing? Don't scare Xiaolong, Su Qinyu said, displeased. Susie looked down and scanned under Su Long's bed. Her gaze lingered for a few seconds before she quickly reached in, her fingertips touching a cold metal object. Susie moved slowly and deliberately, as if she had anticipated what would happen. She slowly pulled out the object, which was indeed an exquisite amethyst pendant, the part that had broken off from the necklace. The gemstones set in the pendant shimmered with an alluring luster, making the room sparkle. Susie looked at Su Long and said slowly, now what do you have to say? A flicker of panic crossed Su Long's eyes. This wasn't me. I had no idea. Of course you know. Susie's tone was icy, and her speech became faster and faster. You deliberately broke the necklace so you could steal the pendant and sell it for money. She paused. To do something like this for money at such a young age, Su Long, you're really something. Su Qinyu stood aside, never expecting things to turn out this way. She first looked at Susie, then at Su Long, clearly not expecting this outcome. Her voice trembled slightly, Xiao Longyu. Su Long lowered his head, seemingly unable to look Su Qinyu in the eye. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to sell it and get some money. Suzy looked a little impatient. I've already said what I wanted to say, Su Qinyu. Do whatever you want, but I advise you to think carefully about whether this kind of child is worth all that you've sacrificed for. Before she finished speaking, she had already left without looking back. Chapter 61 Blackboard Bulletin. Su Long gradually calmed down, a sinister thought flashing through his mind. He took a deep breath, looked up at Su Qinyu, and a sly glint in his eyes. Sis, I didn't mean to. He deliberately made his tone sound aggrieved. Recently, my sisters haven't been giving me any pocket money. That necklace looks very valuable. I wanted to sell it and get some pocket money. He paused deliberately, glancing at the gemstone pendant beside him before lowering his head, as if unintentionally revealing a hint of guilt. Sujwa told me that the necklace was valuable. He said the gemstones on it could be sold, so I thought of, was it Sujwa who encouraged you to take the necklace? Su Qinyu couldn't help but frown. Yes, he's the one who made me take it, but after I took the necklace out, I regretted it because I remembered it was my sister's favorite necklace. I wanted to return it, but Sujwa wouldn't let me, so we started arguing. Su Qinyu sighed and nodded gently. You're still too naive. I know you didn't mean it. Her tone softened. Remember to tell me if something like this happens again. A smug glint flashed in Su Long's eyes. He sneered inwardly. This woman was still as gullible as ever. That night, Su Long clung to Su Qinyu, crying and telling her about the grievances he had suffered recently. Su Qinyu felt sorry for him and thought about how Su Long had indeed changed since Sujwa came back. The Su Long used to be very well behaved. It turns out that Su Long's change was caused by Sujwa. If Sujwa leaves, will Su Long revert to his old self? The next day was Monday, and the driver first took Su Long to the kindergarten. Su Qinyu sat in the car, her head bowed and her mask pulled tightly shut. Sunlight streamed in through the window, warm yet dazzling her face. She bit her lip, her heart pounding faster than usual. When the car stopped in front of the kindergarten where Sujwa was, Su Qinyu opened the car door and got out. Outside the kindergarten is a lush green garden. Sunlight filters through the branches and leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, and the air is filled with the fresh scent of earth and flowers. Su Qinyu walked through the quiet garden and entered the kindergarten's teaching building. After asking the teacher, she went up to the second floor and gently pushed open the door of a classroom. The scene inside made her momentarily stunned. A few small tables and chairs are scattered in the bright classroom. Children's colorful paintings hang on the walls, and colored chalk and drawing paper are placed on the tables. The air is filled with the faint smell of oil paintings. Sunlight streamed through the curtains into the classroom, illuminating each child's face and bathing them in a warm glow. Sujwa was sitting at a small table with several little girls, intently drawing a blackboard newspaper. He wore a clean white shirt with a light blue bow tie at the chest, simple yet neat and tidy. His tender little face was slightly furrowed, his expression serious, his little hand holding a pink-colored pencil, his eyes completely focused. Su Qinyu stood at the door, stunned for a moment. She suddenly realized that she had never observed Sujwa so carefully before. Those clear eyes and innocent appearance suggest that she has never had any desires for anything, only a simple and quiet heart. She felt a sharp pain and a sudden surge of inexplicable guilt. However, a voice deep inside her told her that she had to make Sujwa leave the Su family. Her gaze lingered on Sujwa for a moment, but she remained silent. After Sujwa was led to the cafeteria by several little girls, Su Qinyu subconsciously walked towards the blackboard on the wall, her eyes unconsciously lingering on the vivid pictures. The theme of the blackboard bulletin is Hope of Spring. The center of the picture is a thriving tree with a tall and straight trunk and lush branches and leaves. Under the tree is a lifelike little bird with its wings spread, as if it is about to fly away into the distance. The background of the painting is a sunny meadow with several leisurely deer scattered across it. The whole painting is simple yet full of life, with every stroke revealing a lively spirit. Su Qinyu was stunned. The lines of the painting were not complicated, and the colors were not bright, but the little bird in the painting, with its posture of about to spread its wings and its lively vitality, seemed to give people endless hope. What shocked her even more was that every stroke and every detail in the painting, seemingly casual, was extremely harmonious, like a natural flow of energy that struck the depths of her heart. The bird's slightly upturned wings and the flowing curves of the grass below create a harmonious sense of rhythm. This is hardly the work of a 6-year-old child. It was probably drawn by those little girls, Su Qinyu murmured softly. Just as Su Qinyu was about to leave, she suddenly heard light footsteps. She turned around and saw Su Long sneaking into the classroom. Su Long's eyes swept around the classroom. Seeing that no one else was around, he tiptoed to the blackboard, glancing around as if to make sure no one was paying attention to him. Then he secretly pulled out a bottle of water from behind his back, slightly unscrewed the cap, and with a tremor in his hand, the water spilled onto the blackboard. Su Qinyu's heart tightened suddenly, as she quickly realized what Su Long was doing. If Su Zhua instructed the necklace to be damaged, then what is the purpose of deliberately causing damage now? Su Qinyu was completely baffled and decided to see what Su Long was up to and why he wanted to ruin the bulletin board her classmate had drawn. Did those girls do something to offend him? Half an hour later, the children who had gone to eat breakfast gradually returned. Su Qinyu stood outside the window, in a corner where no one else could see her, and soon heard a burst of children's laughter. Didn't Su Zhua make a bet with Su Long to finish drawing the blackboard bulletin in half an hour? Come and see how the blackboard bulletin looks. Huh, what is this? It's so ugly. Haha, that's hilarious. The tree doesn't even have a trunk, and the bird is missing a wing. Su Zhua even said he'd draw a bulletin board that's better than the second grades. What a load of bull. Because of Su Long's bottle of water, the originally exquisite bulletin board has been blurred by water stains, and many scenes are no longer recognizable. The little girl who was helping Su Zhua with making the bulletin board looked puzzled. How strange. We were fine when we went out, so why did we come back like this? Hee hee, I think you guys are just bragging, a little boy said, making a face. The little girl stomped her foot angrily. It was already finished when we left. Chapter 62, The Little Girl in the Refrigerator. Su Zhua looked up at the blackboard in front of him. The original drawing had been smudged by water droplets, and it was impossible to make out what it was. He erased the blurred drawing with the blackboard eraser, and the children in the classroom quieted down, staring at Su Zhua's actions with puzzled expressions. Does he need to redraw it? One of the little boys muttered. Can he even draw it? Su Zhua's eyes never left the blackboard. He picked up the chalk, held it gently, ignored the mocking voices, and didn't even look at Su Long standing to the side. He silently began his work. Su Zhua drew with great precision, his fingers moving incessantly, as if all the colors of the world were flowing under his single piece of chalk. After a while, a lifelike little bird gracefully hopped onto the picture. Then, Su Zhua drew a green meadow with several cute little deer peeking out from the grass, vividly perched in a corner of the blackboard. The mocking voices in the classroom gradually disappeared, and all the children's attention was drawn to the blackboard. Su Qianyu stood in the corner, her beautiful eyes slightly widened. So it really was Su Zhua who drew it, not those girls. She never imagined that Su Zhua would have such amazing talent in painting. How? How could he draw so well? A little boy murmured, clearly unable to believe his eyes. A girl covered her mouth. Did he really draw this? It's amazing. For a moment, the entire classroom fell silent, everyone captivated by Su Zhua's artwork. A complex emotion flashed in Su Qianyu's eyes. It turned out she really didn't understand him at all. However, thinking that she had found a good family for Su Zhua, and that even if Su Zhua was sent away, he could still receive a good education and not waste his talent, Su Qianyu felt a little better. She went to the homeroom teacher to prove that she was Su Zhua's older sister, and then took Su Zhua away from the kindergarten. The wheels rolled gently over the wide driveway and came to a stop in front of the solemn iron gate. The villa is magnificent in appearance, with white marble walls that gleam in the sunlight. The entire yard is surrounded by neatly trimmed hedges, and several tall pine trees stand tall and sway gently in the wind, casting dappled shadows. Looking at this perfect mansion, Su Qianyu's hesitation completely disappeared. Su Zhua should thank her. She did not wrong Su Zhua. We're finally here, she murmured to herself, opened the car door, walked to the back seat, and pulled Su Zhua out of the car. Su Zhua lowered his head, his gaze slightly lost. He felt a gloomy atmosphere permeating the air, which made him feel a chill in his heart. Just then, the doorbell rang, and a young woman came out of the villa. She was tall and slender, wearing a simple white dress that exuded a mature charm and intellect. However, her eyes, seemingly friendly, actually concealed a bottomless indifference. Qianyu, you've arrived, welcome. The woman's voice was gentle as water, as if she had known Su Qianyu for a long time. She stepped forward and took Su Qianyu's hand. This must be Xiao Zhua, right? He looks like such a well-behaved child. She glanced at Su Zhua, a barely perceptible smile flashing in her eyes. Yes, that's right. Su Qianyu smiled. Your house is really beautiful. It's his good fortune that he can be your son. Thank you. Zhou Wei smiled slightly. She was Su Qianyu's college classmate and had been working as a consultant in the high-end home service industry since graduation. She came from a very privileged family background. Zhou Wei had always wanted to adopt a child, and Su Qinyu thought this was an opportunity, so she brought Su Zhua here. Stay at my place for the night and get some rest, Zhou Wei said, turning her gaze to Su Zhua. Xiao Zhua is new here and might not be used to it yet. Okay, I'll have to trouble you tonight. Su Qinyu agreed without much thought. However, upon entering the living room, Su Zhua sensed something was amiss. Although this place appears incredibly luxurious, it is permeated with a chilling atmosphere. As night fell, the chilling atmosphere grew even stronger. The moonlight outside the window was as cold as white paper, casting dappled shadows through the tall curtains. Whenever the wind blew through the treetops, there would be a rustling sound outside. The whole villa was unusually quiet, except for the occasional hum of the air conditioner, as if everything had frozen. Su Zhua lay on the sofa, tossing and turning. Although he was extremely tired, his inner unease prevented him from falling asleep. Just then, he heard a low sob. The sound was faint, seemingly coming from afar, and carried a trace of desolate pain. Su Zhua's heart skipped a beat. He got out of bed and quietly walked into the kitchen, following the sound. The kitchen was silent, with the refrigerator door slightly ajar, letting out a soft blue light. Su Zhua felt a chill run down his spine, but he still stepped forward and pushed open the refrigerator door. The refrigerator was filled with some food, but among the dishes and frozen foods, there was a human-shaped object that was tightly bound, as if it had been stuffed into the refrigerator. Su Zhua's heart pounded. Just as he was about to turn and run away, the humanoid object suddenly moved, and the refrigerator door shook violently. The moment the refrigerator door opened, the ghost of a little girl floated out, slowly hovering in the air like smoke. Her face was deathly pale, her eyes were empty and lifeless, and her expression was filled with unspeakable pain. She was thin, her clothes were tattered and covered in wounds, like a ghost that had crawled out of the abyss. Run! The little girl's voice was weak and hoarse, as if it came from the underworld. Run? She's a demon. The little girl stretched out a thin hand and pointed to her own body. Su Zhua saw that her clothes were covered with wounds, as if she had been stabbed by something sharp. The blood had long since dried. The little girl's skin was pale, and under her skin, one could see traces of abuse. Burns, knife wounds, stick wounds, and all sorts of injuries. This made Su Zhua's stomach churn. She brought me from the orphanage to adopt me, and then she beat me every day. She beat me to death and threw me into the refrigerator. The little girl's voice grew weaker and weaker, and tears slowly slid down her cheeks. She won't let you go. Run. While Su Zhua was still in shock, the little girl suddenly disappeared, and the entire kitchen fell into a deathly silence. Su Zhua looked up and saw Zhou Wei standing silently behind him. A calm smile graced her face, a smile that seemed gentle yet was chillingly cold. Chapter 63. She killed someone. What are you doing here? Zhou Wei narrowed her eyes dangerously. Su Zhua was about to speak when she suddenly felt a cold hand grab her shoulder. Zhou Wei's smile gradually disappeared, and she became even more cold and ruthless. I saw it. Zhou Wei's voice was low. Since you've already seen it, you can no longer live. Before she finished speaking, Zhou Wei quickly picked up Su Zhua and led him into the kitchen. She turned on the gas stove and turned the gas switch on the stove to the maximum, and the room was immediately filled with a pungent gas smell. Zhou Wei's lips curled into a cold smile. You accidentally turned on the gas, and because no one noticed in time, you ended up dying of poisoning. She slammed the kitchen door shut, leaving the gas to fill the air. The room was immediately filled with a pungent smell, and the entire space was shrouded in the toxic gas. Outside the kitchen door, Zhou Wei stared intently at the metal door. The smell of gas grew stronger. She chuckled softly and gently stroked the door frame. However, just as she was getting almost impatient, the doorknob suddenly began to turn slightly. It wasn't someone twisting it from the inside. Rather, there was an unseen force in his direction, turning the handle. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Zhou Wei's eyes widened suddenly, and a chill rose rapidly up her spine. Her heart raced, and cold sweat trickled down her back. The doorknob turned more and more, and the sound of the wood and metal rubbing against each other on the door became increasingly grating. Zhou Wei's breath hitched. This is impossible, she muttered to herself. Just then, the kitchen door suddenly opened with a click, and there stood Su Zhua. He stood unharmed and expressionless behind the door. In that instant, Zhou Wei was so frightened that she almost fell over, her heart pounding wildly. How did you get out? Su Zhua did not respond to her, but simply stood there quietly, his gaze indifferent. Xiahubit is a reliable and stable anti-piracy tool for your documents. Choose Xiahubit for your books and bots. It's stable, reliable, and avoids pitfalls. Zhou Wei couldn't see that a girl in red was standing next to Su Zhua. Ying stood ramrod straight, her smile cold and aloof. You. Zhou realized something was wrong, but she couldn't see the little girl's ghost. She only felt a strange chill. I refuse to believe I can't kill you today. After confirming that Su Ningyue was asleep, Zhou face darkened, and she dragged Su Ningyue outside the villa. A damp, cold wind swept by the pond. Zhou, dragging Su Ningyue along, suppressed her inner unease and struggled to walk towards the pond. The trees around the pond seemed to groan, their shadows cast on the ground in the moonlight like countless twisted monsters, as if ready to leap out and devour her at any moment. Dark clouds slowly gathered in the sky, obscuring the bright stars, and the atmosphere grew increasingly gloomy. Just as she pushed Su Ningyue into the pond, a sudden gust of cold wind swept across the sky. The wind, carrying a biting chill, cut through the air like a sharp blade, rustling the leaves and causing ripples to spread across the pond's surface, as if the whole world was in turmoil. Zhou dragged Su Ningyue to the edge of the pond, intending to shove him hard into the dark water. However, the moment she stepped into the water, the surface of the pond suddenly churned violently, as if stirred by an invisible force. She suddenly lost her balance and fell into the water. Zhou tried to climb out, but a cold force suddenly grabbed her ankle. Zhou was shocked and looked back, but she couldn't see anything. She struggled, but the force in her ankle grew stronger and stronger, like a giant iron clamp gripping her tightly, making her unable to move. At that moment, Zhou saw a pair of cold eyes piercing through the darkness, staring straight at her. Those are Ying's eyes. Ying slowly emerged from behind Su Ningyue. Her ghost possessed great power, wandering in the air. Under the light, her figure appeared and disappeared, like an evil spirit from hell. Ghost. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Zhou was so frightened that her face turned pale. Ying looked coldly at Zhou, then smiled contemptuously. Your retribution has come. Just then, Su Ningyue heard the commotion outside and rushed out. She saw Zhou struggling by the pool and quickly went to her, pulling her out of the water. Wei, what happened to you? How did you fall into the pond? Zhou climbed ashore and coughed violently a few times. She glanced at Su Ningyue beside her, still feeling lingering fear. This was no ordinary child. He was a little devil from hell. It was Xiaozhua. He pushed me down. Su Ningyue was stunned, and anger gradually rose in her heart. Her gaze swept over Su Ningyue. Did you really push Wei down? How could you do this? I should have known you were an ungrateful bastard. Seeing Su Ninyue's reaction, Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. She seized the opportunity to sow discord, saying, I don't want to adopt a child like this anymore, Ninyue. Take him away. I never want to see him again. Su Ninyue frowned and pursed her lips. She wanted to argue, but couldn't say anything. I understand. I'm sorry, Wei. I've caused you trouble. She didn't turn around to look at Su Ningyue. She simply turned away coldly, preparing to take him with her. Su Ningyue looked up at Su Ningyue. I didn't push her. He said softly. Enough. Su Ningyue coldly interrupted him. You didn't do anything. Xiao Long is slandering you, and Wei is slandering you too. Why don't you say that the whole world is slandering you? Cough, cough. Ningyue, I'm a grown-up. How could I slander a child? If he hadn't pushed me from behind when I wasn't looking, how could I have fallen into the pond? I couldn't have jumped in by myself, could I? Zhou caught her breath and said intermittently. I know Wei. Of course I believe you. This child has always been very wicked since he was little. I just don't know why he does this. You didn't offend him. Su Ningyue said matter-of-factly, a layer of disgust appearing in her beautiful eyes. Out of consideration for her sibling bond, she specially found a good adoptive family for Su Ningyue, but she never expected him to be so ungrateful, making her lose face in front of her good friend. This kind of child should be sent to a child rehabilitation center. He doesn't deserve any pity whatsoever. Zhou eyes darted around, remembering that her neighbor had given her a bag of snacks that afternoon. She noticed they were all imported snacks, so she put them away and didn't let Su Ningyue eat them. Then she pretended to be aggrieved and said, Xiaozhua, are you angry because I didn't let you eat snacks this afternoon? I was just trying to help you. Those are all junk food, and it's not healthy to eat too much of them. Wei, why are you saying so much to him? I really shouldn't have let you adopt him. I'll send him to the juvenile detention center right now. As for whether he lives or dies there, we'll leave it to fate, Su Ningyue said indifferently. She killed someone, Su Ningyue said calmly. Chapter 64, Ghostly Encounter. Lin Yue's face instantly darkened. She lunged at Su Ningyue, her eyes filled with rage. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly kill someone? Su Ningyue stood to the side, her face expressionless, but she felt waves of nausea. Stop talking nonsense. I'll send you to the juvenile detention center right now. Su Qinyu said coldly, not wanting to look at Suzhua again. You're just a nuisance. You deserve to be locked up. Without waiting for Suzhua's reaction, she turned and walked towards the door. Seeing this, Lin Yue immediately followed. I'll have the driver bring out my car and take you there. Okay, thank you so much, Wei Wei. I didn't expect the child to be like this, Su Qinyu said apologetically, then walked out the door with Zhou Wei. A middle-aged man was already waiting at the door. The man wore a black jacket, his face showing signs of fatigue, his eyes sunken. His drooping eyelids and slightly upturned lips made it impossible to discern his thoughts, giving him an exceptionally gloomy appearance. Suzhua looked over and suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a resentful aura swirling around the man, which was difficult to dispel. The driver noticed Suzhua's gaze, paused slightly, then resumed his smile, but the smile carried an even more obvious chill. He walked up to Su Qinyu and said in a low voice, Miss Su, I'm ready. We can set off. Su Qinyu nodded, completely unaware of the chilling aura emanating from the driver. All she wanted to do now was get rid of Suzhua as soon as possible. Don't go, Suzhua said softly. But Su Qinyu completely ignored him and coldly ordered, Stop talking and let's go. The atmosphere inside the car grew increasingly heavy on the road. Outside the window, the dim headlights illuminated the surrounding woods, where the branches intertwined like ghostly claws, sometimes swaying, sometimes still. Only the sound of the wheels rolling echoed in the night, as if the road led to endless darkness. The driver's face was still unclear, but his lifeless eyes seemed to be staring intently at the two people inside the car. Suzhua felt a strange chill spreading through the car. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at Su Qinyu beside him. She was pale and seemed to have noticed something was wrong. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes, and the car screeched to a halt. Before Su Qinyu could react, the driver suddenly pulled open the car door. He didn't say anything, but turned around and took out a gleaming dagger from under the seat. What are you going to do? Su Qinyu looked at him in horror, her face turning deathly pale. The driver didn't answer. He sneered, the tip of his dagger gleaming coldly, aimed directly at Su Qinyu's heart. You've seen something you shouldn't have seen, so you'll all die together, the driver growled in a low voice. Su Qinyu's body tensed up. She subconsciously covered her chest with her hands. Her mind went blank, and her limbs were stiff, making it impossible for her to react. I saw something I shouldn't have seen. What was it that I shouldn't have seen? In a flash, Su Qinyu suddenly remembered what Suzhua had just said to her. Zhou Wei committed murder. Could it be that this is what the thing that shouldn't have been seen refers to? But how could that be? Zhou Wei was her best friend from school. The driver laughed wildly and lunged at her, the dagger in his hand gleaming coldly. Su Qinyu struggled with all her might, trying to push him away, but the driver's strength far exceeded her expectations. You think you can run away? The driver sneered, slamming his fist into her stomach. Su Qinyu felt a sharp pain that almost made her lose the strength to stand. Her body was slammed against the car door, and she felt her last bit of strength being slowly drained away. Let me go, she shouted. The driver grinned maliciously. You think you can get away? He shoved her out of the car, and Su Qinyu stumbled and fell to the ground, her body hitting the rough surface violently. She endured the pain and struggled to get up. Knowing she couldn't escape, the driver picked up the dagger again and lunged at Suzhua. Su Qinyu hurriedly turned around to look into the car, only to see the driver roughly grab Suzhua's collar and pull him out of the car. Suzhua was dragged to the ground, her frail body completely powerless to resist. You! A struggle flashed in Su Qinyu's eyes, but the thought of Su Long instantly chilled her heart. She realized that she didn't care about Suzhua's life or death at all. In fact, she would rather see him disappear from this world. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Qinyu limped and ran into the depths of the woods. The driver sneered. Look, even your own sister doesn't care about you. Suzhua showed no reaction, his eyes empty and lifeless. The driver sneered, turned around, and pointed the dagger at Suzhua's neck again. However, at that moment, a sudden chill swept through the air. The cold air quickly swept around, bringing with it an eerie atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. The trees began to shake violently, as if some force was controlling them, and the oppressive feeling in the air grew stronger, as if the entire world was being swallowed up by something. The driver abruptly stopped what he was doing, his expression changing drastically. He looked around, his eyes filled with alertness. Who's there? A strange rustling sound came from among the trees, as if something was quietly approaching. Then, the wind blew from all directions, carrying a mournful wail, as if countless ghosts were whispering in the night wind. The driver's expression turned extremely panicked. He took a step back and looked around, but he couldn't see anything. He could only hear footsteps getting closer and closer, as if countless images were hovering around him. Damn it! What the hell? The driver cursed. Then, he picked up Su Ningyue, threw him into the car, slammed the door, and fled frantically. Sweat streamed down the driver's face as he gripped the steering wheel tightly and scanned his surroundings. What's wrong with this road? We've been driving for 3 hours, and we still haven't gotten out. The driver felt uneasy. The road ahead seemed endless, and every turn brought him back to the same place. He jerked the steering wheel around and accelerated again, his hands almost soaking the steering wheel with cold sweat. Could we be stuck in a maze? The driver muttered. He began to observe the scenery outside the car window. The cemetery kept appearing, and every time he turned a corner, he could see those rows of gloomy tombstones. What's going on? I clearly turned around. The driver's voice trembled slightly. He pressed the accelerator again, but the speed did not seem to increase. Instead, the car kept turning onto the same road without any pattern, and the cemetery was still in front of him. Chapter 65. Even if it means dying, one must keep working. Just then, the shadows of the trees ahead began to look strange. The driver's eyes widened suddenly, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. A girl in a white dress was hanging from a dead tree. The girl's hair cascaded down like a waterfall, obscuring her face, with only a deep shadow visible through the strands. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper, lifeless. Her eyes, however, were deep, dark holes, and her fingertips cast long, trailing shadows. The driver's heart skipped a beat, and he slammed on the brakes, his eyes involuntarily fixed on the girl. Her body swayed slowly, as if moving without wind, her feet never touching the ground, her whole body suspended in the air, slowly approaching the car window. A chill rushed into the car, and the driver's face turned deathly pale. Help! Help! A ghost! A ghost! The driver's nerves snapped. He instinctively slammed on the gas pedal, only to find that the car didn't respond at all. For some reason, the car started speeding forward at an unusual speed. He frantically turned the steering wheel, but the trees bent, and shadows lunged at him like menacing hands. In the distance, the girl still floated on the withered tree, her eyes fixed on him. The driver's pores instantly opened, and his eyes widened like copper bells. Ah! The driver screamed in utter terror, jerking the steering wheel and veering the car sharply off course, crashing into a tree trunk beside the road. Bang! The front of the car slammed into the tree trunk. The car body shook violently. The body deformed instantly, and the glass from the windows flew everywhere. The metal pieces and glass shards instantly cut the driver's limbs into a bloody mess. The car was pitch black, filled with the pungent smell of gasoline and blood. The driver's body was pinned to the deformed car seat. His neck was twisted from the impact, blood gushing out like a fountain. His eyeballs were squeezed out of their sockets by the force of the impact, revealing bloody and mangled eye sockets. His mouth was wide open, filled with a look of terror. The eerie wind gradually dissipated, but the girl in the white dress remained floating beside the car, silently watching everything like a ghost. A suffocating cold permeated the air, and all was deathly silent. Not long after, a slight noise came from inside the car. With a creak, the car door opened, and Su Ningyue climbed out unharmed. He squatted on the ground and wiggled his little feet, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. That youthful face still wore a cold and expressionless demeanor. Beside him, Ying floated ethereally, and with a gentle wave of her hand, a chilling aura spread out. Are you hungry? I'll take you to the river to find something to eat, Ying said lightly, waving her hand with a slight smile on her lips. Su Ningyue nodded and silently followed her toward the riverbank, not far away. The surrounding environment remained gloomy, and a gentle breeze rippled the surface of the river. Suddenly, a low rumble of water was heard, and a thin figure was faintly revealed from beneath the surface. Then, with a low groan, a female water ghost slowly rose from the bottom of the water. Ying waved her hand impatiently. Hurry up, find something to eat, and come over. Don't dawdle. The female water ghost floated eerily on the surface of the water, her expression resentful. Then she suddenly opened her mouth, but sensing the powerful resentment emanating from Ying, she reluctantly sank down. With a piercing whoosh, she disappeared into the water, splashing water everywhere. Before long, Su Ningyue saw several very fat carp leaping out of the water. These fish had thick bellies, and their scales reflected a shimmering light under the moonlight, making them look particularly tempting. Ying nodded in satisfaction, then pointed to the pile of stones next to her. Roast them. The water ghost resurfaced, staring blankly at the carp on the shore with a rather melancholy expression. She slowly swam to the shore, and with her almost transparent white hands, clumsily picked up a fish, then placed it on the fire in an extremely unnatural manner. As she moved, the aroma of grilled fish quickly filled the air. The female water ghost sat on the ground, her hands resting on her knees, watching the fish leaping on the fire. Her lips twitched slightly as she muttered under her breath. Dead, yet still has to work. What bad luck. It's grilled well. Ying chuckled, looking at the fish that had been grilled to a golden brown. It's just too slow. Add some more heat. The female water ghost gritted her teeth and flipped the fish over again. On the other side, Su Ningyue gripped her phone tightly, anxiously pressing the screen. She scanned her surroundings, occasionally picking up her phone to check the signal. The phone screen still showed no service. Su Ningyue quickened her pace. The rumbling in her stomach made her even more irritable. She squatted down by the roadside and stared at a few fruits in the grass. These fruits are small and wrinkled, and they look unappetizing. But she was so hungry that she gritted her teeth and couldn't help but bend down, pick up one of the slightly better fruits, wipe off the dirt, and put it directly into her mouth. The fruit tasted bitter and rough, with almost no sweetness. Su Ningyue gritted her teeth and forced herself to swallow it. What bad luck, she muttered to herself, still wondering why the driver wanted to kill her. Could it really have been Zhou Wei who instigated this? Just then, Su Ningyue caught a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. She subconsciously raised her head and turned her gaze forward. That was Su Zhuo. Su Zhuo was under a tree not far away, wearing his slightly faded jacket, eating a delicious grilled fish. Su Ningyue took a few steps forward and immediately smelled a mouth-watering aroma. She thought to herself that Su Zhuo was really lucky to have escaped unharmed and even found such a big fish in the middle of nowhere. Su Zhuo, Su Ningyue called out. Su Zhuo looked over, but only glanced at her before looking away, as if he hadn't even looked at her. Su Ningyue felt a pang in her heart. After a whole afternoon of fussing, she hadn't eaten or drunk anything and was starving. Her stomach was only filled with the acid from the fruit, which couldn't keep up with her hunger at all. Seeing Su Zhuo eating grilled fish made her even hungrier. But she was too embarrassed to ask Su Zhuo for some, so she could only swallow the saliva that was secreting in her mouth and said coldly, "Eat quickly, and I'll send you to the juvenile detention center after you finish eating." After a pause, Su Ningyue added, "Don't even think about going back to the Su family. To tell you the truth, from the first day you returned to the Su family, I've been thinking that one day I'll send you away." Su Zhuo took a few more bites of grilled fish. Hearing Su Ninyue's words, he looked up and slowly asked, "Why?" Chapter 66, Juvenile Detention Center. Su Ningyue remained silent, her mind drifting back to that less-than-pleasant memory. As a child, she was often ostracized by her classmates because she was born with a cleft lip. Whenever she spoke, it would elicit discriminatory laughter, and almost no one wanted to be her friend. The only girl who was willing to get close to her was her former best friend, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu didn't distance herself from her because of her appearance. Instead, she would smile and pull her along to play, do games during breaks, and even do homework together. It was then that she experienced the warmth of friendship for the first time. However, every time Xiaoyu came to the Su family to play with her, Su Zhuo would always play all sorts of pranks. For example, take out a caterpillar and put it in Xiaoyu's school bag, or secretly spit saliva into her water cup when Xiaoyu is not paying attention. Later, Xiaoyu finally couldn't stand it anymore and completely broke up with her. After that, they rarely kept in touch, and she went through a very lonely period. Fortunately, not long after, her older sister found a doctor who helped her cure her cleft lip. But she could never forgive Su Zhuo. "Stop talking nonsense and eat quickly. Come with me when you're done," Su Ningyue said coldly. As dusk settled, the darkness gradually swallowed up the surrounding light, and clouds began to gather, foreshadowing an impending thunderstorm. The humidity in the air also increased. Su Ningyue sat on a stone stool next to her, her gaze fixed on the distance ahead as she watched Su Zhuo eat grilled fish. She sat there quietly, having waited for a long time. Suddenly, her phone screen lit up. Su Ningyue paused for a moment, picked up her phone, and saw that it was Zhou Wei calling. She quickly pressed the answer button. Zhou Wei's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Ningyue, where are you? I've called so many times, but I haven't been able to answer. What happened? Are you okay?" Su Ningyue was taken aback. She didn't answer directly, but remained silent for a moment. Zhou Wei continued, "I'm really worried about you. It's so dark outside. How can you be safe all by yourself? Tell me where you are right now. Don't scare me." "Wei, did you hire that driver to kill?" He said Su Zhuo saw something he shouldn't have seen. Could it be that Su Zhuo's claim that you killed someone is true? Su Ningyue asked tentatively. "What? The driver tried to kill you? Damn it. I will never let him get away with this." Zhou Wei feigned anger, then quickly changed the subject. "Qian, believe me, I have nothing to do with this. I only hired that driver recently. I really didn't know he was a bad person. We've known each other for so many years. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Su Qinyu could hear the concern in her words. She knew that Zhou Wei was not a bad person. She frowned slightly, but still replied, I know you won't hurt me. I'm fine. I'll go back in a bit. Zhou Wei seemed relieved, her tone softening. That's good. You really scared me. Come back now. After hanging up the phone, Su Qinyu looked at Su Zhua, a strange emotion rising in her heart. Su Zhua finished the last piece of grilled fish, stood up, clapped his hands, and Su Qinyu also stood up, saying, let's go. As the night grew darker, Su Qinyu checked her phone, confirmed the direction on the map, and then hailed a car. The car quickly stopped in front of them. The driver inside bowed his head to signal, and Su Qinyu got into the car, her gaze lightly sweeping over Su Zhua's face. I'm sending you to the juvenile detention center today. Stay there and don't cause any more trouble. The car slowly started moving, the night wind stirring the withered leaves outside the window. Su Qinyu closed her eyes, her mood as if shrouded in heavy gloom. Soon, the car entered a nearby area. The juvenile detention center is located on the edge of the city, surrounded by high walls, with few buildings around it, making the environment quiet and deserted. There was a heavy iron gate at the entrance. When the guard saw the car approaching, he immediately went over and opened the gate. The car came to a smooth stop in front of the door. After the driver got out, he opened the door, and Su Qinyu stepped out of the car, gesturing for Su Zhua to get out as well. Su Zhua walked slowly to her side, without any expression on his face. The director of the juvenile detention center was a middle-aged man in his 50s. His skin was dark, and his hair was thinning, with a few strands of silver hair falling messily on his forehead. Although he was wearing a well-fitting suit, he did not have any refined air about him. Instead, he made people feel very uncomfortable. Ms. Su, hello, welcome. The director greeted her briefly. We are aware of the situation regarding this child, the director continued. You don't need to worry about the management here. The children will receive excellent education and discipline after they come in, and I will make sure they don't make the same mistake again. That's good. Su Qinyu nodded indifferently. The director casually turned around, picked up a DVD from his desk, and inserted it into the playback device beside him. To put your mind at ease, I have a video here showcasing the educational achievements of our juvenile detention center. He pressed a button, and the video immediately appeared on the screen. The video begins to play, showing a couple who are clearly elderly dragging a boy of about 7 or 8 years old into the lobby of the juvenile detention center. The boy looked very reluctant, his face covered in tears, and he kept shouting, I want to go home. I don't want to stay here. He struggled violently, waving his arms wildly, and even raised his fist to hit his parents. Seeing that his parents were being pushed and shoved and were losing their balance, he became even more agitated. Why did you send me here? I don't need you. None of you love me. At the end of the video, the parents left helplessly, while the boy continued to cry and shout, not even stopping as he watched them leave. You can see that this child had absolutely no manners before we took him in. He used to beat and kick his parents and was unable to obey discipline. Next, the director pulled up the next video clip from the DVD. The scene changed, showing the little boy now wearing the juvenile detention center uniform. He stood straight, sitting calmly at a long table with an open book in front of him. His eyes no longer held anger and defiance, but were filled with obedience. As the video progressed, the boy followed the teacher's instructions, quietly did his homework, and got along well with the other children, completely different from the initially irritable and shameless boy. Look, this is the result of our education. The director revealed a proud smile. This child is no longer the arrogant and rebellious kid who came here, but has learned rules and self-discipline. Chapter 67 Memories of a Past Life, Locked Up in a Mental Hospital.